Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you can hear us. If I press that button there, welcome to DDMM Comms Box Cam. We have to kick this one off a little bit earlier because my cloning machine isn't working yet, and we can't be in two places at once. But thank you for joining us. It's relative calm before the storm at the moment. Myself and Kieran McGinley alongside again for this year's Buckmore Park 24 hours. I'm a little bit out of breath because we've already run up and down the paddock at least once to check all the things out. I think it's going.
Yeah, I think so. They can put you through your paces with rehearsal, that's for sure. That is for sure. You've been up and downstairs. I've been standing here, which is nice. So I'm not out of breath at all.
What is this bit about? This is the really nerdy bit of the production, where if you've got more than one screen, that's the first thing that we'll say. If you've got one monitor and one thing to watch stream of some sort of on, watch Alpha Live. That's the one to be prioritised. That's the one really to share with your friends. But if you don't mind sharing this one as well and watching this one on the side, that would be fantastic for us. Here we will have, when it eventually starts working, it's not quite working yet because qualifying hasn't started yet. Live timing will be that way, over here. So that'll show you where everybody is in terms of the running order. We've also got the track map from Alpha Timing that's kind of like there. And then we'll also have race control notes as well. We will try, this is always a bit of a, always in beta kind of stream. We will try and get some more team information for you on the screen as well as we go through. But we just wanted to introduce the stream. This will keep running for probably the next 7 or 8 hours. We'll be in 3 parts across the course of the evening, and thank you very much for joining us. Kieran, how are you feeling ahead of this one?
I'm feeling good. It's good to be back. And I'll get the obligatory, it's a long race out of the way, because it is.
There's one in the swear jar.
There's one. That's a pound, isn't it? Is that what we're
doing?
Yeah, but no, good.
Hello. Yes, we have buttons. We're going to try and do this whole thing. We've got a fairly small team for doing it. We have done it as a 3 before. We did the Mon kart, 24-hour kart race, which is our karting for 3 a few years ago. I was knackered after that, so much that I missed the Cricket World Cup final in 2019. I missed it.
Honestly.
Because I just keeled over. Howard is the one time Howard's been excited about cricket. He's been bursting in the room going, what's happening? So, yeah, you're going to see 3 gentlemen lose their minds in the next 24 hours live on YouTube. What more could you want? Quite possibly. What we're going to do then, guys, as I say, just wanted to get this one up and running and knowing that it's working well. I suppose it's working well. We're very quiet compared to the music. Thank you, Craig. This is the one problem with Streamlabs, that it's a bit of a pain sometimes to monitor. How are we sounding now, Ray? How are we sounding now? Technology, right? 5 minutes ago, it was perfect. It was working absolutely fine. That's a bit better. I've turned us up now on our desk. We have to connect 2 desks together. These are a little bit louder in our ears, but we're fine with that. We're used to that.
We're used to each other's voices anyway, so that should be fine.
We also have today the new bit down the bottom, rolling ticker, which was we got working last night, and it's kind of just got information of what we're up to on DDMM at the moment, championship standings for things that we're involved with, events coming up. April has been probably one of the busiest months for DDMM I've ever known. The fact that we were in this, we were kind of in the, or by the end of this race, we'll be into the last third of the month.
Yes.
We've still got 3 days of commentary to come before the end of it. So,
busy.
Very, very busy, but wouldn't have it any other way. So details of that is all down below. Hello to the confident noob. Is that a paradox?
I thought that's an oxymoron, is it?
Might be an oxymoron. There's James. He's sorting stuff out. Looking forward to the 24-hour race. We are very much looking forward to the 24-hour race. Peace offerings have already arrived, by the way.
They
should say. I would tilt the screen, but it might break everything. You'll see it on the Alpha live stream. A very high quality confectionery item of someone's choice. I think it's Club 73.
Well, yes.
It's already there.
Club
now,
73
I think they've gone too early, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's never too early for cake, but I see what you mean. If they want to stave off that commentary curse.
I think that'll get them through the first half of the race, maybe.
Yeah.
But they'll need to buy another one from the local supermarket for Sunday.
Well, that's the Club 73 Young Guns that brought us that. We've got to remember that because there's quite a few sister teams running as well. So we've got to keep on top of all the sister teams. You can't leave any of them out. That's not fair.
We will be having some special guests along the way as well for well, not just this stream, but the commentary as a whole, which you'll hear on Alpha Live as well. So if you want to see their faces, they will be appearing at points throughout the next 24 hours. But yeah, I think we're probably going to pause there. When does the race start? See, that's a very good piece of information. I should put that on the screen. Let's not have a lunch break. Let's change that to say race start is at 14:30 BST, British Summertime. And the Alpha stream goes live half an hour before, so in 15 minutes. And we will have... There we go. Race starts at 14:30. Hello, cameraman. It's all going on. So yeah, the Alpha stream goes live at 1400. Sorry, I am going to be using those time frames today. We'll have grid walk, 15 minutes to go. It's a hive of excitement here at the moment, Kieran.
There's a lot going on as well. A lot of people making sure everything's going to run perfectly and smoothly, which is...
Hello and welcome everybody to Buckmore Park for live coverage here on Alpha Live of this, the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. It is a hive of excitement here at one of the most historic kart circuits in the UK for one of their biggest events of the year. My name is Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Alongside me once again in the commentary box, like last year, is the fantastic Kieran McGinley. Kieran, it's always an exciting feel in a paddock at the start of an event, but there's something special about this one here today.
Absolutely. Any 24-hour you go to, it's absolutely brilliant to be a part of, to race in, to commentate in, whatever it may be. It is just, there's magical feeling. And as we say, we have to get the obligatory "it's a long race" out of the way early. You'll hear plenty of that coming up towards the latter part, of course. But it's great to be here, hopefully. Well, we'll see about
90 seconds.
It's going to be up in the air, really. The Buckmore Park is famed for having its very own climate, so in terms of weather, it's going to be a little bit difficult to tell. But a great track, 1 kilometre, 12 turns, and that lovely bit of elevation as you head way through in towards Simsweep and Pullman's. Just a brilliant track to go racing.
It is indeed. So this is the challenge for the drivers, 12 turns. It is not an easy circuit. It's a physical circuit. This is going to be the very definition of an endurance karting race. You've got to take
60
care
seconds.
of yourself. You've got to take care of the karts. A lot can happen across the course of a 24 hours, we saw last year, Kieran.
That's an understatement, isn't it? Plenty of commentary curses. There'll be maybe a few of them. If we can be bribed with cake, maybe that could do the world a difference.
Here's your weather forecast. For now, for the start of the race, it's fairly stable. It's arguably the best conditions you could have at this time of year. There's not a lot of wind. It's cloudy. It's not too hot. The track is dry. But there is some rain forecast for
30.
later in the race that, especially if there's drivers out there who've not experienced this kind of thing before, not experienced slick tyres in the wet, for example, Kieran, that could be a real factor in this race.
It'll be fun for us, but definitely not fun for them whilst they try and tread their way around it. It is literally treading
15.
water. Once you're on the slick tyres around a wet track, you are going to have to stick to the outside
10.
line and
Go
make
to
sure
FPV.
you get your lines right. But we've got a great lap here coming up of the Buckmore Park circuit, so let's take you for a tour. We're heading our way now through towards Capture, on towards the sister train as you now descend your way on towards Conway. Keep the left-hand side of the track. Half a car fits, as the race director said, in the driver's briefing. All the way towards turn 2 as we get onward then towards hairpin 1. The first heavy race of the circuit. It's nice and close to the inside there to get down early. Heading up towards headway hairpin 2. There you go. Keep right. Late April. Pick up the second part of the hairpin there as we get back into the power. It's flat out in the drive through the exit here. A very sweeping section as they can start to descend. Anyway, through into towards Simon Street. Keep back there on the right-hand side. We've got those blocks in the midway through. Into towards corner. A very tricky corner. It's got to be on entry as we now get on the way towards Hammersmith. Back on the power as we make it up David Moore and up towards Garda. It's a very late apex corner. It's later than you think. Then you go back onto the power, down through the centre chicane as you make your way up the rise and back towards the cafe curve. It's a great lap of here. Dry or wet, whatever the weather conditions will be, that is your lap of Buckmore Park. And that's
10
what's
seconds.
facing us in the next
Keep
24
talking.
hours.
Pass line.
Thank you very much, Kieran. Really, really good insight there of what is ahead of the drivers for the next 24 hours. Welcome to our interview area. We're going to be catching up with some of our drivers across the course of the race. And look, happy race day, everybody. Someone's already brought us sustenance for the race. Also want to say big thanks to all the teams, all the drivers, everyone who's put something into this event already today before we've got the Union flag flying for the start of the race. Thank you to our sponsors as well, Dream Duffel and Anderson EV. But I think it's now time to go down to the grid. Let's have a little wander down to the grid because qualifying has been completed. I do believe it is the only way is Brentwood, who have got pole position. Now we should say pole position is a good thing to have, but this is an endurance race. It does not necessarily define your 24 hours. That being said, though, we are going to have a chat with them and others across the course of the next 20 to 25 minutes here at Buckmore Park. Thank you for joining us here on Alpha Live. If you're new round here and you don't mind doing so, give a press of that subscribe button and the like button as well. Share the stream with your family and friends. As I say, we will be on the air with commentary throughout the whole 24 hours. And it really is. There's a nervous tension in the air with this event. It was such a special one in 2022. I mean, the event sold out in less than 10 minutes for the 25-strong field. But there's so much that's out of the drivers' and teams' control, especially at this stage of the race, and the race has not even begun. Let's have a very quick look at the karts, because this is obviously a very important part of the race. Here are the karts that the teams are going to be piloting for the next 24 hours. They are all the Sodi RT10 fleet here at Buckmore Park. Essentially, all of them are the same piece of machinery, two 390cc Honda engines. You've got adjustable seats and pedals because, of course, drivers will need to accommodate for that across the course of the race. But you've got to take care of them, especially in that first half of the race, before you get to the service stop, which will be at halfway. And each of the drivers will have to, or each of the teams, I should say, will have to come in and have one of those. But the grid forming up now. Now, how the race will start, for those of you perhaps who haven't watched one of these races before, this is going to be what we call a Le Mans style start. So this is how the Le Mans 24 Hours, the biggest endurance race in the world, used to start. You used to have your drivers to my right here, and when the Union flag falls at 2:30, they will sprint across the circuit, get into the cars, into the karts, and then drive off. Now, that in itself can go wrong. We can have drivers overshoot, get a bit too excited. We could see the Brentwood team lose the lead even before we get to this checkered flag line here on lap number 1. Let's go in and have a little chat with some of our drivers there. I'm going to grab Charlie Ratford, if it's okay. Charlie, pole position, must be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, it's really good to be on pole, everyone else behind you. Hopefully we can pull away, but it's so close. Like, I don't know how this race could go. It could go any way, because I think top 5 are all within a tenth. It's really close.
It's nice to have pole position, but it is an endurance race. How are you tackling the early stages of this race?
I think just try not to battle. The least we battle, the better, because we want to pull away from everyone else. Then I don't know. We don't really want to battle for like the first 20 hours or 22 hours until like the last hour, then maybe. But just try least battling as possible.
Who'd you like to thank for the efforts and who've got you here today?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the whole team and especially Bo for putting us on pole. He's done really good.
Good stuff. Have a good one, Charlie. Let's have a chat with the Accelerate team. Now, they had pole position 12 months ago. They'll start the race from second on the grid. Accelerate, how are we feeling today?
Accelerate Ken Brewery Racing is what you're going to be calling it.
Yes, because you've got a sponsor.
We do. We've got a massive thank you to them. Best real ale brewers in South East, so ask your local. But yeah, we're really happy with where we are. Not quite the start of last year, but the main thing is we get through it without any problems. We've got every driver we have a massive amount of faith in, and we're just going to max out every stint, do what we can.
You had pole position last year. You're still on that front row of sorts in being in P2. What have you learnt from 2022 that you're going to use today?
Good question. Treat every lap like a qualifying lap. Communication with the team is important. Don't pick up warnings. Race well with the guys around you. It's going to be tight. That's the main thing, is that last year we were a little bit ahead of a lot of people, but this year the front 4 teams in a tenth of a second. It's just going to be so tight for the first 2 hours. I'm not really sure. I mean, who is the guy in front? Do we know him at all?
I'm not quite sure who's starting.
I don't recognise him. I don't think he was doing it last year, was he?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, have a good race, and we'll see you across the course of it. That's the Accelerate Racing team. Let's see who else we can find. I want to have a chat with third place in Harrison Kirkham, if we can. This is the Adrenico Racing team. Now, they're third on the grid, but I think this is a very, very strong team. They've got some good drivers. Harrison Kirkham, yes. You were racing in Club 100 Sprints last weekend. This is a bit of a different kettle of fish in endurance.
Yeah, exactly, slightly. I've done the Club 100 endurance, but this is obviously nothing like that. It's my first time doing the 24, so excited for it.
I've heard a couple of people around the paddock saying you are their dark horses, that you're under the radar a bit as a team.
Yeah, probably. I believe the boys competed in 2020, I think they came third overall, so they've definitely got the pace. Hopefully we'll replicate that or go slightly better.
Good stuff. I'm going to step in and have a chat with Sam Lovelace as well. Sam, you've done enough laps around this circuit in the BUKC here on Alpha Live over the years. There could be a bit of wet weather later on in the race. Is that going to be an important piece of experience to count on here?
I certainly hope so, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of locals here, so they've got a lot of track knowledge, particularly in the wet. So, it'll separate the boys from the men in the wet, I would say, in terms of knowledge. But in terms of for us, I don't know. We'll see.
Good stuff. I'm going to have a quick word with Dante. Dante, you've been on absolute fire so far this year in BUKC and Club 100. Into 4-stroke corporates here for the 24-hour. You feeling confident?
Yeah, feeling good. Obviously, no prior practice going into it, so just last 10 minutes of practice in the quali is all I had to go off, really. So to only be half tenth off on drivers who do this a fair amount is good. Yeah, it's promising. Good to be high up on the grid, and looking forward to another good race, I'm sure.
You've had to do a lot of traffic management, shall we say, in the BUKC. I was saying with Sam, the wet weather, a good experience to lead on in this race. Traffic management one as well?
Yeah, completely. Obviously 25 kart grid, so not too bad. So maybe should be quite clear for like at least first 10-15 minutes. But then we'll see. Yeah, it's always, the endurance race is always about traffic management, race progress, all that type of stuff. So this one will be no different.
Good stuff. Have a good one, Dante. Good to talk to you. So Dante, as I say, he has been on absolute fire so far this year in anything I've seen him race in. Number 6 there. I'm just going to have a chat with Sean Dabin if he doesn't mind for a second. Sean, good to see you, mate. 4th on the grid for this one. You can do something from there.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. We've got a really strong team, really competitive. It's like a 10th between the top 4. I'm confident.
Obviously, you won this race last year. You had some thrills and spills along the way. I think our commentator cursed you at one point, or at least one point.
Yeah.
What is key to be in P1 when you get to the end of one of these races?
Clean, stay out of trouble. That's it, really. Just clean, stay out of trouble. That's it. That's all.
Good stuff. Have a good one, Sean.
Take care.
We'll catch you in a bit. So say that is a very high quality top 4 straight away. I'm going to step in with the Dr. Vapes team if they're okay. Who I think have had a late promotion up to the pro category. How are we feeling, guys, ahead of this one?
Oh yeah, we're feeling great. Ready for the 24-hour for sure.
Who's starting the race for you?
The man over here practicing his race start, is putting his seat in position, getting ready to, have a fiery start, let's just say.
I'm going to have a chat with the man I've now started calling Super Mo based on his exploits in Club 100 so far this year. Mo, I'm going to think back a few weeks ago. It's a very different style of race, of course, but your racecraft this year has been pretty good. You had that C to B to A final run at here in Club 100 a few weeks ago. How are you feeling?
Oh mate, I'm feeling chuffed. I'm actually really glad that I've had a good run at Buckmore so far, and I'm feeling positive, man. We're P7 overall, so yeah, it's a good start to the day.
How did you come into karting? When did you start?
I actually started back, a year ago now. My younger brother Murtaza, who you just spoke with, he's been in it for a couple of years, and yeah, just I tried it a few times, and I was like, yeah, this is it. This is good.
Are you enjoying it? How does this kart say compared to as still a relatively young driver? How does this kart, a heavier kart, compare to the Club 100?
Oh, it's a different character, totally different character. I came here earlier in the week just to get a bit of grips of things, and I was doing what I was doing in this car, what I was doing in the Club 100 car, and it's like, what? No, you don't do that in these karts. Oh, you have to do that instead, and it's a total different character.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Mo. Have a good one, mate, and we'll catch them in a bit. The point that Mo was touching on there, these karts are heavier, but they've got a bit more power. They're closer almost to like a conventional racing car. You've got to be a lot smoother with these karts as opposed to, we've mentioned Club 100 as one of our Alpha Live streamed events where you're more chucking the kart into different corners, especially round this circuit here. Let's have a delve into our, because we've got two groups, we should say. We've got the pros, who are tending to be to the front of the order. We'll keep a track of them as they go through the race, the first 10 numbers, and as I say, we think the Dr. Vapes team have been promoted as well. You've also got the clubmans, who are going to be fighting for this one tooth and nail as well. I'm going to jump in and have a chat with some of our YouTubers, our F1 YouTubers. I'm going to try and grab Ben, if he's all right. Ben,
how are we?
Team at Marduk.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
First time talking to you, but I've been watching your videos for many years. You feeling good?
Very much, yeah. Feeling good. Apparently I'm starting the kart, which is news to me because I was eating a big lunch 15 minutes ago, so that's going to be interesting, but we're looking forward to it.
You've done this race before. It was a bit of a baptism of fire in the rain before. Are you more prepared for it this time?
You can never be overly prepared for these races. You've got to expect the unexpected. Feels a lot more physical this year, but I know the track, I know the kart, so should be a good race.
Couple of technical issues I could see going on there. Hopefully you'll be carrying one of our onboard cameras.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the cart. It's just setting up the camera and making sure that all the cables stay in and stuff. So fingers crossed, because we want to bring you guys a good coverage.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
We'll chat to you in a bit, Ben. Get a quick word with Jimmy. Jimmy, good to see you, mate. Since we talked last year, a lot's been going on for you. Yeah. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
All right. I mean, I'm not really sure how we're going to do this year. I mean, I'm not actually driving this one. I'm here as moral support, which may be bad actually. But we've got a pretty decent team. You know, with this team's in the rookies. Last year we were in like the pros with the other guys, so a bit of a different experience here. But everyone seems fairly happy with it, so they seem fairly ready to go.
As a Team 87 effort last year, what did you learn in that one that can be carried over into this one, especially with some newer drivers in here?
Well, I think mainly it's about maximising your pit stops here at Buckmore, because everyone's so close at the start that if you spend 10 seconds extra in the pit lane, that's going to take you 10 laps and then claw back if you're a second lap quicker, you know. So it's just about trying to maximise everything and be efficient with everything, and that's quite hard with new people because they're a bit soft sometimes. Like you got to really jump in the car and jump out of it. They're like, oh no, get out nice and soft. So yeah, but I think it'll be a fun race. I think it'll be all right.
I've got to ask you as well, it's not gone unnoticed by me. We had a chat about this again 12 months ago. We've got two Williams eSports teams here. We've got Olympus eSports as well. That surge that we talked about of sim racers coming into real life and having a go at this, it's happened.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. You know, I mean, unsurprisingly, sim racers are quite fast when it comes to the real life stuff because that's all we do at home. So I think it's great to see something like Buckmore, you know, a big event, start seeing all these teams come in, and yeah, that's what we are. We're all content creators from racing. Before, you know, this, we had not much racing experience. So yeah, I think it just goes to prove how effective the sim racing stuff is.
You're not the only all YouTube team here. They've got the Senior Frogs back again. Is there a bit of a rivalry with them?
100%. We've been telling them if we see you, you're going off. It's like, yeah. I mean, no, we're not doing that.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Jimmy. We'll catch you again later on. Jimmy Broadbent there. I'm going to hop in with Tom Layton from Zesty Drink. Thomas, how are we doing?
Yeah, we're all right. We're qualified 15th. It's not really where the pace of the kart was, but you know, I think we had a couple of traffic issues and stuff like that. So we feel like we can do better than that. And obviously, it's a 24-hour race, so yeah, we'll see what the 24 hours brings.
How have preparations gone for this one today? What have you been up to?
I've had 3 Red Bulls and not enough sleep.
In terms of racing as well for endurance, I think you've been doing a bit of Club 100 endurance and the longer formats. What have you learned from those races that you can transfer into this one?
So I mean, the main one's not battling with people. You know, you lose a lot of time battling. So for us, we're just going to keep our heads down, try and overtake. If we can't straight away, then hold it out, because no doubt someone will make a mistake and can get past.
Good stuff. We'll have a good one, Thomas. We'll catch you later on. I'm just going to have a chat with one of our sponsors here. Sir, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
What originally attracted you to this event today?
My daughter is in the rookie club here, so we're here just about every week.
How does it feel with it? It's a packed grid here. It's a hive of activity.
Brilliant. It's the first time we've come to this. Absolutely, well, the amount of people, brilliant event so far. Just hope the weather stays off and, you know, it stays a dry event. And then otherwise, if it's raining, obviously it's going to be very interesting.
We definitely hope it's a bit of rain. Spice it up a little bit in the middle of the night.
She loves the rain.
Good stuff. How did you get into karting originally?
My dad put me up for one of the junior events.
How are you finding it so far?
Very fun. Can't keep me out of a kart now.
Is this an event that you're looking at competing in potentially in future years?
Hopefully next year.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us, and we'll catch you again soon. Have a quick catch up with Rich, if he's okay.
Hello.
Rich, how are we doing? We're back again for another one of these. It's bigger and better than ever.
Yeah, and we're doing a 24-hour stream this year, which is the first time we've done that. So we're very excited. It's going to be a challenge for everyone. You know, the staff are used to getting through the 24 hours, but it's a marathon for everyone.
It is indeed. I know we discussed this a little bit last year. We talked about taking care of the carts. The rain. I think a couple of drivers are worried about a bit more inclement weather than we had last year.
Yeah, I keep looking up. There's dark clouds up here. The forecast is saying all sorts. So I'd be very surprised if we didn't have some rain. We have got these new Dunlop tyres on these carts, which are a little bit better in the rain that I've heard. So it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully, it will stick on a bit longer.
Where's my man that you want me to talk to as well?
Harry from Twitch. I don't know where he's gone, but yeah, we're streaming this on Twitch for the first time as well, so it's great to have Twitch on board. We've been streaming on YouTube for a couple of years, but having the Twitch stream. But what you want to go down to, unfortunately, at the very back of the grid are the Senior Frogs. I've just been down to have a chat with them, but they've definitely got a job to do now.
They have indeed. Let's go and have a chat with them because we've got a couple of minutes there. Thanks to Rich for talking to us. Let's step right on in and have a chat with the guys. I know a lot of you have tuned in to see the Senior Frogs. Here they are back. They were the surprise package of 12 months ago and did an absolutely brilliant job. I'm going to talk to Cal Freezy. Cal, you are
principal, by the way.
You are. What kind of team principal are you? Are you
well, not a very good one. We're starting last. So
more like a Gunter Steiner.
What's that?
Bit more like a Gunter Steiner.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah. You know what? He's got a better personality than me, though. So I'll try my best. But look, we're starting in last, but we're making a video out of this. So I think the storyline writes itself.
It's the redemption from the back.
It is.
Good.
It's a tough start, but I'm sure we'll do well. And Will's going first, and he's going to do the job.
Good stuff. I'm going to have a quick chat with Ethan. We had one of these chats last year. It's a different job, this one, but we know you've got the pace from 12 months ago.
Absolutely. I'd like to think that we've got a load of consistent drivers. So I think across this time of 24 hours, we can pull something out of the bag.
How's Calix feeling this? Because it's his first time doing this.
I think he was a little bit nervous during the practice, but we know that he's got aggression. And I think maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, we can use that to our advantage in the race.
I've heard that Will started. In fact, he's got his helmet on, so I won't bother him now. He did a good job starting the race last year.
He did, yeah, and he's got like a decent amount of racecraft, so I think he could probably navigate the early sort of bundles quite well. So, yeah, I've got faith in Will, and he'll do the job on the first little stint.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Ethan. We'll have a very, very quick chat with Chip because he was their star man last year before we head back up. Chip.
Yes.
Is the pace still there from last year? You did some Sterling laps last year.
Yeah, last year we were pretty good. I mean, last year we came here in practice, put it in P2, and this year we're starting in last. So we don't know. It's either a skill issue, or maybe there's something wrong with the car. We don't know. We'll figure it out. But I don't think we'll finish last.
You're a lot more experienced as a whole squad than you were last year. What's the big thing that you've learned from last year that you're taking into this one?
Little voice crack. I think it's just overall pace yourself. Use the advantage of a tow from another car and just follow the fast cars. Just genuinely, last time we were losing a lot of time battling other cars. We're losing half a second a lap, when in reality you could be working together using each other's engine power to catch up to the rest of the pack.
We had a little bit of rain last year. It could be heavy this year. You worried about it?
Not too worried. Everyone's got a little bit of wet practice now, so we think we'll be all right. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us, mate, and we'll see the guys later on. That is your grid walk. I really can't put it into words enough of just how excited everyone feels down here. We've got the Le Mans start, which you can make positions up from. The Senior Frogs will definitely be looking to do that from the back of the grid. It is a very, very tough first, I'd say, 6 hours. You've got to survive those first 6 hours and build your way into this race. We saw last year teams with 2, 3, 4 lap leads that just disappear like that with one mistake and a bit of bad luck. But do stick around with us here on Alpha Live across the course of the 24 hours. You're not going to miss a single moment here on the stream. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic race here at Buckmore Park. I've no idea who could win it, but we're going to find out over the course of the next 2 rounds of the clock. We're going to chuck it back up to Kieran in the box now to take us through to the start of the race.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And yes, qualifying is well and truly over and done with, so it's probably wise to get you through the grid. Front row then, the only way is Brentwood in car 2, Accelerate Kent Brew Racing in car number 3. Row number 2, Adrenico Racing. Alongside them is the number 6 of Dab Motorsport. Row number 3 is the number 4 CS7 Racing. Number 10, Bayford Bandits. That's your first 3 rows. Row number 4, number 17, Dr. Vapes. And number 22, Mini Boost. Row number 5 is the number 19, Team Rango. Row 25, number 25, Team Ard. Row number 6, TRX Racing. Alongside them is the number 13 of Brighton Motorsport. Row number 7 then is the number 20, Team Deneros. Position 14, Cart 24, Trophy or Trees. Row number 8, 21, Zesty Drink Racing. Number 12, Club 73, not fast but furious. Row number 9, number 18, Olympus Karting by HSR Autos. And 16, Ditch Finders. Hopefully they won't be finding any ditches today. Row number 10, number 15, Formula None. And number 1, Club 73, Young Guns. Row number 11, number 8, William Esports 1. And number 14, South Coast Racing. And row 12, number 11, Club 73, Team Silent. And number 9, William Esports 2. And on the back row, on their own, but looking to make up ground, it's a story to write. It's the number 23, Senor Frogs. Andrew, that's a bit of a hectic grid. Top 3 separated by less than a tenth of a second.
I think it shows the quality of the field that we've got here today at Buckmore Park for this 2023 Buckmore Park 24 hours. We are less than 2 minutes away from the race start. It can go wrong. You've just got to keep... It's almost a bit like taking a penalty in football, one of these Le Mans starts, because it can feel like an age before you're getting up to it, but you've just got to keep a lid on your emotions and your tension almost. Just make sure that you get yourself in the kart and move it away nice and smoothly for this
although you
start of the race.
You wouldn't want me behind a penalty, but yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, definitely this penalty shootout vibes here that you've got to just make sure that you get the run, don't trip. That's going to be the most important thing. Do not trip, because 1, you'll lose time, and 2, we're filming it, so it'll be quite funny.
Yeah, and we will talk about it. So, Charlie Ratford there, suited and booted, ready to go for the start of this race. The Brentwood team winners in 2019 and 2020 lost their title last year, of course. They didn't have a race in 2021. So under starters orders, just waiting for 14:30 British summer time on the dot for the start of this one. Clint, up at the top of your screen in the white shirt is the Union flag ready. That will be the signal for the start of this race. 2 times round the clock.
10.
Lots of potential pitfalls in the way of our teams. Who will emerge victorious this year? Flag is in the air. Oh, and a couple of drivers have gone too early there. They've got to wait. There it is. And away we go for the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 hours. Easy start at the front of the order. Jack Goldsmith had a good one from 4th place there. For Dab Motorsport is looking already round the outside from the second row of the grid. Dante Dillon's down the inside to take the lead for Adrenico Racing into hairpin 1 for the first time. A quick run through this couple of hairpins. This is a big opportunity for overtaking in these races through hairpin 2. But right on form, as we've seen many times on Alpha Live broadcast so far in 2023. It's Dante Dillon, quickest to the mark there, Kieran, takes the lead on lap 1.
Yeah, great start from Dillon then, and a great start as well from Jack Goldsmith to get that car up into 2nd place and challenging for the lead as well. But now we make our way in towards Garda, and it's getting 2 wide, maybe even 3 wide behind them as they make their way all through Garda. It's all trying to sort themselves out now as they make their way through the centre chicane, and then up the hill they go towards Cap Curve. And just like that, the first lap of the 24-hour is over. We are well underway now, and it is that number 5, Adrenico Racing Pro, who do lead the way as side by side we go in towards wherever you go, wherever you look, it's side-by-side racing.
1,677 laps was the winning distance last year. So there's a lot of those laps to go. If you want to keep an eye on all the live timing, 2 options for that. live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore, or over on the DDMM YouTube channel, where we've got Comms Box camera live and active with live timing on there as well. And it is all going on it's looking more like a 24-minute sprint at the moment at the back of the field as opposed to a 24-hour race.
Yeah, isn't it just? You tell these drivers it is an endurance, but they will completely ignore you. And the only way is Brentford now do lead the way then in that kart number 2. Adrenico Racing in second place. And again, karts going side by side, going all the way through. TRX Racing were looking for a move up the inside of Team Denarose there as karts make their way in towards the second hairpin.
So already we're going to tune in with the Senior Frogs. They had a great start. Will and he gained 5 positions on the first lap, but then lost them all again on the second lap. A bit of housekeeping as well. You'll see on the left-hand side of your screen our timing tower. Those that have got a star in front of them, so the only way is Brentwood. For example, the Tower team, the star means they are a pro team. They are the teams that we would expect to be at the front of the order. DAB Motorsport already setting the early pace, 49.392. We're expecting lap times, Kieran, to be in that, for the faster drivers, in that 49-48 second region.
Yeah, pole position was a 48.8, so that's where our pros should be aiming at, and hopefully in the dry. It stays dry for long enough, as we see DAB Motorsport 49.392. Of course, the cart's now full of fuel, and the fuel does make a difference, I promise you it does. But yes, pole position 48.8, so that's the sort of lap times we're looking at, perhaps when the cart's a little bit more warmed up and a little less fuel on board.
So, drivers settling in for the early stages of this one. Andrew Mather and Kieran McGinley on commentary duties for you for most of the opening, say, 6 or 7 hours of this race. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing have put in a good lap time there. They're in 4th place at the moment. It's been a very good start as well for Mini Boost, the number 22 kart in 5th place there. Had a tough time of it in 2022. Kieran, we're down outside the top 20, so they'll be buoyed. I know it is still, as I say, get the cliches out, very early in the race.
That's one.
But to be in the top 5 amongst these big boys, that is a really good start for Mini Boost.
Yeah, really good start, and there's a sense of vindication from what happened last year, so they'll be keen and eager to right those of what happened last year and see that they get back up the order. But the top 4 starting to break away from the rest of the pack. No surprise there. The only way is Brentford does lead the way. Charlie Ratford behind the wheel, and round they go in towards the first 2 turns, sweeping their way through. Adrenico Racing in 2nd place. That is DAB Motorsport in 3rd place, and Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing rounding off the top 4.
So, to give a bit of flavour, Kieran, for those who are probably watching one of these races for the first time, what are we seeing right now with this top 4 not fighting too much?
Yeah, it's a weird thing. It's almost like they're trying to work together. They're deciding at this moment in time to try and break away from the rest of the field and just help each other build a gap, and then they can squabble later down the line. We were hearing from drivers down on your grid walk that they're not going to focus on battling away in the first even maybe 20, 21 hours. They're not going to focus on battling away for positions because they'll lose too much time. It all comes down to those final few hours. That's where you've got to be, putting everything through, getting the moves done then. For now, you're looking at losing the least amount of time possible, thinking about your stints, thinking about your pit stops as well.
So we say it's often a race won by the least amount of time you spend in the pits. Charlie Ratford, young driver, but plenty of experience around this circuit, doing a superb job at the moment. Junior champion last year, was part of the DAB Motorsport team that was victorious as well. Dante Dillon looking down the inside though, wants to change it up a little bit, going for the lead of the race on Charlie Ratford, but Charlie Ratford holds that one to the inside. That's a move you sometimes see through Garda. It's a very late apex, as you said earlier on the fly through, but that was well defended on the outside, using the camber of the course to keep the lead. There, Charlie Ratford in the number 2. Yeah, and Jack Goldsmith also wanted to try a move up the inside there, but couldn't quite get it. And there goes the number 7 kart going right up the inside. TRX Racing Pro trying to get their way through, but couldn't quite find that. But yeah, Jack Goldsmith losing out of position there to the the 3rd place kart, which is the number 3 Accelerate Racing. So they were the runner-ups last year, where Accelerate Team Kent Brewery, and they'll be looking to go one better this time around. He led the race for a long time, it did Accelerate. but didn't quite get everything together to take the win. 7 minutes of the race gone. The only way is Brentford leading at the moment. Adrenico Racing in second place. Third place for Accelerate, and Dav Motorsport in fourth. Down the inside, looking there, are Accelerate, and that is a move through into second place.
Yeah, nice move as well, and completely disregarding my comments earlier about trying to work together. That's clearly not the case for Accelerate. They want to get through, they want those positions, and they want to be trying to maybe even lead the pack as they make their way up Damon Hill and on towards Garda, and that's Jack Goldsmith having a look up the inside of Dante Dillon. He now moves the kart up into third place.
Yeah, and Dante not fighting that one too hard. Just letting this one play out at the moment. It's this top four that are already in a league of their own. Bit of a communication there between Goldsmith and Dillon. Down the inside looking there, Accelerate going for the lead of the race, but Charlie Ratford once again holding around the outside, holds on to the lead, and Jack Goldsmith is right on the scene. Saw that one opening up ahead of him, takes second place, although Accelerate are fighting back, but yes, eventually Jack Goldsmith, lap record holder around this circuit, takes second spot in this pack of four.
Yeah, spotted the opportunity and grasped it with both hands, and now he wants to go for the lead here. He's got the inside line in towards Garda. Accelerate want to follow their way through as Jack Goldsmith goes through into the lead of the race then, and up the hill they climb. So Dav Motorsport move themselves into the lead of this race as they head their way towards the line. But there is Accelerate trying to go up the inside now for second place, bumping their way through. Dante Dillon also fancies picking up the scraps as well down in towards hairpin 1. He's got the inside line, and he moves that Adrenico Racing kart up on the order. He wants to go for it again, diving down the inside of hairpin 2, and that's Dante Dillon putting it now up into second place for Adrenico Racing.
A couple of things just to keep track of, even in the early stages of this one. Senior Frogs have gained a position. They're up to 23rd spot now. It's been a solid start as well for Trophy or Trees, a couple of positions further ahead of them. Brighton Motorsport have just dropped 2 spots. Team Rango have had a bright start, got by them, as have the Club 73 Young Guns as well. Ditch Finders have got past Formula None. That's for 13th place. And Club 73 Team Silent, I think, have got past TRX Racing as well. So a bit of a difficult start for TRX Racing. They running the number 7 plate. So we would expect them to be a bit higher up the order, but no massive reason to be worried at this stage of the race.
Yeah, not too much for concern at the moment, of course. We've still got a heck of a long way to go in this one. Plenty of time for lots of strategic decisions to happen there. As I think that's Dante Dillon saying, "I'll work with you, Jack. Let's go. Let's get this done." As they'll now make their way up the rise and on towards Cafe Curve, and making their way on towards to start another lap of this race. It's been a difficult start for CS7 Racing as well. They have fallen to the bottom of the order. Jack Goldsmith just gesturing there. That's a little thumbs up to Dante Dillon behind, saying, "Yep, I like that. Let's keep working together." We're already about to see. Now, we've done the start, but I would argue, Kieran, this is where a 24-hour race actually starts. We are about to see the leaders catch their first bit of traffic of the day. Yeah, and it's a little bit harsh because I think CS7 Racing had a black flag to serve, so that could have been something mechanical at the very early stages of this race. So they're a bit out of sorts at the moment. So it's a bit harsh to say they're catching this traffic outright, but they are catching traffic as they make their way through in towards Cafe Curve and on towards the start-finish straight. Another thumbs up from Jack Goldsmith. He likes this teamwork between teams. It's a very odd thing to say, but it does happen in endurance racing. You just want to get away from the rest of the pack, build that time as much as you can. The less time you can lose by working together instead of battling away, the better for all of your strategies in the long run.
Yeah, I think it's Scott Flanagan ahead of them in the CS7 Racing machine. He is their team captain. But when these kind of things happen in the early stages, in a way, it's not too bad because you've got the time to recover back through. If you are going to have one of those race, not dependently a race-changing thing, but something that's going to cost you a lap per se. You'd rather do it now in the first hour of the race than the last hour.
Absolutely, because as it goes without saying, you've got the most time to recover after that. So as the only way is Brentwood now sets the new fastest lap of the race then. So Charlie Ratford getting the lap times in, looking down the inside, in towards P3 he goes and gets that kart up into the top 3, and that's put Accelerate Racing just slightly out of sorts. They're going to have to do a bit of catching here to get themselves back up to the that crocodile train as they make their way through in towards Paddock Bend, and up the hill they go in towards Garda, and it's still Jack Goldsmith in the number 6 Dad Motorsport car still leading the way.
We should mention as well, you'll occasionally see warnings come up. Each team do have a get out of jail set of cards almost of contact warnings and curb warnings and track limits and all of those minor breakings of the rules. But if they do start accruing those up, they will start picking up penalties and black flags. Here's a good battle. This is over 12th position. This is the Ditch Finders back again for another year. Formula None also returning down the inside, taking that spot, and the Dr. Vapes team. Mo Hassan at the wheel, trying to get through past both of these drivers here. And the number 15 not too happy there with the number 17 saying, let's think about this, let's work together. But their gap at the moment, I think, is about 4.4 seconds behind the Club 73 Not Fast But Furious kart up the road, and the number 11 just behind as well. So a bit of a meaty sandwich here of Club 73. You've got Club 73 Not Fast But Furious in 11th, 15th place to Club 73 Team Silent squad, and then this great squabble in the middle of it.
Yeah, and as you were saying, the tap of the lid there from Oliver Griffiths, I believe that is, in the Formula None kart, just to say, let's work together, let's think about this, let's not cost each other too much time here ahead of the Ditch Finders and Dr. Vapes as they make their way through in towards Hairpin 2, and Mo Hassan as well looking to try and take advantage here, try and move himself up a couple of positions. They are a pro team in this, and so they'll want to make up those positions early on as they'll make their way down in towards Paddock Bend.
Indeed. So 15 minutes in. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Watching live coverage of the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 hours, where we'll be with you throughout the course of the whole race. And is that a lead change confirmed on the screen? I think it is. Dante Dillon back ahead of Jack Goldsmith.
Yeah, and we've got side-by-side battling here as two teams, Ditch Finders and Formula None, battle away for position. As there you can see Mo Hassan trying to take 2 positions in one fell swoop. He took full advantage of the 15 and the 16 squabbling away. Dr. Vapes, though, have to do some attacking back as Ditch Finders find their way back through. I believe that's Spencer Gent behind the wheel of the Ditch Finders there. So great 3-way battle there, as you say, for 12th place. And it seems no one can hold that 12th place spot at the moment. The only problem is the trio are now really losing time to the number 7 kart, which is the Club 73 Young Guns.
Yeah, they are dropping back a bit now. Hello to Lee Henderson on the DDMM comms box feed. Has got in contact with us in the comments there. Is cheering on the JZ Racing boys of Charlie Ratford and Harrison Kirkham. Charlie out there at the moment for The Only Way is Brentwood. Also hello to T2 Relevance. Still going on this battle between these three, all having a little bit of a wave and a chat with one another.
You can tell Oliver Griffiths isn't happy, though. He's really not happy about losing this time. He's looking to just say, look, let's work together. Why are you fighting? You're just losing us time. As there goes Mo down the inside in towards Garda. He's going to take none of that because he's just looking to try and take full advantage. The three of them now squabbling as they make their way up the hill in towards Cafe Curve, and a raise of the hand there from multiple of them in there. Trying to signal there. Just work together because now they're under pressure from the Young Guns.
They are indeed. Just to come back to it, T2 Relevance asking about the Senior Frogs and is Cal Freezy racing. Cal Freezy is not racing. He is the team principal. I asked him, I tested him to see if he knew about his F1 team principles and knew his difference between his Christian Horners and his Gunter Steiners. I don't think he quite got the reference. Yeah, he is overseeing the drivers today, and that's an important role, I'd say. I'm not diminishing what Cal Freezy's putting into the team there, because it is very useful to have someone who is just looking after getting the drivers around. The drivers can focus on the driving, and a team principal or someone in the pits, in the paddock, can focus on everything else and let them, especially when they're not driving, get a bit of rest.
Absolutely, and it's good to have that head on shoulders that aren't racing, as Oliver looks to go down the inside here in towards hairpin 1, which he does get the move done. So that's Formula 9 moving up a position, and now he says, let's work together. I don't think that message is really getting across between this trio, which has now become a little bit of a 5-kart battle for P12 here, which is great for us to watch.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's brilliant for us, but maybe not so much for their strategies.
Yes, but I'm sure they'll get the hang of it shortly. New fastest laps coming in. This is the time that we normally in one of these races see the fastest laps coming in. We really have to have a bit of luck to get one deeper into the race. Here is the fight between the 22 and the 1. So this is over 5th place. This is Ryan Micallef, I think, at the front of this group.
Yeah, looked like a good battle as well, as we saw there. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing setting the fastest lap of the race so far of 48.938, as there comes that battle for 5th place, making its way to Garda.
Yeah, they've just got a hold in at the moment. They've got the CS7 racing cart up ahead, which is still the single cart off the lead lap at the moment.
I wish I could drive one-handed like that.
It's very relaxed.
It was, wasn't it? Very relaxed from the 22 there. From Mini Boost, it's almost like he's not in a 3-car battle for 5th place. It really is relaxed. I'd love to be like that.
Yeah, I think we saw that it was Sebastian Bloch in the second cart in the line there. This Club 73 Young Guns, very, very good driver. Haven't seen him race for a couple of years, not since his Honda Cadet days. But remember him racing places such as Wilton Mill. Talking of Wilton Mill Kart Club action on for you tomorrow. Plenty more streams to be getting involved with here on Alpha Live. Very busy weekend here on Alpha Live. That's a move through for the Young Guns up to 5th place. They'll set about trying to close that gap down of just under 10 seconds up to DAB Motorsport.
Yeah, and obviously getting the way in towards 5th place there, and now at the head of that queue, as the drivers will now make their way through towards the Symes sweep and in towards Pullman's, and a little bit of that lappery to go then as they make their way through in towards and up the hill towards Damon Hill, and you see the number 4 gesturing to the inside. He's going to leave the space, and that's very good. Doesn't have to do that, of course, but very good.
Yeah, just not wanting to get too involved in a scrap, using that experience with Scott Flanagan there. He knows that pack is going to be like the 4 up at the front working together. This 3 are going to be working together as well to try and reduce the arrears at this stage of the race, even though we're still within the first hour. I'm just going to note as well, we've got Team ARD as part of this battle at the moment. When I say battle, this group, this chase group, that's the team that won the Clubman category 12 months ago, finished 8th place overall, so we know they've got the speed, the talent, the awareness to pilot through one of these races.
Yeah, don't we just? And it's great to come back as the reigning champions, but obviously that means you've got the big target on your back in the Clubman class. You're going to be the one to beat as the group now make its way uphill towards Cafe Curve. Yeah, it's nice to come back. It's nice to win it, of course, but you come back next year and you've got that big, massive target on your back, and you know the pressure is going to be on to try and retain that title, retain the crown as much as you can.
Hello to Callum Brewell, who's chimed in on the Alpha Live comments. Has got serious 24-hour FOMO. Yeah, thank you, Callum, for getting in touch with us. We've also had a question from Lee on the DDMM chat asking about weight and weight categories. And are there 2 weight categories? One single weight category. and all drivers have to get themselves up to 70 kilograms, inclusive of their race equipment, and that's separate from the kart themselves, of course. And the max amount of weight that you can add, because that Semi asked the question, like, well, what if you're not 70 kilograms? You have to add lead ballast to the carts, which gets contained in a compartment off to drivers' left. The maximum you can have is 25 kilos. You can get in there, but that's the answer to your question, Lee. Single class, 70 kilograms is the minimum weight for a driver.
Absolutely, as Dante Dillon has taken a hold of the lead once again for Adrenico Racing as he makes his way across the line. Fastest lap at the moment is the Accelerate Racing Kent Brewery team, who are finding themselves in second place, and then the only way is Brentwood rounding off our top three, and then rounding off that top four battle is Dab Motorsport. I guess it's not quite a battle, but it is definitely a group.
Frog Watch, they've gained another position. Will and E is doing a grand job out there. Has got past the Williams Esports 2 team. So that, just to explain that, there's 2 teams from the Williams Formula 1 Esports effort. It's kind of an experienced team and a non-experienced team in terms of real life. And the Senior Frogs have got past the non-experienced team. They've also, quite interestingly, got past Trophy or Trees. So the all YouTube battle there started with the advantage to Trophy or Trees. It's now swung the way of the Senior Frogs.
Yeah, so that'll be great news for them. They've moved themselves up the order, of course, having to start on the last row on their own.
And right on cue, there is Ben Daly, Tia McMarjuk on YouTube, popular Formula 1 YouTuber. Done some work for McLaren as well, their esports efforts. Now we're into the proper stages of the race. Leaders having to deal with traffic, having to get through cleanly, no blue flags out there. That's going to be 3 wide. Down the inside goes Jack Goldsmith of the number 14 South Coast Racing effort and Trophy or Trees. But to explain, there's no blue flags like you would have in Formula 1 per se. It is up to the faster drivers to find a way through cleanly. They can't just barge their way through past the back mark and go, well, I'm in the lead. They've got to do it cleanly, otherwise they're going to get a penalty.
Yeah, but of course the shoe's got to be on the other foot. If you're being lapped, if you know the leaders are behind you, you've got to be predictable. You can't weave left and right, try and get out of the way by sort of going across the track. You've got to be predictable, and that way, that's the best way for the leaders to get past you. They've done this before. They've gone past, well, probably me about 400 times, but they know what they're doing. They know how to get past you.
So, leaders now catching up to the next group, where I think we may have our first sight of a frog. They've got some very nice luminous green suits this year, so we won't miss them. We've just gone past the number 9 there. That's of the Williams Esports 2 squad. This is where I check if I've had any intel on who we've got in for Williams Esports 2 at the moment.
It's nice to have a bit of intel, isn't it? You can't beat it. You cannot beat it. We're still battling away for 3rd place there as Jack Goldsmith wants to again try and find the way past Charlie Ratford, but the top 4 have been swapping and changing, so it's nothing really to read into at this early stage, the fact that they're swapping positions. But you've got to say that Adrenico Racing car looks a little bit further up the road than it has been all race long so far in the opening 25 minutes.
Yeah, and I think we just saw a change there. Yes, we did. So Charlie Ratford and Jack Goldsmith swapping positions, or half swapping positions. The 6 now back ahead of the 2. Next up the road for the leaders is the Senior Frogs effort, and I think we're going to be seeing that pretty soon because they're 46 seconds off the lead. There they are for the first time in the race. Will Lenny started the race for them last year and did a supreme job, if memory serves me correctly, through the course of, was it around a 1 hour 45 minute stint for Will on that day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Calmer one this time because they're working their way from the back of the field. They've got the camera on the kart. They're making a video for this one, as they did last year. It was a great video to watch back and relive the 2022 edition of this race.
Of course, there's that feeling of when you have to start from the back. There's that little bit of dejection, but I think we heard from the grid. This is their story to write from now on in. You know, they start from the back. How far can they climb the grid to come tomorrow?
And if the pace isn't quite there at this stage, I don't think you go in and say, "Oh, can we have change the cart?" or anything like that. I think you've got to learn what this cart's giving you at the early in the early stages, because again, if you can keep it clean, you don't necessarily need ultimate outright pace to do well in one of these races. You've got to keep it out of the pits, keep working well as a team, keep your drivers fresh as well, rotated strongly, and especially when we then, if the rain does come, and that's what the forecast is telling us, that could then change how the kart performs.
Yeah, and obviously these are slick tyres, and if you're not familiar with higher kart racing and endurance, we don't change the tyres. If it rains, these are slick tyres, and they'll be on slick tyres for the entire race. So if it does start to rain, that grip is going to drop rapidly from the drivers, and they're going to have to adapt to that very, very quickly, because it takes about 2 or 3 laps for the line to get greasy. Once you get the grease on the track, there's absolutely no grip whatsoever on those slick tyres. You really have to find the different lines.
We'll have a rundown of the order in a couple of minutes, which we'll give you at the bottom of the race hour each time. Meanwhile, Jack Goldsmith and Charlie Ratford continuing to work here over 3rd place overall. They've just gone by Will and E there for to put a lap on the number 23 Senior Frogs machine. Now, here we go. First bit of drama of the race. 2 black flags for our 2 leaders. Adrenico Racing and Accelerate Kent Brewing Racing, both being called to the pit lane, at least for the number 3. That is for racing under yellow flag conditions. Now, I didn't quite catch that on the screen myself. Apologies. But what we do know is that our 2 lead karts are going to have to come into the pits and serve a little bit of time at the race director's discretion.
Yeah, it's a 20-second penalty listening in to the briefing this morning, and they were warned that sector times would be monitored in case there is a yellow flag. And there you see it's just a couple of plastic blocks that have been knocked off the curb there, just to keep the drivers on the track limits, at least to help them. But yeah, they were race director very strict about it. If you are racing under yellows, or if you've not slowed down sufficiently, we'll see the sector times.
In fact, not top 2, top 4, all of them have been given black flags for racing under yellow flags. So in come the number 5. This is quite bizarre. I've never seen this happen before. They're all going to have a little bit of a chat to say, we know you're fast, but that was a little bit too fast under the yellow flags. Please stop it. Don't do that again.
Well, it took, what was that, half an hour into the race for racing under yellows to be a subject matter, and the top 4 have been stung by it. So I wonder how that's going to shape up the order, because that's surely going to allow Club 73 Young Guns and Mini Boost to move themselves up the order. But at least half of the top 3 have seen, top 4, have seen those black flags.
Yes.
The other 2 will have seen them this lap.
Yes, they have. So this is going to cycle Mini Boost through to the lead of the race.
Yeah, well, yeah, because Club 73 Young Guns Racing also have a black flag for racing under yellow. So it's going to put Mini Boost, as you say, into the lead of this race.
We'll just let this cycle through before we do the first rundown of the race so far. So there we go. Through go Mini Boost into the lead of the race. And what a turn up for the Bucks here early on in this one, as the number 1 are in as well. The 24, that's the Trophy or Trees team. They're going for a driver change. So Ben Daly getting out. And I just see the number 22's had one as well.
Yes.
So Mini Boost have now had a racing under yellows black flag.
Well, if this isn't the message of you cannot race under yellow flags, this is the message right here. We'll show you this little bit of clip. It doesn't matter where you are in the race. If you are racing under yellows, you will be penalised.
Right. Well, we'll try and do this first rundown. As I say, we like to do this just so we're keeping tabs on every single kart out there. But right now, as sixth place, well, we're sixth place now. The leaders of the race have get one. This one could go on for a while, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, leading the race, but have got to serve a penalty shortly, is the number 25 Team ARD. That's a Clubman entry. Clubman winner last year. They lead the race. Club 73, Not Fast But Furious, are in second place. These are all on the same lap at the moment. They're 10 seconds behind Team ARD. Brighton Motorsport are up to third place now. They're 0.1 of a second behind second place. Team Rango are fourth, a further second back. Very, very tight on the line between them and the Bayford Bandits. The Bayford Bandits, the number 10, are in fifth. And strangely, fifth overall, but leading in the Pro category. Dr. Vapes are up to sixth place. They're second in Pro. Seventh place are Formula None. So Dr. Vapes have come out ahead in that fight there between themselves, Formula None and Ditch Finders. So seventh place for Formula None. Eighth place for Accelerate Kent Brewery Racings. They've come back out ahead of those who've had a black flag so far. So remember that one. Ninth place, the Ditch Finders, the number 16, 20 seconds off the overall lead at the moment. So these are all separated by tenths of a second here or there. 10th place are now Adrenico Racing. 11th for Dab Motorsport. The only way is Brentwood have cycled down to 12th place. Olympus Karting by HSR Autos are in 13th place, as in come Team ARD for their penalty. In where did we got to? 14th place for TRX Racing, 15th place for Williams Esports 1. Zesty Drink Racing are there in 16th place, 17th for Club 73 Team Silent, 18th for Club 73 Young Guns, 19th place for Team Daneros, 20th now for Mini Boost, who did lead for one lap and have now cycled down to 20th place. 21st are the Senior Frogs, 22nd the South Coast Racing Team, 23rd Williams Esports 2, and then we've got two teams off the lead lap at the moment. CS7 Racing served a black flag earlier on in the race. Trophy or Trees, the only team so far to have changed drivers. Ben Daly, Team McMardick, has got out of that one. Well, that was I've got to say, Kieran, that was probably some of the most bizarre 10 minutes I've ever seen in in one of these 24-hour races around the country. The top six all receiving the same penalty, give or take, at the same time, and it's completely shaken up the order in the first hour of this race.
It has, but that will be for our pros. They won't be doing that again. They will be thinking twice when they see a yellow flag, that's for sure. So, they would have lost time there, and, all that working together for the top four, now they've been separated, thrown down the order slightly. Yep. They've got to work hard to get back up there. They have the pace to do it, but of course, after something like that, they will have to just steady the ship again.
The other thing that I think this could throw into the mix, and granted, we've got a big digiboard on start lines, so I would hope that Brighton Motorsport, as an example, have kind of clocked what's happened here. But could you have this scenario of drivers at the front of the field may not know they're at the front of the field, now start getting overtaken by those faster karts again and be wondering, like, hang on a minute, how am I a lap down already? It's like, no, that's for position.
Well, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to higher karting, some teams might not have that pit-to-kart radio that you see, the little headsets on the side of the helmets there, which is what that is. Some teams might not have that. So it is, you're relying on teams or your teammates along the side to sort of gesture to you, hand signal, which is not a very easy thing to decipher when you're trying to go at racing speed as well, and trying to focus on other karts around. It is not easy to tell somebody you're not racing the kart behind in hand signals.
And not just that, but it's very quick over the top. The sight lines aren't particularly good. If you're coming over around cafes, down the inside there of the Dr. Vapes number 17 goes the number 2 of The Only Way is Brentwood. So that's for position. That's for 8th place. When you're going through Cafe Corner, it's a real gutsy corner. You've got to be brave through there. And you're thinking about so many things. It's a blind corner. Is there someone on the other side of it? Is there a hazard that I need to be aware of? If you're having to look off to your left as well and go, what kind of gesture was that as you're bumping through that curve? It is very, very difficult round this Buckmore Park circuit to make those communications by hand signals work. You're probably better doing it further down the hill where we're looking at right now.
But again, as you say, it is not an easy thing to do. If anybody has the translation for "you're not racing the car behind" or "don't race the car behind" might be the more accurate hand signal.
Yeah.
No one's come up with it yet. I haven't seen an effective one yet. But you do see the pit boards. The pit boards do make an appearance over the side. That is a way of communication. So you can write whatever message on there saying maybe you're too slow or something like that.
Other cart is faster than you. Keep your comments coming in. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. If you're new round here as well, why not give Alpha Live a little subscribe along the way. Plenty of action to come here at Buckmore Park and around the country and around the continent. We've got some coverage in Switzerland later on this weekend for Rotax Match Challenge. Great series. That one is there. Three shots. Three team. Oh no, they'll be allowed in. We are to see what's going on in the green room. Club 73, Not Fast But Furious, have taken the lead of the race.
This is very
this
weird
is
now.
Stream inception that we've got going on now.
I don't quite like this. But
I'm worried. I think we're going to fry Jimmy's brain.
Just don't look at that TV screen behind you. That's all it will be. There you go.
Change for the leaders, as we should mention. So Club 73, Not Fast But Furious, and we've got them on the stream, on the mics in a while. They'll be very happy with that. They're leading by 0.7 of a second ahead of Brighton Motorsport and the Bayford Bandits from Bayford Meadows kart circuit, not too far from here. Coming up soon as well. This is your fight for the lead. So there's the number 12, your race leader. Change for second place, because I think that is the number 10 ahead of the 13.
Indeed, and still battling away then as the 19 has to go across the red, which is specifically not allowed, but there go Brighton Motorsport back up the inside to take back the position.
And it's Alex Mitchell who started with them, who was saying last night, here we go, here's the first one, that he was afraid that I was going to curse him in the early stages of this race. Well, you're running in the top 3, mate. This is absolutely fine at the moment.
And now he'll be cursing you for saying that.
Yes. But this is a good start. This is a team all of students or former students. So the number 19 having a go down the inside. That is for position. That's the Team Rango effort, currently in 4th.
Yeah, for the Clubman team at the moment, making moves and trying to get the way up the inside. There's a dog camera. There we go. That's what we needed.
Tick that off your bingo card.
Yeah, if you had that
dog
at home.
Shot complete.
Anybody got a house yet? Or a line? No? Okay. Well, we'll keep you updated. See, it's not just for humans. 24-hour racing. It's great to see. Great stuff. But Not Fast, Not Furious. Club 73 do lead the way. Bayford Bandits in second place. There's that battle for second place, making its way through the first 2 turns, and onwards they go towards hairpin 1. And of course now these 3 are pretty set on battling at the moment. There's another one too. There's 2 in 2 minutes. This is great stuff.
I think there's too much, James. Too much canine action already on the stream. We can't give them all of this early in the race. 40 minutes in then. And a quite curious picture that we've got right now. This is, I mean, if anyone had this in the betting stakes before this one, I think you'd be earning some good. Well, there's no betting stakes on this race, don't worry, folks. You would have got pretty long odds of this order, even 40 minutes into the race.
Yeah, but it's been an interesting start to say the least, because we've got a battle for the lead or a battle for second place that maybe we weren't expecting at this early point. We're expecting those runners to go sort of 2 hours into the race. That is what a fuel tank in these can do. Well, allegedly. It all depends on driving style, weather conditions. As was said in the briefing there, these karts could run 2 hours. They could do more. They could do less. But it all depends. It's all variables. But these pro drivers will know and have driven these enough to realise how long they can go for.
Now, I think we're going to see the inevitable here. That I know we've had the black flags, but the other bit that we have seen is that quartet that we were talking about at the front in the early stage. Racing under flags or no racing under yellow flags, they did get that distance out very early on through pace alone, as here is the Senior Frogs fighting with the number 9 of Williams Esports 2.
That's for 22nd place as they make their way through in towards Symes Sweep, then through Pullmans as the Williams Esports crew wanted to go up the inside there, but no way through. And Senior Frogs hang on there to 22nd place as they made their way through in towards Garda. Steely determination needed for these races. Bit of pit to kart radio as well on the side as we see more action. Dante Dillon trying to make his way through the field and back on up the hill. And that's actually getting them past Team Rango.
Yep,
so that's
the
fourth.
position. Yep, up to 4th spot.
So we've got the Bayford Bandits in the number 10. There is the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing machine. That 13 car is Brighton Motorsport. That is going to be for position. So the drivers and the teams that got those black flags early on are starting to catch up and try and move ahead as they make their way now in through the chicane there. Making our way down in towards Symes Sweep. We'll see now bits of action here. There you see more than bits of action there as Accelerate want to try and get that move done up into 3rd place. They couldn't quite get it though. Brighton Motorsport hang on, but that's allowed Adrenico to go right up the inside. Dante Dillon moves his way up the order, and that loss of momentum for Accelerate just allows Adrenico Racing to find a position.
Yeah, and Brighton Motorsport are well within their own rights to fight this one. I don't think Alex Mitchell is going to fight this time though. Past goes Dante Dillon, and a thumbs up there as the university's train has broken out here to Montford University ahead of Brighton University. As we say, we've given a lot of love to the BUKC so far in this stream. The mains championship final rounds live here on Alpha Live down at Clay Pigeon in Dorset on Friday all day. Commentary from DDMM on that one. Also, hand up there from Dante Dillon. Oh, down the inside there goes the number 3 of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, and they get the position on Brighton Motorsport there.
Yeah, it was a critical move to make then, because now they can try and chase down that number 5 car, Adrenico Racing. Dante Dillon's made his inroads to try and catch the leaders here, as that's looking for a battle for the lead as well, because that is the Bayford Bandits moving ahead of Club 73. Not fast, but furious. A little bit of a hand raise from Ball there as Hare looks to try and take the lead, but there you can see Adrenico wanting to take full advantage of the leaders squabbling away, and he wants to look for position as well. Down the hill they go. Dante Dillon well up for this one, of course, as we see a couple of pit stops. A first fuel stop really of the race for TRX Racing.
Yep, TRX Racing in there.
And of
so
course
the fuel is performed by our events team here at Buckmore Park. Driver has to fully withdraw from the cart, and then once the fueling is complete, there we go. New driver or same driver, it's to the teams what they do on that one.
No, it's not. It's a new driver only.
Okay,
You've got to
change the driver. So anyway, the second driver is summoned back across, as was done there, and away they go.
Yeah, Dante Dillon getting the move up into 2nd place there for Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. So he's well on the way to getting his way up the order. And now he's got sights on the leader, the Bayford Bandits, as we make our way down in towards Paddock Bend. Adrenico Racing 2nd place right now, heading our way in through Garda. Look up the inside there from Club 73, not fast but furious, and still trying to battle away as they make their way up the rise and through Cafe Curve. There you can see the battle for the lead then. Adrenico with the better run in towards the first corner, gets the move up the inside, and Dante Dillon with thumbs up in the air takes over the lead of the race for Adrenico Racing.
Yeah, and Lloyd Hare didn't fight that one too hard. So looking at the bigger picture, just to come back to that TRX Racing pit stop, it was Claudia Lance-Jones in for the first 45 minutes, Claudia out, and Jack Simmons has got in for TRX Racing.
So we're looking at just over 45 minutes into this race. We've had leaders getting black flags for racing under yellows, but now you can see Adrenico Racing have taken back the lead. They're up the inside. Go Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing up into second place and not wasting any time, being stuck behind a little bit of battling. Now you can see there Accelerate want to try and get their way onto the back of Adrenico Racing and Dante Dillon, but you can see their hair trying to stay on the back at the very least as we make our way in towards the first hairpin. And there is Jack Goldsmith in that number 6 machine, the Dab Motorsport kart. It's got his way past the Brighton Motorsport machine. He's got the number 12, which is the Club 73 Not Fast But Furious kart, making his way up the order as we watch on this great battle, making their way in towards Paddock Bend and then in towards Garda we go. A great corner that one as Jack Goldsmith looks to go up the inside there, right in the curb just very slightly. Has to go the long way round if he wants that move to stick. Side by side he will go up the hill. He'll be on the outside of Cafe Curve. Meanwhile, focus attention on the lead pair then, Adrenico Racing and Accelerate Kent Brewery, as they make their way through the order. Jack Goldsmith couldn't find a way past that battle in that trio as we make our way in towards the first hairpin. But that's allowed Team Rango to really close up behind, and Brighton Motorsport being left under attack from Club 73 there, or maybe the other way around, as Brighton Motorsport get back up the position, and now the Club 73 kart can try and do a little bit of pushing here to see if they can catch back up to that pack, but this is costing Dab Motorsport valuable time at this stage as we make our way up towards Garda. There goes Jack Goldsmith looking for this time the inside line in towards Garda. He'll try and get that position, get the racing line, which he does do. So that's Dab Motorsport now up into 6th place, and they will have Brighton Motorsport waiting on. And we've got a couple of drivers hiding there. And, no, we spotted you. That's no problem. And there is Goldsmith then trying to close down now on Brighton Motorsport, heading our way in towards hairpin 1. And we've got a track limit warning there for the Bayford Bandits. And raising the arms in the air from Willeney there. He's enjoying himself out there, which is great to see. This is what this event is all about, really. Have a great fun out there. As drivers now, we've got the Williams Esports, the sister team of the Williams Esports, making their way through as well. As there goes Adrenico up the inside of Senior Frogs. That's not for position, of course, but I don't think Willeney's too fussed about that one. As one driver onto the curbs, which is the Williams Esports outfit, and the number 9 machine really getting onto the grass there. I don't think the groundskeeper would really appreciate that one. As there goes Jack Goldsmith, who takes advantage of that gap that was left there by the Bayford Bandits, was it? And trying to make their way through. And now he's right onto the back of Senior Frogs, through in towards hairpin 2. He gets the cut back. It's not for position, mind. But Willeney's got to look left there, because otherwise Jack Goldsmith's on the inside. A little bit of a raise of a hand there from Jack as the door was shut. And we make our way now down. There's the Williams Esports as well, trying to get a couple of, well, at least positions, not for track position at least. Goldsmith up the inside in towards Garda. Willeney's having fun out there, it looks like.
It is indeed. Apologies for the slight technical issue that we've got at the moment on the pit sign. So we'll keep you up to date with those who are actually in the pits. But what the symbols are telling you is that anyone who has got the word pit next to their name have been in so far in this race. Some of them have been for genuine pit stops, some of them have been for black flags as discussed. Well, they're getting the elbows out here amongst the leaders. As is the number 12's going to get forced out there, and Not Fast But Furious. Well, that's an appropriate team name at this moment. Just got to hold in there. Have the Senior Frogs at the moment. And they're going to try and go down the inside. I mean, that is 4 position there, isn't it? On the number 9 with Williams Esports. Here's something that you're going to get in this race. World famous YouTubers, multi-million subscribers racing up against Formula 1 esports drivers at the moment in a motorsport race, and the YouTubers have come out on top there.
Yeah, for now, absolutely. It's great to watch them battle and making their way now down in towards the first hairpin as that number 9 machine, the second Williams Esports outfit, trying to make their way through. And that is the battle right now for 21st position as we see battling further up ahead as well between Team Rango and Not Fast But Furious. And Not Fast But Furious were a little bit way up the order a few laps ago. It's amazing how things can change so very quickly. But there is Adrenico Racing, closely followed behind by Accelerate Kent Brewery, as we make our way up the hill and in towards Cafe Curve to start yet another lap here at the Buckmore Park 24-hour 2023. And Dante Dillon behind the wheel of the Adrenico Racing cart, making their way down in towards hairpin 1. And we've seen a lot more battling than maybe we expected at this early stage.
Yes, no, definitely. I'd agree with that. But then again, I also didn't expect the top 6 all getting black flags for going too fast under yellow flags.
That wasn't on my bingo card,
no,
I'll be honest.
No. But again, shows you how quickly one of these races can change. Just to let you know as well, if you're just tuning in, we've got 2 streams going on here today. Obviously, if you've only got 3 streams. So yes, we've got the Twitch one as well. Producer James just reminds me. So hello to those of you watching us on Twitch for the first time. We've got 2 streams on YouTube as well. The main stream, if you've got 1 device to watch, keep it locked here on YouTube with Alpha Live. But if you have got multiple devices, we appreciate some love over on the DDMM YouTube channel as well. We've got all the live timing. If you're a proper racing nerd like us in the box, all the facts and figures you could possibly want are spinning around on the screen in front of us. And if you really want to put a fright up yourself on this Saturday afternoon, our faces are there as well.
Oh no!
So we will have some special guests later on, shall we say? We'll be able to see them in their full.
I have a camera of this room, by the way.
Although I have just been reminded that there is a camera. The reverse, there it is. There is our commentary box now. Hello, everybody. Up there on the monitor. That's our setup this year. The cake has not been touched yet, but to be fair,
need a ceremony for cake cutting.
We're doing all right at the moment. 54 minutes in. I don't think we've cursed anybody yet.
Why would you say that? Why did you bring it up?
Well, I'm on a target of 1 hour. And I'm 6 minutes away from missing my target.
Well, I mean, I think there's teams out there that appreciate you not hitting that target, but.
Well, no, that's the thing. We've got 25 teams. If I hit them at 1 an hour,
well, then there's 1 team you don't hit,
and they're the best. They're the deserved winners.
I mean, the logic is there. I'm just trying to piece it together. I can't quite get it yet.
No, it's all right. 8:30. That was witching hour last year. For those of you who watched 12 months ago, and we had quite a run of it. Was it 5 in 15 minutes?
Yes, which was
big ones as well.
Yeah. Teams weren't happy.
Right, back out on circuit. What have we got going on here? Dr. Vapes and Mo Hassan back involved. Senior Frogs. I think this is all drivers in the midfield and those off the lead lap now. So yeah, I think this is around 10th place, Kieran. And the Senior Frogs going a lap down.
Yeah, and getting involved in that battle for 10th, although not for position, are the Senior Frogs. They're just going to be enjoying the battling, whatever comes their way. And of course, they had those issues last year. They'll want to get that sense of vindication for them, as we see that battle Formula None and Dr. Vapes find their way past the Senior Frogs as Willeney leaves the space for them to let them go through. Another track limit warning for the Bayford Bandits. Now, of course, those track limit warnings, any contact warnings, they are refreshed every 3 hours. And for the Bayford Bandits, I've counted 2 there, and we still have 2 hours and 4 minutes before the first, what would you say, the first warning sheet is thrown out for good.
Yes. No, they've got quite a while there, and it is easy to pick up a track limit warning around this circuit. The circuit gives and takes away, so you've got a lot of tarmac runoffs here, which I quite like for this kind of circuit, because beyond those tarmac runoffs, it is a confined, it's an old school circuit. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I've got the scars to prove it. But it does mean that you can, whereas before when there was grass and dirt and you would run wide and you would slow down, drivers can sometimes just push it a little bit too far, to the point where stewards and observers out there go, no, get back on the racetrack, sir or madam. That's where you're meant to be.
Yes. We just see the CS7 racing machine get its way past the Senior Frogs. So that's a battle for 21st position as we watch on here. See carts making their way through there with the Young Guns just making their way through. They're currently 9th place in cart number 1 in that Club 73 cart. And then we see at number 17, Dr. Vapes with Mo behind the wheel in that battle for 10th place. So a place in the top 10 on the line here in these early stages as we see them now make their way on towards the start-finish line once again. And still Dr. Vapes coming out on top there.
Hello to Ultra, who's donated on the super chat there. Thank you for the 5. I think that's Australian dollars. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for supporting Alpha Live. And hello to Aaron Deep as well on the DDMM, who's cheering on the Senior Frogs. And I know a lot of you have tuned in for the Senior Frogs today. Don't worry, they are 22nd. They're off the lead lap at the moment, but there is plenty of racing yet to come, and they haven't cracked out. No offence to Will, I can fully understand why they put Will in for the start, because he did it last year, so he's got that experience build up on top of that from last year. I think Will would admit he wasn't their fastest driver last year. He was very solid, very secure, as to say. He did a good job in that first one last year. But I think they'll be waiting to see when Harry gets into the car. Rota Shaw, he was very quick last year, and Chip as well, Josh Larkin. Those were the two drivers that say when they got to a stage of the race in 2022, we were like, right, we need some quick laps here. Those are the two drivers that they went for, and it really delivered them some results.
It
especially
did.
In the second half of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been looking at the lap times here for Will, and he's consistently into the 50.1, so he's got some consistent pace out there, even with a little bit of traffic. That's going to add a couple of tenths on every now and then. But still, it's really consistent pace when he's got that clean air that he's showing at the moment. And above all, if you've got some consistent pace in an endurance race, that's half the battle. You can set some quick times if you like, but if you have a variance of half a second, maybe 1 second, that leaves you vulnerable.
And we've got to remember as well, there are a lot of teams. I would say every single team here this weekend, they are experienced teams. There's no people who've turned up and gone, oh yeah, I've not really done any karting before, or any racing of any sorts before. I know there's a couple of the esports teams that are maybe a little bit less experienced in real life, but they've still got the experience of going through a 24-hour and the race management side of it, which is a huge part of endurance racing. To get to the point, a lot of teams will put a star player out for this early stage. Now, the Senior Frogs have gone in a bit of a different way. As I say, they've relied on their experiences from 12 months ago and something that served them very well. But I don't think there's any massive reason for Senior Frogs to be too downhearted at the moment, because I wouldn't expect them to be running Dante Dillon, Jack Goldsmith 48s at the moment, because they are super fast alien drivers.
Yes, you're right. They're not from this planet. You're absolutely right. So, as you say, that early strategy of getting your star driver in there is going to,
if you're running up the front, I think that's what you've got to do.
Yes.
You've got to get the initiative in this race. But if you're one of those teams like the Senior Frogs who are going to play the long game here, you don't necessarily want to waste your fastest driver in there when they're in and amongst a big battle.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. It's always smart if you're starting further down than you expected. Perhaps don't put your fastest driver out there, because, as you say, all that pace is going to be left to try and negotiate traffic, to try and make some moves, which ultimately slows you down. If you can find some clear space, then you can put your fastest driver out there. Then they can start to pump in the lap times and get you further up the order and start catching those further ahead.
Hello to Edward Gordon as well, who I was commentating on last weekend. Afternoon to those in the comms box. Can confirm that being third on the reserve list sucks.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. Ed, just going to have to wait for the next round of Club 100. Heavyweights, we'll watch back last weekend's action from Wilton Mill to soothe the disappointment, shall we say. But thanks for getting in touch with us, Edward. Good to hear from you, mate. Couple of questions as well regards to the carts. Yes, 390cc on the engines. For a fleet of karts that's still fairly new. They were introduced last year. In fact, it was this race last year that was their first proper big outing, shall we say. But yeah, there are 159 kilos, adjustable seats and pedals, as we mentioned. Very much designed for drivers with less experience to come and pick up and play with the easy steer system that Sodi have put in place. And they're good fun to drive. If I may say so, one of the best corporate fleets in the country.
Absolutely, and it's great to see these drivers really putting them through their paces, and yeah, you can tell they do enjoy driving them out there. The fact that the field was separated by such a fine margin, the whole 25 karts separated by, I think it was 1.2 seconds, so it is fantastic to see the drivers so close together, and more importantly, just I'm sure most of them will be coming off the track with a beaming smile on their face, and that's all that matters, isn't it? I'm sure it is.
Plenty of support coming in for Zesty Drink Racing, currently in 18th place. Top 19 currently holding on the lead lap. And keep your comments coming in. We have crossed, sorry, I just got confused there in my mind. We've crossed into the second hour of the race. 1 hour down, 22 hours and 57 minutes to go.
Yeah, what a first hour we've had as well. What didn't happen in the first hour? It would be a shorter list, I think.
Nobody rolled.
Yeah, well, yeah. Top 6 all got black flags for racing under yellows. We had a huge battle for the lead. It's all sorted itself up at the pointy end of.
We've had 2 dogs.
We've had 2 dogs as well, as James reminds me. So yeah, we've really had it all in the first hour. Here comes hour 2.
Here is your race leader. In fact, your lead trio, covered by less than half a second at the moment. We said from qualifying that it was going to be almost like a sprint race at times.
It did feel like a sprint race right at the start, though, didn't it?
It did. And I guess with it all being the same machinery out there, obviously in other forms of endurance racing, you have multiple classes, you have cars of or karts of different speeds per se, and whilst there's not much of that in play today, it does change how the race feels to go into the sim racing world. The Daytona 24 Hours a couple of years ago, and because I'm not very good and our team were very good, we ended up with, well, I won't go into the full details because people will go to sleep already, but we ended up in a split of the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours where we were just the GT3 cars.
Right.
And it completely, through our whole preparation for don't get killed by the LMP2s and all that, gone. Absolutely gone. And we suddenly realised, heck, if you have one mistake, if you have one 10-minute session in the pits because you've bonked into a wall and put a wheel out of alignment, that's it. You won't win this race. You won't get that ebb and flow. And it makes, mentally, I think, these single make 24-hour races incredibly punishing on the mind.
Absolutely, and no, I've got to say I've never been in a single make endurance race, especially for a long period of time. But I've sort of been there in that scary place where you've got faster cars trying to overtake you, and we see the 21 kart there trying to move up. That Zesty Drink racing,
so you know,
and making their way on towards the S's. Through in towards Sign Sweep we go, and making their way towards Paddock Bend. The number 11 kart is also involved in that. That's the Club 73 Team Silent outfit. They're currently 17th place, so this is the battle then further down the order as Team Daneros get up the inside of Zesty Drink Racing and get themselves moving up a place into 18th place. So great scrap for P17 in hour number 2. And there's Dante Dillon in Adrenico Racing trying to negotiate a little bit of that traffic, of course, and this traffic is all battling away for a position. So not only have you got a little bit of traffic battling away, but you've got the leaders who are also battling away for position. That is a recipe that really doesn't favour either party in that sense.
Indeed.
Yeah, so they're just trying to find their way through, pick out the great opportunities, the little bit of pockets that are left as drivers try to find their way through. And it's almost like you have to try and pinpoint the space that's left, don't you? You have to see it coming and make sure you get that move or that gap. It's almost like they can see it coming. They've got a sixth sense of it.
Yeah. No, it's where racecraft really comes into it, and yeah, it's something that only comes with experience. Hello to Osan. He's asking who have we got in the Zesty Drink racing machine, and they have sent in some information about themselves. It's a 5-driver team, if I'm not mistaken. Again, a lot of experience from 100 and the UKC. Adam Nava, who races for Sheffield University, is on that squad. Would have won a race last year, not last year, a couple of months ago in the BUKC here at Buckmore Park, but then got hit by you-know-what, and got a post-race penalty for a cone hit on the last lap of the race.
You've done it again, Andrew. I can't believe that.
But I'm hoping that he got his out of the way for this year in that one. Let's have a good one here this weekend. Dan Gurkot is on that team as well. Adam Britton, who we had last weekend on the stream at Wilton Mill. Tom Layton, who we spoke to on the grid, and Matthew Fennell. That is your 5-driver team, if I'm not mistaken. Apologies if I've forgotten anybody. For Zesty Drink Racing, a lot of support in the chat. Currently 19th place.
Yes, and thoroughly involved in that battle for PE17, I believe it was. So they were very much there. And the leaders came through and sort of put a little bit of a stop to that for now. There's a little bit of gap between them, I believe. So I'm sure that battle will reignite itself I'm sure in the next few laps, of course. We've got Regan in the chat asking what esports drivers are driving, and there are quite a few as well.
Question. I'll go through the Williams drivers that we've got first. We've got 2 teams of them. We'll start with the A team, or the number 1 team as they've labelled themselves. We've got Ken Gulbranson in for them. Or at least he's the first driver on the list. I don't know if he's out there at the moment. Will Lewis, Daniel Lafuente, Carl Janssen, Will Tregurtha, who's a top driver. We're very excited to see how Will gets on later. Jack Noller as well, who's a driver I've seen race before. So that is your team, I believe, with the Williams Esports 1 squad. That's the experienced squad. So that's the team that, yes, they're all part of Williams Esports, but they've all had in real life racing experience before. The Esports 2 team, other story. They're all in Buckmore Park gear, for example, because they haven't got their own, which is fine. But Brett Kosh, Charlie Crossland, Carter McCollman, Bilal and Ati Kaupanen are all in for the Williams guys. But they're not the only esports team that we've got. And we've got a member of their team who had a very quick chance to say hello to earlier on and want to catch up with later on, from the Olympus Karting by HSR Autos team. This is the Olympus Esports team. Tom Bindlos, Scott Mokes, Tom Cope, who is our not just a very good sim racer, he's also our photographer on the DDMM 400 the UKCI Racing Championship, which we had a round of on Wednesday night. So we'll try and catch up with Tom later on. Christopher Stevenson and Callum Joins is in their team, and I say those are our main 3 esports teams, as well as, and they've come in as recognised as, like, we do the esports now. Yes. We do the non-esports, which is the sports. But there are, I think that's one of the real big benefits over the last few years of the explosion of sim racing, and how many people taking it up and using it as a means of improving the racecraft.
Yeah, and it's great to see. I mean, you were speaking to Jimmy Broadbent on the grid. He said it was fantastic to see, these esports drivers coming in, and funnily enough, they are quick because that's all they do all day. So, it was great to hear from Jimmy. Of course, he's here with the Trophy or Trees team. That's his Team 87 outfit. Finished 10th overall last time they came here. So, they'll be looking to see if they can go a little bit better going through the field. But they've got a wide range of YouTube talent with them as well to help them on their way.
Talking to Jimmy, let's take a short break here on the commentary and bring this short little VT. We'll be back with more action here at Buckmore Park for the 2023-24 Hours of Buckmore Park very, very soon.
Second car just going past Clubhouse now.
compartment. Good to see that Jimmy's getting his potassium, or at least planning to.
Absolutely. Either that or the car's got potassium. Either way.
Yeah.
It's great to see, you know, keeping up with your...
They run better with banana.
Absolutely.
But
That's
yeah,
what I heard.
sorry, we're back here. That was just something to give us a quick breather back with the race. I don't think you've missed too much.
Well,
apart from a penalty for
the Bayford Bandits. Yes. And I believe that was their... I can only assume it's their third track limit warning because they had two earlier on within sort of 7 or 8 minutes of each other. And then 20 minutes after that, they got themselves a black flag. So I can only assume that's going to be for track limits. That's put them down into 16th place at the moment.
Yep.
And Mini Boost as well, I see, trying to move up the order as well.
I wouldn't say that's a curse. I'd say that was a prediction.
Yeah.
That was a spoiler.
Yes.
That you made there. So no, that one for one's keeping track.
That doesn't count. You can't note that down.
That was going to happen, and it did.
Yeah.
Also had a track limit warning for Williams Esports 2. These keep within the track confines there.
Yeah, a lovely red paint that they don't want ruined.
No.
I was in the briefing, or at least I kept an ear out in the briefing. It's half a cart you're allowed on the red, no more. And they do keep an eye on it because the exhaust is placed perfectly in the middle of the cart, so they know exactly how much you're taking.
Hello to Joshua Pounds as well, who's subscribed on the DDMM comms box feed. He's got a lovely picture. I can't tell whether that's Lando or Danny Rick because my eyes are a bit old. I need some new glasses. But a very nice picture of the Gulf special livery that McLaren ran at Monaco a few years ago.
Yes, it's a great livery. And it's a shame it was only a one-off, wasn't it? But
I've got a 118 die-cast of it now.
Oh yes.
So if Lando ever wins the World Championship,
you've planned ahead.
That's going to go up in value.
Yeah, you have.
Between now and then, he sat very nicely on my show.
Well, I see Oliver Griffiths as well for Formula None is in a Formula Golf sort of liveried suit out there. So keep an eye out for Oliver Griffiths there. It's always nice when we sort of ask drivers, make yourself unique so that we can spot you out there. And Oliver Griffiths definitely read that memo.
I was having a conversation about this the other day. I won't go too much into the TED Talk and rant on it, but it does very much help us out as well in the comms box of having something distinctive. And I'm already going to get myself in trouble with saying this. Helmets where it looks like a 5-year-old has had a terrible accident with multi-fluorescent paint colours in an art workshop over a helmet, and you can't tell who they are.
That's why I don't race anymore, because I have that horrible fluorescent drawn like a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
no distinguishable shape. Is that a circle? Is that a hoop? I'm not quite sure what it is.
You could take a good guess though, couldn't you? But it's the Williams Esports, the sister team, all in the supplied gear.
Yes.
So they all look the same. So it's as you say, you've got to have your informant out there to see who's going to be in the cart.
My informant's not present at the moment.
Oh
so
no.
Oh well. Hopefully they're listening and they'll go, oh, we forgot to send the messages. Meanwhile, front of the field. I mean, this just whets the appetite for the story of this race, Kieran, because less than a tenth of a second over the line last time around between Accelerate and Adrenico. Sorry, I caught you on the hop there whilst you were eating a biscuit.
Yeah, you did. You really did. Apologies. Yeah, no, it's great stuff. But of course, is it too early to reuse that phrase again? It's a long way to go.
It's a long way to go.
It's a long way to go.
We should mention as well, because we're just getting a bit of coverage of them on the stream, this Trophy or Trees team of the F1 and Motorsports YouTube influencers. Aldas in for them at the moment. And hasn't done this race before, as far as I'm aware. It wasn't here last year. But I do like how they're all decked out in the same Abruzzi suits. That looks very sharp. I like the bit of orange used there as
They've
well.
got Alpha Live on their suits.
And I've just been right one as well. They have got Alpha Live on their suits as well, so that means they're even better. Every
Thanks,
Alpha Live
Jimmy.
logo that you put on your suit, I hear, gains you a tenth a second a lap.
Yeah, I heard that rumour too.
That's why I'm so slow. I've not had mine done yet.
We'll get there though. Those tenths of a second will be shaved off once you do. Yeah, absolutely. Brighton Motorsport moving up the order on the timing screens, up into 6th place now, ahead of Club 73, Not Fast But Furious and Team Rango. But kind of what we expected really. The field has spread out in parts and really bunched up in battles for other positions as whoever's in the number 4 is having either a great time or their wrists are starting to hurt going down the straight. That's the CS7 Racing outfit. That could be, I think that might be Scott Clennigan who's in the car at the moment.
Well, Scott has been in from the start of the race. Very experienced driver. Does a lot of racing, or he used to race at least as part of the Team Bonato squad, which is all Bentley Cars employees. Raced against him a lot, many times myself, in the old JLR karting league, which I think there's quite a few of them on that team who raced in the JLR karting league at some point in time. But again, I don't. Oh, actually, saying that they had the penalty earlier on, didn't they? They've already started moving up back through the field. They were plumb last. They're already back up into the top 20.
Yeah, it's definitely the wrists and the hands are starting to aid a bit for Scott Clennigan there. He's just making sure everything's okay. It must be nearing the end of his stint then if he's just starting to just feel that little bit in his wrist there. And it is, as you mentioned earlier on, it's a very physical circuit. If you're not prepared for it, for the long stints, it does come back to bite you. And if you're jumping back into the kart for another stint, maybe even 3 stints if you want to go that way, you will feel it towards the end of the race. You're running on pure adrenaline, but as soon as you step out of the kart, that adrenaline wave sort of wanes away, and you start to realise, oh, that really hurt.
Yeah.
You know?
A couple of questions about timing. 2 places that you can see the live timing in all of its glory. live.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore. And even if you just put live.alphatiming.co.uk in, it'll give you all the different options of series covered by Alpha Timing. And you've just got to click Buckmore Park Kart Circuit, not the Kart Club. That's separate. So the kart circuit. Or if you've got a second device, you can head across to DDMM and the live comms box cam and data center. Hello, everybody who's watching on that one. You've got the live timing there as well. Race control messages and the driver tracker as well, which is telling us it's actually pretty quiet from race control at the moment. They've got their feet up. They put their 6 black flags out earlier on, probably about an hour ago, just to stir things up and completely confuse us here in the box. Yeah, just a couple of track limit warnings coming in, nothing too much. Meanwhile, it's still going on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 15, the 17, the 16 battle, which I want to say, Kieran, we were looking at an hour and 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's still going on.
The battle for 10th is still ongoing between them. As there you can see the Dr. Vapes team try the move up the inside. Do they get the racing line? No, because the 15's still there as they make their way side by side up the hill. Formula none have to tuck in behind Dr. Vapes there, but still battling away as they make their way on towards the first turn again.
Now, I have noted they've stopped waving at one another.
Yes. I think they've realised this is their race for the time being.
Yes, and so to enjoy it whilst it lasts. But we're already getting down to the bottom of the second hour.
We've passed 100 laps as well.
We have passed 100 laps. And I think there was another question about weather. I mean, at the moment, weather conditions are very good.
Yeah.
It's dry, it's sunny, it's not too hot, and it's not too. Say the air temperature, because if you've never done karting before, let's say you've tuned in for this for the first time. Welcome. It's very, very good to have you. It looks easy, you just sat in a cart and you're steering right and you're steering left. What you're probably not seeing at the moment is the punishment that your body takes and how physically you need to be up to this. It's almost akin to running a half marathon. I compare it. It's the 2 times my body has never felt better since the sarcasm there. Birmingham half marathon, when both my knees just decided to leave the building. And a race round here that was an hour long, but it was in the middle of a heat wave as down the inside go the number 15 and the 17, where my head fell off because my neck muscles just decided, nope, don't want to work anymore, and I got quite sick.
Oh, thank goodness they put the head back on there. That was very nice of them to do that.
But the point being, aerobically, you have to be built up to this. If you come into this completely fresh, you're going to do 20 minutes out there. What do you reckon, Kieran? Maybe 30, and you'd be like, nope, dead. Can't do any more.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends, really, because adrenaline can take over as we see Mo try and get down the inside of the 15 there, but no way through. If you're running on adrenaline, which I have done one time on an hour stint, you're absolutely fine. You can go out there, you can keep going and keep going, but the moment you step out of the car, that is when you start to feel everything start to ache. All that starts to come back and you think, oh no, actually no, that I might need to prepare myself. And then I had to
electrolytes is important.
Yeah, and then you realise you have to go out for a second stint. Yep. And that's when you start to wake and you think, oh yeah, okay.
Hands blistered, that's always one as well.
Oh,
Even things down
blisters.
to making sure you've got a good set of gloves that fit well, because otherwise the material rubs when you do a long stint, and if your hands aren't used to that, blisters in these races are common.
Yeah.
I say all different physical challenges for our drivers. Not so good news for Williams Esports 2. I think this is going to be a track limits black flag, because we've seen them already have at least one warning, but they've just been called by race control into the pits, where they'll be needing to serve some time in the pits.
Yeah, and if that is a time penalty, it's a 20-second stop, so they'll be held there for what will be the longest 20 seconds of that driver's life, I think, it would be fair to say. As we see there, that is the number 13, which is Brighton Motorsport, currently in 7th place, and right ahead of them is Club 73, Not Fast But Furious, and I assume as well we're going to see a little bit of battling here at the moment as well. A little bit of traffic in there, because that's the 21 of Zesty Drinks and the 11 of Club 73 Team Silent, who are batting in their own battle for 18th place.
I think these two teams will be really, really pleased with their first hour and a half of this race, because I say that this is very high up in the clubman ranks, running well. They're still on the lead lap. In fact, we've still got 15 runners on the lead lap, an hour and 30 in. They will be content with this. You can't win one of these races. Get your cliche bingo cards at the ready.
Here we go.
You can't win one of these races in the first hour and a half, but you can put a big dent in your opportunities and chances to win. As down the inside goes Alex Mitchell there. Beautiful move through hairpin one. He's tried that one before, and he's made it work. Team Rango getting involved in there as well. This is the 1-2-3 for the class at the moment in Clubman. If you're just joining us, those that haven't got a asterisk in front of them are ones in Pro, although I'll contradict myself slightly there, because 4th place Dab Motorsport have got one in there. Oh, there's a bit of contact there between team number 12, Fast But Furious, and Brighton Motorsport. Sorry, that wasn't Brighton Motorsport, that was Zesty Drink Racing. Apologies, black and yellow helmets, getting myself confused there. Thomas Layton at the wheel for them, as in come the number 20 for a fuel stop. This is Team De Neros, who were, I think they were running around 15th place. They've had a decent start. Went under the radar a little bit. That's the first stint done for them. Right.
Yes.
Now we're going to start to see one of the things that we haven't talked about in this race so far. What happens when you come into the pits and don't get your communication with your team right? There's only one fuel bowser, and if, like when you go to your Tesco or your Sainsbury's or other supermarket petrol stations are available on a Friday night, if there's no bowsers available, you've got to wait.
Yeah, and of course the fueling doesn't start until the driver is well beyond the fuel bowser. So if you walk away, you cost your team even more time there. And then of course, for the 18 cart, Olympus Karting, they are going to have to sit there because they can't wheel themselves back out. Now that they've committed to the fuel bay, they have to wait there, and it's an age to wait there as a seat insert comes out, as the number 10 cart will get themselves underway to the Bayford Bandits, adjusting the seat there, I think, and the pedals, and get themselves underway. Now, finally, Olympus Karting can come in and serve their fuel stop.
That's experience. I'm going to put that one straight down to experience of this kind of racing. They've got the off-track management pretty good, I would say, from their experience in doing iRacing, special events and things like that. But again, when you pull into iRacing, your pit's there, ready, all good virtually to go. There's no sim that I'm aware of where you've got to wait for the fuel bowser and make sure that you call your cart in at the right time to make sure that you don't have to wait there. They'll put that one down to experience and maybe try and change some of their ways that they call the cart in for later in the race.
Yes.
They have lost a lot of time with that one.
I saw Shanika Clay in the pit lane there, who's a Williams Esports driver
Yep.
with the outfit. Unfortunately not driving today, but sort of there to give a bit of support and act in that team support role as the two battle away. That's Brighton Motorsport getting ahead of Club 73, Not Fast But Furious, as now they make their way, ascend up the hill. Team Rango involved in that little scrap as well, and that's allowing Mini Boost to catch as well, as the number 1 cart is in. That's the Club 73 Young Guns machine.
It is indeed. It's bottom of the race hour, so let's have a rundown of the order with
Advert Anderson.
22 hours and 30 minutes to go. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing were in the lead of the race. They've literally just changed over. So Adrenico Racing leading the race by 0.2 of a second over Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in second. They themselves are 0.3 of a second ahead of The Only Way is Brentwood. That is your first through third podium at the moment. Dab Motorsport, the 2022 winners, are in fourth place. They're a further 11.8 seconds back from that pack. Go another 21 seconds down the road and you find this really intriguing fight for fifth place and also the lead in Clubman. Brighton Motorsport currently leading it just ahead, literally just ahead of the Club 73 Not Fast But Furious team, the number 12, and the Team Rango, number 19. Mini Boost, brilliant first stint from Ryan Mikulev, has got them up in 8th place at the moment, 35 seconds off the overall lead and in 4th place. And the Titanic Duel of the Times for 9th place has been going on pretty much since the very start of the race at 2:30 this afternoon. Formula None, for the record, have got it right now. They're 39 seconds off the overall lead in 9th place, a smidge ahead of Dr. Vapes in 10th place, who likewise are only half a second ahead of Ditchfinders in 11th. Team ARD, the number 25, last year's Clubman winner, are in 12th. They're on the lead lap of the race. They're 41.6 seconds behind. They're actually closing in on that fighting trio, so it could become a quartet very soon. Last kart that is on the lead lap at the moment is the number 8 of Williams Esports 1. They're in 13th place overall. Club 73 Young Guns have recently been in for a stop, if I'm not mistaken. They're currently in 14th place overall. They're one lap off the overall lead, but we are in the middle of a pit stop cycle at the moment. They've had a good start. Zesty Drink Racing are a further 21 seconds back in 15th place, 1.5 seconds ahead of Club 73 Team Silence in 16th, who were 9 seconds ahead of the first of our YouTuber teams. Winning in the YouTube Derby at the moment are Trophy or Trees, with Aldas at the wheel for them and setting some good lap times as Aldas, 49.580 last time around. 18th place is the C7 Racing Squad. They're 2 laps off the overall lead. They've had a black flag in the first hour and a half. They were stone dead last. They've got themselves ahead of a number of others, but they've got a lot of work to do from that position. They're ahead of South Coast Racing by 12 seconds, the number 14 kart there in 19th place, who are 0.6 of a second ahead of the number 10 of the Bayford Bandits. They complete the top 20 as we read right now. Team Deneros are in 21st position. The number 20 are 14 seconds behind the Bayford Bandits. They are 1.5 seconds ahead of Senior Frogs. And I think it's still Will N.E. at the wheel for them at the moment in the number 23. They're in 22nd place, 111 laps already counted down for them. They have gained from that poor stop for Olympus Karting by HSR Autos. They are now 23rd, 3 laps down, 1 lap ahead of TRX Racing, the number 7 in 24th. And last but not least, in 25th place, 31 seconds behind TRX Racing, is the Williams Esports 2 team. That is your rundown of the order with 22 hours, 25 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock. We'll be back with more commentary here after a short message from one of our sponsors.
Imagine a world where style and sustainability unite. The Anderson A2 charge point offers over 120 finish combinations, so you can choose to bring in or stand out. Crafted in the UK from high-quality materials and precision engineering, the A2 is designed to make the switch to electric driving as seamless as possible. Smart, simple, sustainable. This is luxury electric vehicle charging. This is Anderson EV.
Thank you very much to Anderson EV for their support of this year's coverage for the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media and Kieran McGinley on the airwaves for you. You can join the commentary at Double Dash MM across all of your social media networks. And we've got Comms Box camera running as well. Apologies, I've been hiding from the comments. Paul Penketh asks about the YouTubers. So, actually, yeah, for folks just tuning in who perhaps missed the start of the race, so you're looking the 23 is the Senior Frog, so that's the team of Harry Lewis, also known as Rota Shaw, Burnt Chip, Josh Larkin, Callum Calix McGinley, Ethan Bazinga Payne, Chris MD Dixon, and Will Lenny out there with Callum Airy Calfreezy as their team principal. That's the number 23 cart. So if you've got the full timing screen up on the DDMM comms box cam, and it's just rotated around there, they're in 21st position as well. And then the 24, so it's 23 and 24 that you're looking at. Trophy or Trees is your team of Jimmy Broadbent as team captain, team principal, not driving. That's why he didn't put a driver response in. I made one for him, which maybe we'll read a little bit later on in the evening. Alex Gillen, Scott Into the Barrier Wallace, Jamie Henderson, who's probably the most experienced of the drivers on that team because he's raced for many, many years. Adam Sanderson, Matt Amos, and Aldas out there as well. So Aldas in the cart, at the wheel, the cart for them at the moment. So those are two numbers. If you're following the YouTube teams, it's the 23 and the 24.
Yes. There you go. They're in a line as well.
And both of those teams have got their suits. There's the 23, bright green and black. That's what you're looking for there. It's looking more like fluorescent yellow at the moment under the lights. And there's the 24, the black suits with the very distinctive orange trim.
Yes, and that's Kavaliauskas. Hopefully I got that right, Aldas. He very kindly, though, put a sort of pronunciation.
Let's see now. That's why it's got TBC.
Oh, no.
Because that was me.
Have I just outed myself? Oh, no.
So it might...
Oh, well.
Based on other series that I've commentated on, because it's we English who are wrong.
It is, yes.
Because
we're always wrong.
Because we always emphasise the start of a name. It's something that you don't realise. You go to Italy and they go, no, that's not how it's pronounced. It's like, right, it's us that's wrong. So yes, we do correct us, Aldas, once you're out the cart and watching this back later if we're saying it wrong, but I've put it down as Kavaliauskas.
What's probably happening is everyone's laughing at us now for that.
We are being shamed by the whole of Lithuania.
And rightly so.
Yes.
Rightly so.
So there we go. Keep your comments coming in. Apologies, folks. It was literally just hiding around the screen from me, why I didn't see that straight away. But do keep your comments coming in. Carter James asks as well, where will I find the entry list? Best place for that is probably going to be results.alphatime.co.uk/Buckmore, and the latest event on there will be where you've got a list of all the teams. For the qualifying results, for example, they'll be listed on there.
A few black flags
black
as well.
flag for second place in the race.
Yeah, for Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. So it's not clear the reason why, but they do have a black flag. So they've been ordered into the pits by the race director, and there they are, currently, as you said, second place. I don't know whether they'll have seen that black flag just yet. We'll find out when they come across the start-finish line.
Dr. Vapes have had a penalty as well. Do we put that one down? Because we were saying how they've been in that battle for the last hour and a half.
I don't think that counts.
And now they're not anymore? Or am I just searching?
If you've got a black flag because of track limits penalties, you've brought that on yourself. I don't think you can say that's a commentary curse.
Fair enough.
That's my opinion. I could be wrong. Let us know. But that's my opinion. That's my stance, and I'm sticking to it. We shall see. Let's see. So there you go. He comes into the pits then from second, and the crew down there will explain the reason for the penalty and then hold him and look up to race control until the 20 seconds have elapsed. And well, Andrew, that's the longest 20 seconds of a driver's career, isn't it?
Yeah, it does feel a lot longer than 20 seconds, and you think about what could I have done differently along the way and all the rest of it, and then you head back out on the circuit. And the crucial thing is now you've got to get yourself back in a rhythm.
Yes, the pit lane rejoins you as well, right into the firing line of the first corner, right after drivers have just accelerated out of the centre chicane up the rise, through Cafe Cove, so you really have to have your wits about you on pit exit, which is why you'll see many of the drivers really stay left of the track, just to make sure they don't interfere with others' racing lines.
What that leaves us at this stage of the race are 2 karts out front. Here they are. Dante Dillon still at the wheel for Adrenico Racing, and Charlie Ratford has had a superb start to this race for The Only Way is Brentwood, formerly known as Brentwood Banter. Won the race in 2019, won the race in 2020, were definitely a factor in 2022 as well, after the 1-year hiatus of this event. They're in the mix.
There you go, there's a good pit board down there, but meanwhile we focus our attention on this still going on battle for what's right now 5th place as they make their way in towards hairpin 1, headed at the moment by Club 73, Not Fast But Furious.
Yeah, it's been a superb run from all of these drivers, and they've not been fighting too hard, I would say. They've been keeping a lid on it.
Somewhat keeping a lid on it. If there's a move down the inside, they're not going to reject it, but at the same time, they're not going to cost each other too much time by trying to go side by side for an entire lap, so let's say. But it is great to see drivers roughly into the 49s at the top end of the field. Adrenico Racing last lap was a 49 flat compared to The Only Way is Brentwood is 49.1. So it's very close between them, as we've got a driver who came into the pits now. Is that the number 15? It is, Formula None, coming into the pit lane.
Okay, so an hour and 45. There or thereabouts is what they've gone to. And I always find this quite an intriguing part of the race, because until you get to this first round of pit stops, you don't know to an extent of what the thoughts of teams around you are going to be. Are they a team that are going to run shorter stints and keep the drivers fresh, or are they going to try and stretch out the fuel? And you only really know after, of course, 24 hours whether that is going to work or not.
Yeah, and it's always great to see the strategies out there. You know, do you react? And when do you? Is it worth reacting to drivers around you? Do you keep to your guns? As we see this battle again for 5th place. This time, Team Rango take full advantage, move themselves up. Well, we were saying they were behaving themselves and not battling too hard, but they've instantly disregarded that in the next couple of corners. It's great for us, though.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not great for them, but great for us.
I think it's Johannes Janse at the wheel for Team Rango at the moment.
Could you do a push for subscribers?
Alex Mitchell back down the inside for Brighton Motorsport. Takes the position. If you're enjoying the coverage and you're new round here, or even if you're not new round here, if you haven't subscribed yet, please consider clicking that subscribe button. See more action like this. Alex Mitchell holding there in front of the number 12 of Club 73, Not Fast But Furious.
Yeah, Alex Mitchell still holding on to that position then, as we see and make their way through in towards the next couple of corners. Josh Ball putting him under pressure as they make their way through the Syme sweep in towards Pullman's. And the number 19 there, Team Rango, just, with the popcorn at the moment. I mean, they've been up there as well. They were at the head of that battle not too long ago, as they make their way now through in towards the uphill section. That's Team ARD making a pit stop and now leaving their pit box, making their way now back out onto track. That looked like Rob Lofting got into that car. I could be wrong.
Could be wrong. But if we are wrong, and you're watching around the track, a bit of a now. That was yes. So Team Rango got into the back of the number 12 there, who then got into the back of the number 13. And Team Rango just realised there, right, I'm going to lift off there because that could be a penalty.
Yeah, I think
took that position.
It could have been a penalty if he took that position, but I think it would be downgraded to a warning now.
Yes.
So that's the sort of rule by play there, that he made an interest to wave the cart back through as Senor Frogs are into the pits.
Senor Frogs change. So this is the first driver change for Senor Frogs. Willany gets out. I'm just trying to make out which one of them it is getting in. Now, if it's the same as last year, I think it would be Rota Shaw getting in. It might be the same again, you know. I don't know if we can get a close-up of the back of... no, it's Chip. So they've put Chip in. This is good. This is good. I like this. So what I think they've done here, Kieran, is they've given Will the first stint. They'll be able to compare that with how he did last year because that's a known reference point. If they are questioning whether to... I'm thinking here whether to continue with this cart or not, whether they take a bit of a step that they could take with an inevitable time penalty if you go and change cart. But this is Josh. This is Josh Larkin, Burnt Chip, their fastest driver last year by quite some margin.
Look at his GoPro on his shoulder.
His GoPro's having a bit of a fun moment at the early stage of this race.
A great footage of the sky.
But they know that Josh can pull out pace. If Josh isn't able to pull out pace, they might do something a little bit different with the rest of this race. But I can understand why they've done this.
Yeah, I mean, getting Chip in the car, obviously, they know what he did last year for them, which was a stupendous stint he did last year. Really great stuff to see, and we'll see what sort of lap times he can set. Meanwhile, there's a battle commencing once again. Adrenico Racing just trying to get their way through that battle for P5.
And what I mean by that, folks, is because the specification of all the machines is the same, but you will naturally get a little bit of variance from cart to cart. If they're not happy with this one and think, no, we don't think we can do anything with this one that's enough to write home about, they could maybe talk to race control and say, can we change it? You know, what do we need to do on that front? And I think that is why they put Josh in for this stint.
Yeah, makes sense. And we'll see how well Josh can do setting the lap times in there. I mean, he's already gone about it because he's just set the team's personal best through the first sector, which is all the way up until the entry in towards the quick chicane through the S's.
Are they catching?
So he's looking to try and get some lap times on the board. A pretty decent middle sector as well. I mean, looking at it, he was 0.8 of a second quicker than Team Daneros in the first sector on that lap alone. So he's looking for it, and he's just set the team's personal best lap of the race of 49.901. So Senor Frogs dip into the 49s with Chip's first real flying lap of the race, and that's compared to Team Daneros, who set a 51.2. So they've really closed in at least a second and a half to the cart ahead. So this is Chip time now. He will be looking to try and get as much pace as he can out of the car. And he's only lapping a second slower than the leaders who are in the pro class. So really doing a good job out there is Chip. There is your leaders now making their way through. It's the only way is Brentwood leading the way ahead of Adrenico Racing. Dab Motorsport find themselves nearly 20 seconds shy of the lead of the race then. But here they go, the leaders, with Chip just in view as well. They head their way through in towards turn 1s and 2, down in towards the first hairpin. There's the 14 into the pits. That's South Coast Racing in for a fuel stop, and they have to do a driver change at that point as well. So the fuel goes in. There goes Senor Frogs, having to see those positions really. I think Chip knows he's not battling away, but now he can follow some lines. He can see how the pros are taking this next section of corners, and he can really learn a lot from letting the leaders go through as he makes his way up in towards Garda then. Still the only way is Brentwood leading the way. Meanwhile, as well, you've got the battle for 5th place right behind them between Not Fast But Furious, Brighton Motorsport and Team Rango, who have been squabbling the whole way through this race so far as our leaders make their way in towards the first 2 corners then. And then the battle for 5th, it is right behind Chip in the Senor Frogs. Through in towards first hairpin they go, and then in towards the second, which comes very quickly. And it's a corner you have to sacrifice the entrance into hairpin 2 to make sure you pick up the very late apex, make sure you get the power down and carry the speed through the S's. That's really a chance not to scrub off any speed you can, as we'll see our leaders then make their way on towards Garda then, as Charlie Ratford still leading the way. That was a little look from the 13 then, and of course that's not for position, so he won't want to waste too much time and too much position, as Ratford then takes the first turn. And there goes the not fast but furious team, as trying to find his way through is Alex Mitchell. Of course, again, not for position. And there's your battle for the lead then, making its way out of the second hairpin. Dante Dillon putting the pressure on through the S's as they now make their way through in towards the Symes sweep through Pullman's. And yeah, the top two not battling away too much at the moment. Meanwhile, Alex Mitchell is trying to get past the Senior Frogs to put a lap on them. But he's having a tough time of doing that right now. And with the Senior Frogs putting Chip out there, who is no slouch behind the wheel,
No,
obviously, I was just saying as well, he's dipped under the 50-second mark at the moment in terms of lap time. So he's really setting some great laps out there, catching cars around him as well. And the leaders are having a tough time. Meanwhile then, first to blink in that battle was the number 19 car, Team Rango. And maybe, well, this is when the strategy obviously comes into play, but a good time as any to come in with the fuel bay empty.
Yeah, I called it absolutely spot on there, did Team Rango. Drivers primed and ready to get into the karts. This is all looking very routine for Team Rango. See the drivers carrying there is one of the seat inserts. So the seats themselves on the karts can be quite wide because it's obviously take catering for all different sizes of driver. So you'll often see smaller drivers come along with one of those rubber seat inserts, maybe with a bit of lead packing in the back of them as well for extra bits of ballast. That counts as part of their driver equipment. So if they are one of those drivers that we were talking about earlier, naturally under 70 kilos, what lucky individuals they are.
Absolutely, yeah.
That seat insert can be part of your 70 kilos that you need to be at a minimum to be compliant with the regulations.
Chips also set a personal best again, 49.6, which
like
is that is much more like it. 8/10 quicker than South Coast Racing up the road. They are 11.6 seconds up the road. So Chip is on the march.
Yeah, as I say, I like this move from them. Fastest lap of the race at the moment, 48.846, set by this driver here at Dante Dillon. The purple flashes on his suit. And a bit of it on the race helmet as well, and Charlie Ratford. Now, we've talked about it with the Clubman battle, Kieran. I think the next one that we're looking at of who's going to be first to blink is of these two here.
Yes, they've managed to, in a sense, they've managed to work together and build that nearly 21-second gap between themselves and Dab Motorsport in third place. So they've got nearly half a circuit between them and Jack Goldsmith, who's in the car at the moment. So they know they've, well, they may not necessarily know, but they have worked together. They've worked their way through the lappery as there's the 16 in. That's Ditch Finders as they make and complete their pit stop then and will rejoin onto the circuit. Leaders then, Adrenico Racing, making their way through Dante Dillon as they have set a new fastest lap of the race of 48.844 from Dante Dillon is a new fastest lap of the Buckmore 24-hour here in 2023. And there's the 19 there, Team Rango. Only just got a new driver in the kart. Hopefully he realises there's two coming through, which he does. And a thumbs up from Dante Dillon. He appreciated that one as our leaders again take their way down in towards Paddock Bend. Well, Dante Dillon means business, doesn't he? Setting a new fastest lap of the race. And, well... in essence, it's only 2/10. In fact, it's a 10th and a half that the only way is Brentford managed to be off there, but heading their way in towards turns 1 and 2. Once again, Dante Dillon will lead them through, but here comes the number 2 kart, still trying to find a way through, still applying that pressure, and making their way through in towards hairpin 2. Charlie Ratford knows he can try and apply this pressure to Dante Dillon because Dillon at the moment knows how to maybe withhold that pressure, but they're not afraid to swap positions, these two. They know, swapping either position is not a great loss to either of them, so they know not to push each other too much, not to force the overtake, because if they do swap, they're at a similar pace. There's the number 8 car into the pits. That's the initial Williams Esports outfit as they make their way out then. Now, I wonder if they did take fuel in that stop. I would assume they did. see as they cross the line, what sort of lap time did they have? 109. So that didn't seem like a fuel stop in my mind, but we'll find out later on. There's that 24 going through, Trophy of Trees, making its way through. They are currently in 19th place at this moment in time, but we're only 3 minutes away from completing our number 2. There's the Senior Frogs in the number 23, not battling that 16. That's a 16 that's further up the road in terms of positions, I do believe. But they're certainly lapping well. 9.3 seconds is the gap between themselves and South Coast Racing. So Chip has done a fantastic job this far.
I've just been doing some arithmetic as there's some fast drivers looking there. I can see Max O'Shaughnessy's going to be getting in. In comes one of our race leaders, though, the number 5. Let's come back to the arithmetic later on. Dante Dillon is in, trying to find a way out from, and in goes the fuel. So Adrenico Racing in. Now, who's going to be getting in for them? We'll find out in a moment. It's not gone well at all for the Williams Esports. Esports again.
Yeah.
And not quite getting the change right. It's going to be Callum Jones. So Callum Jones in. The number 22 is in, but hasn't come for a stop. I'm not quite sure what was going on there.
I reckon he might have seen the fuel bay full and decided, no, I'll
Bail
carry
out.
on. Yeah.
Okay. So the number 8 now being serviced, and I think it might have been Will Lewis coming out.
Can you just let people know on YouTube I've pinned the live timing to the chat?
Just a quick reminder as well that our producer James has pinned the live timing onto at the top of YouTube chat. Those of you wanting to follow it. So away goes. I think that's Kenneth Gulbinson who's in for Williams Esports now. But just go back to the arithmetic. Just to make it clear as well that if they did want to do a kart change, they can't just come in and go, we don't like this one.
Yes.
It's got to be tested, and there's a period of that testing going on. That is not to be laps included as part of their race. It's quite a penalty if you come in at this stage and go, we want to change the kart. So it's to naturally put drivers off from doing that. For the sake of the argument, we are quicker than last year. So the fastest lap last year was a 49.6 as Thomas Layton comes in for Zesty Drink Racing. So we're already under that, 48.8. So let's say that the whole field is on average, 0.8 of a second quicker than it was last year. Fastest lap for Senior Frogs last year, which was set by Burnt Chip, was a 50.2. So we're going to take 8 tenths off that and go to a 49.4. Senior Frogs has already set a 49.6 on full fuel. I think the kart is okay. I think there is pace there. They can do something with that, play the long game. Still like the strategy. They're finding out more about this kart as they go along and using that experience of last year. But for those concerned of like, oh my goodness, is there something wrong with the machine? I don't think there is, based on that pace that we've seen Josh be able to do so far. More pit stops going on. The number 21 are having a bit of fuel and surface. Off go Zesty Drink Racing. I didn't quite catch which of the drivers it was there. It might have been Matthew Fennell. The number 11 are in now. This is Club 73, one of their karts, Team Silent, who are a bit silent at the moment because there's no motive power from the number 11. They're just taking a bit of time to get the gloves on.
Yes, that was exactly right. And not ideal, but
that's what can happen though sometimes when you get yourself in so much of a hot state of like, I'm going to go out, I'm going to go do the racing, that you forget to put your gloves on. Oops.
Oopsie daisy. There's the only way is Brentwood into the pits then for a fuel stop.
He missed the fuel bay. He went through it and had to go back out.
Ah, okay. I'm just hearing in my ear that the number 11 may have missed the fuel bay and overshot.
And of course, for Charlie Ratford, he would have been sent on his way again to go round again, as was briefed. So he had to come back in then. I wonder who's going to take over in that kart, and of course they'll lose a bit of time there to Adrenico, which is the last thing they wanted to do, considering they were so close to each other, all on track for the whole time. They make their way back out, and I think that's Jack Williamson in the kart.
It is Jack Williamson in, and I think that is a change. Yeah, that has been quite a good service for them. Dab Motorsport will cycle to the front, so yes, so absolutely well spotted by our producer.
There he is, back in now.
He's back in now. the number 11, having had that error. And now, where's he off to now? He's having a little bit of a check around. He needs to stand over by the curb.
He does.
He's going to come back and have a little chat. The under 13 is, oh, this has not gone well for Brighton Motorsport. They are in and having to queue.
Yes, you see the driver ready to take over as the crew make sure the kart is out of the way of Brighton Motorsport so they can start fueling again. And I wonder if that's Jack Craig who's now got into the kart there and taking it onto the track.
Yep.
And we'll see who jumps into the number 13 Brighton Motorsport kart.
So, sorry, just to cycle back to those Accelerate, the only way is Brentwood and Adrenico Racing pit stops. So the only way is Brentwood have been able to turn what was a tenth of a second lead into 2 seconds. So that's good work from them. Number 13 through the pit stop. So again, we're looking at that 2 hours mark, aren't we, Kieran, with all of these stops? Oh, that's a tired driver.
It is.
That is a tired driver after 2 hours thumping round Buckmore Park. I can see Luke Battersby getting ready on the left there with the black suit and the yellow and black helmet.
He wanted to start this race.
Replica livery of Guy Martin.
Yeah, Luke wanted to start this race, but was overruled by the team captain. What the team captain says goes.
Yes.
As we all know, as we all have to know.
So that'll be a pit stop for Dr. Vapes in a minute. I can see Max O'Shaughnessy getting ready as well. As here comes Super Mo into the stop, nice and steady. Jumps out. Good 2 hours work, 2.5 hours work there put in by Mo Hassan. Some entertaining stuff along the way. In goes the fuel for Dr. Vapes and Luke Battersby. Folks down here at Buckmore Park. Very familiar with this circuit. Prince having a little chat.
Nothing more to chat with the race. It's just the hand signals as well.
Down.
Yeah, it's the hand signals as well. That's the best. That's the way to get the message across.
So Max O'Shaughnessy behind that team. It's going to be Jack As in comes Jack Goldsmith. Yes, it is the number 6. My brain's just re-switched back on. Good stint that from Jack. We know how good Jack Goldsmith is around here. Very, very quick driver. But some great laps put in there. Good racecraft as well. Now this is another one of the drivers. When I was looking through the entry lists at the start of the week here, and this is a driver who I've seen, similar to Dante, have a brilliant 2023 so far. Has been very quick for Exeter University. Heads to Clay Pigeon at the end of the week. Already a BUKC champion in the team's competition because Exeter have dominated the series so much. They've wrapped up the series with 2 rounds to go. We've never seen that before in the Alpha era.
Sit back and relax. How about that? I like that. Enjoy the fun. Enjoy it whilst it lasts, because the weather forecast, although it's been very unsettled the week leading up to this. I've been looking at weather apps and different weather apps the whole way through, and obviously the 24 not happy with what proceeded in the last couple of corners. But yeah, looking at the weather reports coming into this race, very unsettled no matter what going into this. And I think I've just had my own informant. It was Brett Koch in the second Williams Esports. Battling away with Senior Frog, so that's just one to know. And it changed over now. There is the Senior Frogs with Chip behind the wheel. I've interrupted myself so much that I forgot my original point. Oh, the weather. Yeah, we don't know what it's going to be like. It's been very unsettled all week.
Welcome to England. Accelerate Racing in, sponsored by Kent Brewery. Ryan Horton getting in for them. This is actually a really important phase. It lasts mere seconds. But not only is the fuel going in, but that's the best opportunity that his driver getting in has of information before he actually goes out on circuit. Your driver who's just come in, feeding that information of this is how the kart's feeling, this is how the track's feeling. Especially if we then get some of that rain later on, all of that information a driver can use to then instruct how they're going to drive the early stages, early laps of their respective stint. That's what you saw going on there. I think what that means as well is that we've had everybody cycle through, apart from because one of the very useful things that we'll try and get onto the DDMM. I need to play around with the graphic positions a little bit. On live.alphatimer.co.uk/Buckmore, you will see a TT column, which tells us the time on track. When it's low, that means they've just come in. So, for example, the only way is Brentford have been out for 6 minutes. So I'm looking at that now. I think the only karts that we haven't had in recently is going to be the CS7 Racing effort that was 1 hour and 53 minutes ago. It made a black flag.
Okay, I'll hold you to that, because we've had 3 in the space of 2 and a bit hours. That's not a good ratio, James. We'll keep an eye on that one. Only way is Brentford leading the way ahead of Adrenico Racing. Dab Motorsport in 3rd place. Head down then from the number 20 Team Daneros. Whether that actually helps you reduce the drag is up for debate. What's in that mind though is that it definitely does in the mind of Team Daneros then. And it's great to see. I think that's just trying to see, could be William Mount perhaps, as we make our way in towards hour number 3. Amazing. We're nearly 10 minutes into hour 3 of the Buckmore 24-hour race here. As we see Dr. Rapes moving up a couple of positions on the timing screen, the kart number 17. The rate we're going, well, we've had 4 in the first 2 hours. That's not good for your 6th gen. There we go, goal number 4. That's what you tune in for. Not who's leading the way at the Buckmore 24-hour. You want to see how many dogs we can find. That's the real tally. That's the real tally. As we see Max O'Shaughnessy as well getting up to speed in this one, of course, straight up to speed as well. And keeping an eye on his lap times as well. A bit of a track limit warning for South Coast Racing. Of course, we move
right, do you want to throw over to Will Nee?
The race director will scrap the warning sheet and we'll start afresh. And I think Andrew's found someone, or rather, someone's found Andrew.
It's definitely they found me. Will Annie joins us here, having just completed 2 hours, nearly 2 hours in the kart.
Yeah, we did 1:55. I came off in high spirits. Came back to a frosty reception. The boys weren't too much of a fan of me times. I thought I was putting some stunkers in. Apparently, my Sector 3 stinks.
You started the race last year, starting from the back this time round because of the qualifying. How did that differ from 12 months ago?
Do you know what? I was quite happy when we qualified last, because then I thought, well, I can't possibly go backwards from the start, and we didn't. And first lap, we got a good start. We got like 4 or 5 positions, and I bumped someone into turn 2, the first hairpin, and I kind of got away with it. And I thought, all right, I've got rid of them. It seems the boys, he's just overtaken someone.
I think we have just missed a Senior Frogs overtake, but Chip's back in the kart now. He is looking quick.
He's good, man. He's good. He's a demon. He wasn't scheduled to be second on, so when I got off and I saw him, I realised the boys weren't happy with my stint, and they've gone, oh, let's put our secret weapon out quickly to recover the damage he's done.
He's already gone quicker than he did last year. The 50.2 that he did last year, that's gone. He's into the 49s and now getting into the meat of the race.
What a boy. Look at him go. Is this 14 for position, do we think? For position. Go on, lad. Up the hill. Inside. What's he putting his hand up for? Get your hand down, fella.
He's saying he's going for P1.
Yeah! Come on!
The fight back is properly on it.
Yeah. I thought the fight back was on when I started, but apparently not. It started 10 minutes ago. Come on, Senor Frogs.
He needs to not leave the door open there. I'll give him that tip for free.
Oh, man. I got back and they were saying it's not Senor Frogs anymore, it's Senor Toads. So that's not very kind of them. But apparently the frogs are back.
Last question. No one's tucked into our cake yet. Will you do the honours, Will, and be our first recipient?
Absolutely, man. That's a safe bet, 100%. Where's the knife?
I think it's over by James. Oh, he hasn't got one. Oh, we'll have to sort. It's just said the whole thing.
Well, it's been lovely chatting to you. Up, Senor Frog.
Kieran, back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've got the Senor Frogs battling away then in towards turns 1 and 2. That's with South Coast Racing for position. And that's going to be for 19th place in this race. And we'll see how they get on in the latter stages. But definitely the secret weapon deployed, as Will and E said. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on. And then he has got back ahead. I enjoyed the commentary from Will and E. I've got to be honest. That was great.
Prime commentary.
It was.
That was amazing.
Get your hand down was my favourite line.
It's the extra drag. But he's putting on... It's an assertive thing now of just knuckle down and try and break away from this pack. He's proven with the pace to catch up for them that he belongs there, but has now got to do that thing of, no, driver behind, you're not going to come back through. As down the inside goes the number 14 of South Coast Racing. The number 19 is there as well. I do wonder with this element now, when they came in last year, I think there was some in the paddock going, what are this bunch of YouTubers here? They don't know anything about racing. And they proved everybody in that respect completely wrong. Now it's the flip. People know that these boys can pedal, particularly when it's Chip. They're not going to give them as much space out there and as much niceties. They're in it to win it, and they're going to get the elbows out.
They are absolutely going to get the elbows out. South Coast Racing wide there coming out of Paddock Bend, but they now make their way through as Chip has to tuck back in, heading our way through in towards the start-finish line, and once again heading towards the first 2 corners. Great section of corners this, where you really flat out through there as much as you can, and still putting the pressure on.
South Coast Racing black flag. So, well, I think that's going to be for track limits. I think that is going to be track limits of on the line there from the number 14. Well, that's good news for Senor Frogs, because the number 14 will be out of that squabble now, and they can move up to the next one. A couple of shout-outs that I want to do. Hello to Amy Breacher, one of our drivers in Club 100, who says great commentary as always, guys. Thank you very much, Amy. Appreciate that. Hello to Janet Taplin as well, who's subbed on DDMM. Amy as well, and Marchenko Junior, as well as into the pits comes the number 14 for a black flag and a discussion with the race officials. I think that gesture of positioning on track, sir, track limits. The driver's now going to argue it and go, oh, I was pushed off there. It's like, nah, it doesn't matter. If you're on the outside, sometimes you've just got to yield the position and live to fight for another day and avoid those black flags.
Yeah, the only problem is with the guys in the pit lane there, they don't make the decision. So it's not worth going on to them.
They're reporting what they've been told by race control.
Exactly.
Something that we had last year is now back, that I had genuinely missed. I was a little bit worried about that we weren't going to get for the first couple of hours of this race. The cheers from Senor Frogs. I now know when an overtake is being done by Chip, because a huge cheer goes up on the balcony out to our left. Keep your comments coming in. Keep your support. Hello to George Barker, who's cheering on the Bayford Bandits. They've had a bit of a tough last hour or so. They're into 11th place now, but we know they've got some pace in that cart. And there's still 21 hours and 45 minutes, the best part of that to go. And 6.5 seconds is now the lead for the only way is Brentwood.
more pit stops coming up, so I reckon this is going to be so the second kind of pit stop is probably C7 House Racing, who have not visited the pit lane for some 2 hours now. Very much into the second stints now. There is Chip. Send your frogs into the top 20 now. Watching live coverage of the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 hours. Right, button pressing time. Hopefully, I hope this doesn't go wrong. Kieran, I believe we've got a guest on. We do, yes. It's we have Brett Kosh alongside us, manager at Williams Esports. Brett, welcome along. Hello. Oh, it's not quite. Give it another try. No.
How are we doing this time? I think we've swapped headsets around, haven't we? Try us out, Kieran. Try now, Kieran.
Hello.
That'll be better. There we go. Sorry, just a bit of a headset scramble there.
So, Brett, how you doing? You've just come out of the stint, back out onto, just straight behind a microphone. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I would say I'm very sore. I got hit coming into the pits from someone, I don't know who, full speed, so I need to figure out who that was. Don't have a target on his back now. But I had a very bad start spinning on lap 1, and then we ended up making some progress. I started to get into a rhythm, and we were doing, I think, I was doing 49.8s, low 50s, which is quite decent pace considering I've not we had a great battle with
It was quite a few, yeah, it was great to watch. I mean, battling with Will NE, you can add that to the CV, can't you? Yes, we have. We've crossed paths many a time, Brett. That's absolutely right. As we see, I think that's Team Rango have got themselves a black flag for contact, so they'll have to serve that in the next lap or so. But I mean, obviously, you're with the Williams Esports outfit. What's your role behind the scenes?
So at Williams Esports, I am the F1 Esports manager / coordinator. Basically, I run the F1 team for the official F1 Esports series that is broadcasted on likes of Twitch, YouTube, and occasionally on Sky. So it's quite a pleasure to have that as my job and what I do. But this season, I think we were coming in and I had to refresh the team a lot, and we've got a new vision, which is really what we're trying to sell, especially to the people outside the team, that are looking at Williams now.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously coming into coming off the back of last season, we're currently in that challenger stage, trying to find the next drivers. But I suppose you don't want to give too much away in the in 2023, do you? Coming up to the next season.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing with our lineup is it is definitely one that can be questioned. We had the likes of Shanaka Clay, the likes of Alvaro Carreton and Daniele Haddad last season. But there's nothing to say that it won't be the same lineup as last season, but it might be a new one.
Oh, yeah, Koi. That's Koi Kosh, I think we'll call you from now on. That's for certain.
Brett, one of good contacts within the team is Michael Preston, who's done a lot of stepping over, not just from the sim world. Very good sim racer himself in his own regard, but stepping over into the real world in terms of the engineering effort. What kind of insight can you give us into that, particularly here this weekend with it's a race, there's management to be done, how that transition's being provided by Williams Esports of going from engineering in the virtual world to engineering in the real world?
Well, I think we are pretty underprepared, to be honest, for this 24-hour. Two 5-man lineups. One for I would say the Williams Esports 1, our main team. That's kind of the quick guys, and then you've got the rookies, the meme team of Team 2. But for Michael Preston, he's a great engineer, very talented. He really points us in the right direction, and is looking to always innovate and bring new things. So I think
he won Autosport Young Engineer of the Year, of course, in 2022. So, he's my informant on my side of the box. He's not been as good as an informant as you, Brett, but no, it's something that's very much intrigued me from the outside of looking at Williams Esports. It's what they're trying to do. I don't know, I'm preaching to the converted here. It's not just about the driving. It's about the whole world of running a motorsport team and providing that platform that people can then take into the real world. And Williams going to obviously take themselves into their Formula One efforts.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Williams Esports, especially, we're trying to really push the esports industry forward. It's a very new scene, a very new community, but it has limitless potential, in my opinion, and could be the biggest entertainment that we see.
Yeah, definitely.
Great stuff, and there's some great racing action on there. I mean, I guess the question is, obviously, you've got your meme team, you called them, in the second team. What's your expectations?
I think it's just driving, just wherever we end up, we'll be happy as long as it's not last. I keep saying, if we're not last, we're winning. And right now we are not last.
You are not last. You're second to last, but you're not last. So that is on target. There you go.
But I mean, I would like to find our way up next to Senior Frogs. Carter McColeman is in the car right now, but his pace is it's not my kind of pace, is it?
Says you, yeah? Yeah, absolutely.
We were talking about just before you joined us, Brett, how last year Senior Frogs came in very much as an unknown quantity from a motorsport background. Everybody knew about them and what their achievements on YouTube and how much of a following they've got. But they really surprised a lot of people. Have they got a target on their backs this year that people are giving them a bit more respect per se out there on the racetrack, but also racing them hard?
No, I mean, I think I gave them some of the best content they'll have for 24 hours. So I better get a percentage of the money they make from this.
I've tried that one with them before, but
yeah.
Not gonna anyway.
Yeah.
But no, I think me and Will, we had a great battle. When I passed him the first time, I done a wee W sign for Williams, and then he passed me, and he done it back to him. So I think it's a pleasure driving people like that, and you don't realise how they're actually just normal people.
Yeah.
They're just they're different, obviously, kind of lifestyle, but honestly, brilliant people.
No, I'd fully echo your sentiments there. That's what we experienced last year. Great to have them back and on the inside now. I don't think this is for position.
It is.
Oh, it is for position.
It's with Team Dineros.
It is. It's for 19th place, Team Dineros.
Who's in the car then?
It's Chip, I believe.
Yeah,
still Chip in the
for
car.
them at the moment.
Yeah, and he's been mighty quick. Obviously, he was the quickest out of the lot last year. He put in that monster stint last year, and now battling away for 19th place as they make their way through in towards Simon Sweep and Pullman's and down in towards Paddock Bend. And it's been great to watch. I mean, Will and E gave us some good commentary of the battle they passed for South Coast Racing. That was, of course, South Coast Racing before they got black flagged. So robbed us of that battle, but now we've gained another. Your first team is 14th at the moment.
So I think the team I meant, we were 22nd before our pit stop and pace, that's what I'm calling. I had a black flag for track limits. I kept hitting the barrier. Apparently I didn't do it, but it's fine. So entered the pits, stopped, then went out, had to do a lap again before I could come back in to actually swap the drivers. Then I entered the pits wrong, so I had to go out again. And then we finally got to the fueling point. And the same thing happened, similar thing with the first team. He unscrewed his boot cap, so he had to do it again.
Ah, that makes more sense. But I suppose as well for the outfit going into an endurance. I mean, some of these drivers will have done endurances on the sim racing platform, but many of them would never have done it. Period. I mean, you've got the likes of I think Caraton as well hasn't really done endurance racing. It's more to his strength if it's set lap sprint racing. So how does the team have to adjust for endurance racing?
Well, I think when we get into practice laps, obviously, all of us are very new to this track, never done it before. So it's about kind of finding the limits, and my way of doing that was basically going as fast as I can until I crash. So we learned a lot from that, but I think coming out the car, I was able to evaluate, figure out where we could gain time and where the toughest parts of the track were, and then offer that advice to my fellow drivers.
Hey, great stuff. But the important thing is you're having fun, and I guess when can we expect you out in the kart next then?
Oh, I want to get out there again. I mean,
What?
Yeah, I didn't want to actually. I mean, I maybe walking about like an agent.
I think that would change everybody's mind.
I wanted to go on for 2 hours, but Carter walked out.
So I guess you have to seed and watch on now. I suppose this is the way now. And I guess you're supporting both teams, 114th, 124th at the moment. Where do you expect your first team to finish?
Well, I think if we can somehow gather kind of a top 10, that would be actually a very good performance. Considering they had to start from the pit lane due to getting a new car because the car was broken, and I think that was just excuses. But whatever.
Racing drivers, whether they're virtual or in real life, will always be racing drivers.
Oh, yes, definitely. It's just, us sim racers tend to look into it a bit more. But no, I'm like I said before, very proud to actually be here and be racing against such competitive drivers and speaking to commentators I've listened to for a long time now.
Oh, it's great stuff. It's great having you along with us, Brett. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, we'll have to see if you come back next time. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on the Williams Esports outfit for you. Well, let's see how your team gets on. More importantly, that seems the most important team, doesn't it? Yeah, it's the more important team. I thought that too, and we'll see if you make it off the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we're not bottom now, so.
Right now, yes. But what's the trope, Andrew? It's a long way to go.
It's 21 hours and 31 minutes to go.
It's a long way to go. You can do 20. Oof. Not sure the kart can.
It'll rain. We'll get less physical later on.
Yeah.
We're just coming up on the bottom of another hour. In fact, just going to see if we are good to get a couple of messages from our sponsors as it's just coming up to 5 o'clock. We'll be back just after these messages from Dream Duffel with a rundown of the order. A brief technical hitch there. Let's go through the order then. 21 hours and 30 minutes to go. The only way is Brentwood lead the race. 180 laps completed by then. They are 11 seconds ahead of Adrenico Racing, who similarly are 10 seconds ahead of last year's winners, Dab Motorsports. It's a 20-second gap further back to the last kart on the lead lap of the race. It very much has changed in the last hour since we did one of these. So 20 seconds back from Dab Motorsport. In fourth place are the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing crew. They are the 4 remaining karts still on the lead lap of the race. Club 73 Young Guns are in 5th place, 1 lap off the overall lead. Team ARD have cycled to the front in 6th place and they're in front in the clubman class, 6th place overall, 32 seconds further back from Club 73 Young Guns. We've got a 4-second gap for that overall position and the lead in clubman, because in 7th place overall is the number 16 of Ditch Finders. They're in a great battle for that position with the number 12 of Club 73, Not Fast But Furious. 0.8 of a second at the last count between those two. If they can keep working together, they'll hold out the 3.5 second lead they've got over the Bayford Bandits, who are the first of the carts, 2 laps off the overall lead in 9th place there. Brighton Motorsport have rolled back a little bit in the last hour or so, but they're still there in the top 10, 2 laps off the overall lead, 11 seconds behind the Bayford Bandits. They've got a 6-second gap over Dr. Vapes, who stand in 11th place at this stage of the race. In 12th place, the number 19 of Team Rango. They are 9.5 seconds behind Dr. Vapes and 20 seconds ahead of Mini Boost, who are in 13th place. For a while, for one lap, were the leaders of this race, whilst we had the craziness earlier on in the first hour with the top 6 all receiving black flags for racing under yellow flags. We just talked to Brett Kosh there, the Williams Esports team manager here this weekend. Their number 1 team is next up in 14th place. They're 3 laps off the overall lead, 11.6 seconds behind Mini Boost, and they've got a 4.2 second lead over Zesty Drink Racing, the number 21, in 15th place. CS7 Racing, the team led by Scott Clenaghan and Andrew Strike, are 18 seconds further back in 16th place. They are 3.5 seconds ahead of a charging Burnt Chip for... I've got ahead of myself there. 17th place is Trophy or Trees. That's the other one of our YouTube teams, the number 24 there. I think Aldas is still at the wheel for them, unless they've made a driver change recently that we've not noted. We'll catch back up with them in a while. Then we find Josh Larkin, Burnt Chip, in for Senor Frogs, not Senor Toads. They are forcing their way back through the order. They're back up to 18th place. They're 1.7 seconds behind the Trophy or Trees team, and they've now got a 0.3 second gap over Team Daneros, who are going with them at this stage of the race. Both of them in the 49.7s and closing in. That's 19th place. 20th place for Formula None, 9.1 seconds further back. And then we find South Coast Racing recently had a black flag, 35 seconds further back there, 4 laps down on the overall lead. 5 laps down on the overall lead of Club 73, Team Silent, the number 11. TRX Racing, the number 7, in 23rd there, also 5 laps off the overall lead, 8.5 seconds ahead of Williams Esports 2, the number 9 in 24th. And Olympus Karting by HSR Autos complete our rundown, 6 laps off the overall lead. I've whisked through that because before we get our message from our sponsors, I just want to check in because Trophy or Trees are rapidly being closed in on by Senor Frogs, the 24 and the 23. So we want to try and get this one on screen. I think they're just going through the S's now and going down into Symes Sweep, because we might be able to see a change in position between the two YouTube teams here, the motorsport and the non-motorsport team, shall we say. There's the number 24, and the move's been done. So it's Matt Amos now at the wheel for Trophy or Trees, but that is a position change. Trophy or Trees have succumbed to the pressure from Senor Frogs. The march carries on. With that, whilst producer James is... I think we've got some good sustenance coming here. Yeah, there we go. That's what we wanted. Let's take a short break and a quick message from our word from our sponsors. We'll be back with more commentary here at Buckmore Park. Very short. Thank you very much to Dream Duffel there for their continued support of the event. We're getting distracted, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologise, but the JCs have arrived, and once again, like they have served us beautifully in the British Universities Karting Championship this season, it is the university from the best city in the world, Sheffield, that have delivered the goods to power us through at least the next couple of hours, and hopefully keep the commentary curse away from Zesty Drink Racing here in the commentary box. Do keep your comments
They've got an interesting story to tell you about the hotel last night.
And an interesting story in the hotel last night from James in my ear.
I think we'll keep that one for after 9 o'clock, shall we? Let's do that. What's been grabbing your attention, Kieran, in the last hour or so? It feels like this race has gone into a rhythm now.
Yeah, it seems like everybody's got themselves, as you say, into that rhythm, making sure that they keep to their own pace. Field's relatively spread out at this moment, and looking up and down the field, we've got the Bayford Bandits are finding themselves back up the order. They had a black flag earlier on. There is Trophy Ord Trees with Matt Amos behind the wheel in towards Hairpin 2. Getting back onto the power, we saw just before the break there, Senior Frogs getting past Trophy or Tree. So Senior Frogs, at the hands of Chip, now up into 18th place. He is rocketing up the order. In fact, obviously he's still battling away. There's the battle for 17th place with Team Daenerys. They've been battling hard for the last 10 or 15 minutes or so, and there they go up the hill towards Cafe Curve.
They do indeed. Really are charging on. And this is a good thing. You can get into a bit of a rhythm with another driver out there, make some progress, and this is the big difference that I'm seeing so far. Last year, I mean, he's still being cheered on. I can hear him from outside, but they've got that race wisdom. They have been here a lot in the last year. It's not like they've disappeared off for 12 months, not done any racing, and then turned up in some bright green suits for this year's edition. They've been practicing a lot. They've been doing a number of the events that you can get yourself booked into here at Buckmore Park. Just head onto the website for more details on that. They're a proper race-hardened team now.
Yeah, they are. And race-hardened in the fact that they had those issues last year that set them back. Now they've come back looking to get even further with the head down there as Chip looks to try and stay behind for now, size up the opportunity, but stays behind right now in towards Hairpin 1, and now making their way now on towards Hairpin 2. This battle between Team Daenerys and Senior Frogs for 17th place in this race, and a little bit of Chips copying the driver in front there with the head down. I'm not sure the head down does a huge amount in these karts in terms of straight line speed, but you know what, if it's 0.01 miles per hour it gains you, they will do it. That's a given. Any advantage they can have, they will absolutely take. But Chips putting on the pressure through the centre chicane, up the rise and on towards the Cafe Curve, and taking another trip to the start-finish line. In towards the first two corners then. Team Daenerys will be under that pressure now for quite some time, and actually Team Daenerys letting Senior Frogs go. So that is a willful position change, and Chip says, come on, let's go. To try and bump it up, but yeah, that was Team Daenerys letting Senior Frogs go. Obviously, Team Daenerys feel that it's not worth battling the Senior Frogs at this moment.
Or that it's one of these scenarios, and we are talking tenths of a second, ladies and gentlemen, in this regard, that if Team Daenerys' driver thinks, well, I could go 2 or 3 tenths a second a lap quicker if I just sit in Chip's slipstream. It's not the biggest slipstream circuit, as you said. There are the other circuits that we cover events on that have it a more pronounced effect. But particularly as you run out of Garderer Field, down through the dip, through centre, and up over the top of the hill, if you're sat in the wheel tracks of a driver ahead and you're just, literally pushing them up the hill, the two of the carts working together, twice the power, you can start to see a benefit in lap time. And you tend to get in that scenario. A good place to get into that routine is if there are two of you very closely matched on pace. The one who's ever so slightly quicker, they lead it. They do the hard work. You can keep with them when you're in the switch and actually support them as well. They go quicker at the front of it by being pushed along a little bit by that driver that's 1 tenth, maybe 2 tenths a second slower. I would say the end result, because that's what we all care about in this regard, and up to half a second, maybe even more, if you work together sensibly, calmly, and effectively.
And that is evident just on the timing screens there, because the last lap around, Senior Frogs lapped, I think it was a 50.3. This time around, they've lapped a 49.8. So there's the proof in the pudding, and backing your statement up absolutely on the next lap that it happened. So they're working together.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, there you go.
Makes me sound like I remotely know what I'm on about.
Well, there you go. That's what we're here for, isn't it? To make ourselves remotely professional. That's good.
Dave Metcalf just ahead, I can see there in the CS7 racing effort. I just want to come back to CS7 racing because they were the last team to do a driver swap, and a very tired Scott Clennigan got out the car. I think he did 2 hours 15. That is a mammoth stint. It is. There. It is a mammoth stint. And,
Let's listen to these.
Let's have a listen in. I wonder who they're supporting with. I wonder.
Side by side between the number 4 and the number 9. That's the Williams Esports 2 team in number 9 and CS7 Racing. In fact, this very much shows the progress that Senior Frogs have made. They were battling that number 9 kart for position not that long ago. We're talking maybe an hour and a half ago. They're now 2 laps ahead of them.
They are, and also battling away with that CS7 racing car, which is for position and for 16th place. And here goes Chips trying to go up the inside in towards the first 2 turns. He's got the inside line, and he gets up a position. Look at that, a hand signal. He's happy with that one. He's brought the car now up into 16th place. This is a mega stint from Chips, but we shouldn't be so surprised because he did exactly this last year, which is just fantastic to watch him go.
We didn't actually get to commentate on that much of it last year because he did a lot of the hours in the middle of the night.
Yes.
I remember us coming back in the morning and thinking, blimey, they've put some work in there, getting themselves up to, in the end, a 4th placed finish in class. I can give you a JC report. Already 1 box of the zesty orange goodness, and it's very appropriate. Those treats have come in from Zesty Drink Racing.
Yes.
1 box has already gone.
How many more boxes
Producer
are there?
James, you should be ashamed of yourself.
No, he's there with a wry smile.
Looking very happy.
Yeah, he looks very happy, to be honest. I think I would be too if I had a whole box of Jaffa cakes.
There's only 10 in there.
There's only 10. Okay. I see how it is. Senior Frogs then making their way through the S's, all as they go. And of course, Chips behind the wheel, looking to get the lap times on there. Next kart up the road would be Zesty Drink Racing. They're 21.5 seconds up the road. But Senior Frogs, even with that little bit of battling last lap out, still lapped quicker than Zesty Drink. So we'll see how they go as we head our way up towards Cafe Curb. And I think that is looking on as well over the fence there. As we have multiple cars trying to find their line through and towards turns 1 and 2. And that William Esports 2 car is not for position, but these two were battling each other hard in the early stages of this race when Will and E was behind the wheel. But we'll see what Chips can do at this moment. Let's see what sort of lap times he's setting now that he had that cleaner. Yeah, 49.9 from the Senior Frogs, 50.3 from Zesty. So 21.1. Gap comes down by about 0.4 of a second. I see that, Andrew. I see what you're setting up there.
I'm missing this today.
I know you are. I know you are. I don't know. I mean, that's...
It's remarkable. It's 27 minutes in and we haven't conceded.
That
yet.
is... That's...
Come on!
Yeah, I saw that. Sneaky. Sneaky.
Why do you think I bring so many monitors to
well, true. Very true. But I wonder how many chances we'll see then. There's more. There's more Jaffa cakes brought. I don't believe this. Well, Andrew gets one, but I don't. Oh, okay.
I'll share them with you.
Thanks for your pity, Jaffa cakes. I really appreciate it. I really do.
For those who are probably not aware of what's going on, we've developed a bit of a tradition now, in particularly DDMM commentated Alpha Live events, particularly when students are involved, of Jaffa cakes get brought to the comms box as a means of stopping you to get commentator cursed. 80% of the time it works all the time. And the guys from Sheffield University are very good at it, to the extent that they bought so many for a British University's karting championship event a couple of months ago that we covered the whole Alpha Live crew. It's Eros getting side by side with Senior Frogs here, and Senior Frogs letting them go. Just working back and forth at the moment. That's fine. They brought so many that we catered for our whole camera operation crew and race control and ourselves in the comms box and Adam Chapman and others on production as well, that we still had enough left over for the next BUKC meeting, and we had to put a public service announcement out of like, please don't bring any more. We've got enough.
Well,
but I had said before this weekend, this weekend and next weekend, that the stocks need replenishing. So thank you very much, Zesty Drink Racing.
Well, there you go.
They've clearly been listening to commentaries.
Yes, absolutely. And that's some nice cakes you brought in. Cakes, definitely cakes. We see Team Dineros battling away, but there's the number 2 kart trying to get involved as well, trying to get in there. And that's the only way, is Brentwood trying to get some laps on competitors as well. So trying to dispatch of the traffic is Jack Williamson. Jackpot is the nickname embroidered on his suit, as we make our way through in towards, coming into the latter stage.
So we're going to pass over to there.
Hour 3. We are going to, I think James has found somebody again with a huge stack of Jaffa cakes. I'm sure we'll find out the source of those Jaffa cakes very, very shortly. But in the meantime, there is a black flag going out to the only way is Brentwood. So big call there. So that is the leaders having been black flagged, and they will have to come into the pit and serve the penalty. There it is on the digiboard. Let's see where Jackpot will see that warning. He will come across the line shortly, I'm sure. And he will. There he goes. He will see that, and I think he's acknowledged it. But the gap now between himself and Andrenico Racing is 12.6 seconds. It's 18 seconds between them and Dab Motorsport. There's a good chance here they might just go outside of the top 3, possibly just remain in it. We'll try this again. Andrew, who have you found?
I'd just like to make it absolutely clear that the stream is not sponsored by McVitie's, but we are very, very glad to have Tom Layton from Zesty Drink Racing, providers of the sustenance for the next couple of hours to the comments box. Tom, how was your stint?
Exhausting, very exhausting. About an hour in, I couldn't really feel my left hand. So I came off, and I was glad to stand up.
It's going all right though at the moment. You're in 15th place, I see there. You've moved up through the order as well. Are you feeling confident still?
We'll have to see what happens. We would like a trophy to take home, but judging by where we are now, it's going to be quite hard work. But we'll see what we can do.
How was the phase of the race when the leaders started coming through? I know there's a bit of confusion out there with the sheer number of black flags that happened. What was it, around 25, 30 minutes in? But how was that first phase when the fast boys started coming through?
Well, they came through, and about 2 minutes later they got black flagged, and about 5 minutes later they're coming back through again. But when it comes to races like this, like I said with our interview before, you're just best letting them through and not fighting anything. If they're quicker than you, let them through. You might learn a thing or two, pick up their lines. Or
what's the plan for the next few hours ahead? It won't be that long before we're talking about nighttime running hours.
Yeah, well, first thing for me is go get some sleep. But I think we've got Adam Nather on into the night hours, and then myself, I'm doing a midnight stint. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. We're just hoping that the rain holds off.
Indeed. Well, thanks for visiting us, Tom. Really good to see you, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And we rejoin here with the only way is Brentwood having served their penalty. They have rejoined in 3rd place, and they are roughly 12 seconds behind Dab Motorsport. So that means Adrenico Racing do now lead the way ahead of Dab Motorsport, and the only way is Brentwood. So that's your top 3 so far. And looking up and down the order, Senior Frogs in 16th place. Where are the battles out there? Battle for 8th place as well. There's a black flag for the number 18, Olympus Karting, for a helmet being undone. So the strap's not done up properly, or it's flapping about in the wind, and it's not on properly. So they're going to have to come in and, the crew down there are going to have to help the driver in the car to do the helmet up.
This is going to be another bingo card one.
Yes.
Esports. That's another one that, unless your name is Oliver Fernall, aka Basic Ollie, hello if you're watching Ollie, Oliver, you don't do sim racing with your race lid on. So that procedure that you want to go through as a driver, where from my experience, so it'd be interesting to hear in the comments between different drivers in the comments of how you prepare for this. I like to be fully geared up, checked over. Have I done all of those? Because I have done it when less experienced. Gone out and realised, oh my goodness, I've not put the strap in. 10 minutes, at least 10 minutes before I could potentially be out on circuit. Have I got everything on? In the heat of battle, have I put my rib protector on? Have I done all of those things that if I've not done them before I get out on circuit, or let's say in the moments before getting out circuit, I want to avoid that wild panic. And I also want to avoid getting out there on circuit and realising, oh dear, I've been a bit silly here, because there's nothing you can do about it at that point.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And it's always a bit, you're always left a bit red in the face when you have to come into the pits and they tell you, oh no, your race suit isn't done up properly, or the lid's not done up properly, and it's the strap is flapping about in the wind. They now have come into the pits and got themselves with the one of the crew down there to help with the helmet to do up once again. And then they'll come back out and hopefully brush that under the carpet and look the other way. But we will see what happens there. Adrenico's still leading the way though, and we will see some other battles out there. Yes, I was talking about the Not Fast But Furious number 12 and the Ditch Finders, who are very close together out on track. Last time they were separated was about 0.3 of a second. And I think they're making their way on towards the start finish straight. Yeah, they've just clocked up over the line. And they're also been joined by the 17 kart, Dr. Vapes. So they're lapping around the circuit at the moment in a trio and trying to see what they can do. That's going to be a battle for 8th place between them. I think that's the lot heading in towards Hairpin 2. And on the exit then, through in towards the S's they will go. But Team Rango, they're clocking up. They're in 12th place at the moment. Another one, of course, is Senor Frogs and Team Daneros. They've been glued together for the last half an hour or so. It's been great to watch them. But those are your two closest battles out on track. The Bayford Bandits have closed up to the Team ARD. So that's for battle for 6th place as well. So 3 battles to pick from as we approach the end of hour number 3. We're very close to the end of hour 3.
Yeah, hopped out the comms box for a moment. We're getting those tropes. First hour can sometimes feel a little bit all over the place, but the rhythm's going now, and these hours are ticking on by. And as I say, shadows are lengthening. It has gone past 5 o'clock here in the UK, if you're watching from around the world. And this is where I refer back to our rota and remind myself, I want to say that sunset is around 8:30 this evening, so particularly if you're getting in say around an hour's time, you're going to need to start thinking about visor selection, because a lot of the drivers out there now be wearing the iridium visors, the one that give you that eye protection in the sun, which you'll need right now as the sun's getting low and starting to get almost at tree level, and in certain points of this circuit can be really blinding right in your eyes. But it'll change quickly, and then you'll need a clear visor on once the floodlights are on, otherwise you'll get called into the pits.
Yes, that was one thing that was also mentioned in the briefing about the tinted visors, that once the floodlights come on around the track, that is your signal to come in and change the lid. But at that point you'd probably change the driver, because changing the lid or the visor from it might take more time than just swapping your driver. So if you're expected to be out there at sunset, you probably want to run with a clear visor at that point to save yourself the trouble.
The particular danger with that is if you're sending a driver out for a 2-hour stint where sunset is going to happen in the middle of that stint. It's not going to be a case of, oh, he was out there, he's fine. No. If you get caught out there with a tinted visor and you're going to be driving out there for a considerable period of time, you will get called in. So you've got to, again, forward think about all of that.
Yeah, you do. It's all part of the fun and games of endurance racing. And I think, yes, there's another black flag going out to the Bayford Bandits. I've just seen that on the Digi flag. And they're going to have to come in and serve a penalty. So they're currently running in 6th place. So they are going to drop possibly to maybe even 11th place after that. We'll see when they come in and serve their penalty what happens there. And we'll see how much time they do lose. Senor Frogs, by the way, just took out a second from Zesty Drink Racing on the last lap alone. So maybe a bit of traffic for Zesty and a little bit of clean air for Senor Frogs. That being said, though, Team Dineros are still hot on their tails. Still, at least it looks like they're still working together to catch carts, I should say, there's a T at the end of that, ahead. And yeah, we've seen 3 close battles for position as we're heading into the almost to hour number 4. More than 200 laps now. We're on to lap 213.
Can you do me a favour and just answer the questions about Jimmy, who he's racing for, and his situation, please?
And we've had I think we've had a question for in the chat there asking who Jimmy is racing for. He's out there in cart number 24, which is Trophy or Trees.
Should remind, though, that the plan is that Jimmy won't appear on circuits. He's similar to Cal Freezy. He is for the Senor Frogs. He is in the team management role. So just to be clear there, you will see Jimmy. He'll be around, and hopefully he'll be able to join us later on. But he's not racing today.
He's running his own Twitch behind the scenes in the other room.
But there is a Twitch stream being run by those guys as well. So do head across to Jimmy's social media for that.
Still Senor Frogs and Team Dineros battling away for 16th place. There goes the CS Racing number 4. And we see there, that's the 17 of Dr. Vape. So Luke Battersby is now behind the wheel. And I did say before, Club 73 not fast but furious. And Ditch Finders were close together. There's about a 2-second gap between them now. I think that's actually West that's behind the wheel of the number 12 at the moment. But chopping and changing of positions as we have carts into the pits. I think one of them, I think it was the number 24 Trophy or Trees that's come into the pits, and it is. And driver change well underway there. The adjustments made as well, not only to the pedals but also to the seat, just to make sure they are comfortable with the changeover and they don't want to lose too much time. And away they go, rejoining onto the track.
Yeah, I'm just looking through to work out which of the drivers has headed out on circuit there. They've all got the names on the back of the seats as well, so we'll work that one out shortly. 1 minute to go before we pass into a new hour. Here's the number 10 and the 13. This is a fight over 10th place. Overall, the Bayford Bandits have had a bit of trouble in the last hour or so with a black flag. Just ahead of the number 13 of Brighton Motorsport, Martin Matchak at the wheel for them right now. Another very experienced driver from the Brighton University ranks.
I was trying to figure out who it was that jumped into the Trophy of Trees cart, and I think it could have been Adam Sanderson.
Yes, I was gonna
hazard that guess.
Hazard that guess because I think it was a Buckmore Park hired
yes
helmet. And in our notes from a number of the drivers have sent their notes in. Adam's put, "We'll hire an extra large helmet when there."
Yes. Well, I mean, Adam Sanderson is more commonly known, if you have played the F1 games, as one of your rivals, Devon Butler. So if you've come across Devon Butler, that's him out there right now, Adam Sanderson. Apparently he wears an XL helmet, does Devon Butler? So there you go. There's more facts you needed to know.
You know what you say about a person with a large helmet?
Yes.
A large balaclava.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's take a short break on the commentary and go for a flying lap around this Buckmore Park circuit. commentary box in the 24 hours. Greetings to you both. Make sure you ration those cakes properly for the length of the race. That's over on the DDMM YouTube stream for Comms Box Live, one of 3 streams that we've got going right now here for the Buckmore Park 24 hours.
And I'm sure Ryan will be glad to know that Andrew did say he'd share the open Jaffa box cake with me. So yeah, we're very good. We're rationing them out. So that's good looking ahead. But we're into hour number 4 of the Buckmore 24-hour 2023. And as you see, well, as you said, Andrew, the shadows are getting longer. At some point, the track will start to cool as well. And you'll get a lower air temperature, which in theory, I've heard this from a couple of drivers down the years, you might have a bit more engine power in that later stage when the sun's just starting to set and the track's starting to cool down. You get this sort of golden half an hour where you can really push the car and get some really good lap times out.
Yeah, you've got to have a compliant track, and the wet weather that potentially could be coming could scupper with that. But that is generally the feel in endurance races, because once definitely at this stage of the race and going onwards now, the kart will never feel 100% again, because the tyres are getting worn, the components on the kart's getting warm, but they're still working pretty hard because the track itself is warm. Whereas even just by taking a couple of the degrees off the track temperature, it means that to pull out a lap time, the kart isn't having to work as hard. Now, if you get into a position, and we're talking percentages, 1 or 2% here, that if the work being done, because there's always going to be a limit on that of how much work the kart and driver can do, but if you can extract more lap time from less work, and then you've got another couple of percent still to go in your bag, you can then go a little bit quicker. That's how it tends to work. But as we say, I think the factor that's going to restrain the drivers from starting to set fast lap times are going to be those tyres. When you say take the Le Mans 24 hours, they talk about happy hours, where the track gets very, very quick in the middle of the night, or just as you get to around sunrise. So that would be an interesting point to see if the lap times start coming down. But of course, they've got reams and reams of tyres that they can stick on their cars every hour or so. That luxury isn't afforded to the drivers that we've got here.
No, of course they have their service stop during the night time, which they will have a look at the kart. So the kart gets taken down to the warehouse. The mechanics can give the kart a once over, make sure everything's okay. But more importantly, they change the front tyres, and it has to take 10 minutes. So it is that set time. Even if the mechanics take 4 minutes to change everything, they have a 10-minute service stop. So no matter how long it takes, they're out of action for 10 minutes.
And we have received the order for that service period. So at any one time from 1:30 in the morning onwards here at Buckmore, we will see 2 karts in. So they're essentially, yes, they're given 10 minutes each, and the draw is completely random as to the order in which they come in. So other races I've done it in car number order or whatever it may be. This one it's just potluck. So we have got that order now. So for example, Accelerate, Kentbury Racing and Ditch Finders, they will be the first teams in. But that's a while off yet, because as I said, that's happening at 1:30 in the morning as we go from hour 11 into 12. I'm going to go and do...
Oh no, what are you going to do?
Investigation.
All right.
Do you mind holding the fort?
I'll do my best. I can't promise the Jaffa cakes will be here when you get back if that's the case, but I will do my best. I wonder what he's going to investigate. I will find out in about 5 minutes when Andrew returns from his investigation. We were talking about the weather. There's been a lot of chat about weather in the past week or so. I've checked many forecasting stations. Many are available. I'm not going to single one out. But all of them were very unsettled. Some said it was going to rain all day today. Some of them say it's going to stay completely dry. As far as we know, Sunday is going to be the day when the rain hits. Now, it's up to you to decide when, depending on who you listen to in terms of weather app. But at some point on Sunday, we will get some rain. So it looks like we have a rather settled Saturday. There you go. There's a bit of alliteration for you. You don't get that. Adrenico still at the top, though, of the standings, and they've pulled out a 2-second gap between themselves and Dab Motorsport, although Dab Motorsport's starting to close down. 10th of a second on that lap. Who have we got? We've got Dr. Vapes 49.1. Luke Battersby's behind the wheel of that one. A second quicker than Team ARD on that lap alone. So that gap's now 3.3 seconds. Miniboost in the 22, chasing down the Bayford Bandits. 1.1 seconds between those two karts. Senor Frogs and Team Daenerys, you cannot separate them at the moment. They are totally and utterly glued together. There they go, through in towards turns 1 and through turn 2. And Chips has been doing a fine job out there, getting those lap times in, pushing themselves up the order. That's only going to help them in the latter stages of the race, of course, as they'll now make their way through the S's. And you can always tell where they are because they've got the fluorescent green? Yeah, it is fluorescent green. Down in towards Paddock Bend. I always say fluorescent green because you've got the high vises that are apparently a fluorescent yellow, but I don't believe them. I don't believe anyone who says it's fluorescent yellow. But there we go, through in towards Senna. There you go, up the hill then towards Cafe Curve. And Team Daenerys just doing a little bit of a push work there, which of course is fine in a straight line. Not so fine going through a corner. They've got the 25 kart there, which is Team ARD, so that's not for position. That is just looking through there. And there's the battle making its way through in towards the S's. And the 25 kart is Team ARD. Meanwhile, that's the number 5 of Adrenico Racing. So that's your race leader trying to get the way through and up back into some clean air once again, which is very much easier said than done. I think that's Callum Jones behind the wheel as he'll make his way up the hill. And Callum Jones been karting for 16 years, which is fantastic experience for him. He now gets his way past Senor Frogs, meanwhile, taking that opportunity to see if they can get a lap back on Team ARD, which they do. And I think there's a question in the chats there about classes. Yes, any you see with a star before their name are in the pro class, and any you don't are in the clubman class. Now, when we get to 6 hours into this race, so when the clock reaches 18 hours to go, the race director can change the class of any kart or team that they feel needs to be moved up or down a class. So when we get to 18 hours to go, we'll know roughly what the battles will be. But at the moment, the top 5 are all pro classes. Team ARD is the leading clubman class at the moment. And there goes the 17 of Dr. Vapes. That's Luke Battersby behind the wheel as he'll make his way in towards hairpin 1. And Andrew's back from his investigative journalism.
I was checking on some comments and whether they were rumours or not. They are not rumours. We will see. Jimmy Broadbent's out on circuit later on in this race. He is down as a registered driver. He just wasn't planning to race, but I think they've had a bit of a change of strategy, and he is now going to be getting in. Not for a while yet, because they're in.
I've heard another rumour.
And James has heard another rumour. I'm going to go and discuss that with him off air.
Okay, sounds good. This investigative journalism is going very, very well indeed. As Chips was signalling to Dab Motorsport to go down the inside, but they have now taken up that opportunity and that invitation. That's not a battle for the lead, though. That's Dab Motorsport going up into second place, at least putting a lap on Senor Frogs. Meanwhile, that's the 17, Dr. Vapes. They are, I think, 2 laps down on the leader as it stands, but they're looking to try and get their way past Senor Frogs as they make their way through now in towards the S's.
There's another rumour as well, but I'm not going to say what it is.
Oh,
I'll
right.
leave it to chat to Rumour Mill and try and guess what it is.
Oh, no.
Luke Battersby there goes past, that was Senor Frogs. Good move there. Lou Battersby in the number 17 knows this track very well, knows these karts very well. It's a good wheel track to follow. If Chip can do so.
Yeah, if you can keep on it, learn some lines as well. It's not the end of the world to fall behind to a leader, because then you can follow them and learn some lines as well. So that is always beneficial. You get that little bit of lap there. Oh, that was the 25 Team ARD going up the inside and trying to get that one. That's allowed, though, the team number 20 to go up the inside too of Senor Frogs. Team Dineros, they're going to run side by side. That battle is for position, and that looks like Chips was just ahead as they were going through in towards the cafe curve, which he was. And Team Dineros not too happy with the 25 there. But nevertheless, they'll make their way now down towards hairpin 1. Again, that battle for 16th place keeps continuing on. They're like glue stuck together. For the last sort of half an hour, 45 minutes, they've been inseparable, these two, Team Dineros and Senor Frogs. Great for us, of course, and if they're working together, their lap times are pretty good as well. They are currently 17 seconds behind the battle for 14th place. So not too bad at all, not too shabby. If they keep up that pace, they should be catching them.
Yeah, I mean, they were outside the top 20, weren't they? They've done a really good job here to gain 3 or 4 positions in the space of an hour and a bit. Keep it that rate, and they'll be moving up towards the top 15. Have a very brief chat with some of the lads. Just whilst I was on the rounds doing my investigating. They've not given up hopes yet of a trophy, and nor should they, because 20 hours and 46 minutes of this race remaining, and I think the confidence will build now that they know, because they were umming and ahhing about it on the grid a little bit. Now that they know that there's pace in the kart, that'll build what they think they can do with this race, and treat this 1 hour by hour and just see where they are, and if they can keep moving forward each hour, they'll finish well. Into the pits comes the number 15, Formula None. That's a tough stint for Formula None. They were in that scrap, weren't they? For
Is that none or non?
The top 10, but they've fallen down now to 23rd. Have Formula None. Producer James is looking at me. Is it Formula None as in my lord to thee, or 0? It's just my pronunciation of none, James. Sorry. But out they go onto circuit.
That's Daniel Mays who's got behind the wheel, who says his nickname is the Tangerine Tornado. Oh, that's a great nickname.
My goodness me.
That's a great nickname. Let's see what the Tangerine Tornado can do.
Well, it can get fairly windy around here. We've got Rochester Airport over on the far side. And in fact, now that's a challenge for our camera operators. We've had some good K9 TV, but we haven't had No Jet TV yet today.
Oh, we did, but I just didn't play it.
So we'll have to get that on the airwaves at some point. For those who are probably wondering what on earth is he on about now, it's Big Jet TV, but without the big jets.
And what more do you want?
Exactly.
That's 21 kart making its way through. 21 being the Zesty Drink Racing machine. Looking to move up the order. They're currently 14th in this race, under pressure from Mini Boost, and nothing like a good little break at the calf. A little bit of food on there on board as well. And I guess you would need some of that after a long stint, as drivers obviously look on from the telemetry. They never switch off in these races, even when they're on a break or they're having something to eat. They'll always have a look at the telemetry, see what's going on, and see what sort of lap times everyone's setting. You can't switch off in one of these races, and not many people do.
No, and I feel like this point of the race can almost lure some teams in terms of, if you've got drivers who are on, not in the next hour, but say 3-4 hours from now, it's a nice sunny day. The race is going on. The last place they need to be is watching the race right now. They need to be down. They need to be either getting fed or having a bit of rest, preparing themselves for when they go to battle. once we go dark, and the number of efforts that I've seen, not as much in this race, but in other races with bigger fields, where it's difficult to go to sleep right now if you've got a bit of a body clock that doesn't want to go to 5:45 in the afternoon. But to keep yourself fresh for later in the race, it's an absolute must if you're going to do well here today.
Yes, absolutely. And it's almost that case of you have to prepare for the unprepared, which is almost impossible to do. But we saw that happen to Senior Frogs last year. There was an issue. They had to come into the pits. They had to change the cars. They got back out there and had to make up all that lost ground and still manage fourth in class. And it's sometimes those sorts of stories where you have an issue but you recover from it really well is sometimes better than leading the whole way.
Yeah, and like support crew as well. We have teams out there that have got members of the team who aren't going to drive. They need to make sure that they're rested as well.
Yeah.
So that they're there to perform their duties as the race goes on.
Make sure he's up to weight.
Yeah, the weights are put on there. Of course, they're allowed to put up to 25 kilos of weight on themselves. Otherwise, they got the regulation minimum weight of 70 kilos. So the fact that he's having to put on lead weights is very envious.
Padding. I think that's padding for your ankle, so it doesn't bounce around. Now, that is another thing that you sometimes see in endurance karting that you may not see elsewhere. Because you're in the karts for that long, and it is bumpy, it is physical down this track, you start getting sore points. But even if you're used to karting, that that don't flare up when you're doing a 20-minute, 30-minute race. I mean, I've had it myself at a circuit elsewhere, Teesside, where you did a 24-hour. Your inside rib needs extra padding beyond what you normally would have, because if you don't wear it, you're going to be in quite a bit of bother when you then try and get it back into Stint 2, Stint 3. So I think that's what we're seeing there.
Yes, no, you're right. As soon as the sort of padding on the rib protectors came in, I sort of realised, oh yeah, it is padding. No, you're absolutely right. But we'll see Senior Frogs still making their way through in towards hairpin 2, still putting that pressure on Team Dineros, still both of them lapping in the 49s, so they're doing a great job out there. Our leaders are in the 49s at the moment as well, so pretty much on par with your race leaders at this moment is not a bad stat to have.
Not bad at all. And you can be quite simple with your solutions for it. So this is going to sound ridiculous. Car sponges, the big yellow ones, pad them on your ribs because they get a good bit of coverage over there. A couple of them, strap yourself in, just that extra bit of padding that prevents you then having sore ribs into halfway through your second stint, because once you're sore, then your brain will start going, I'm sore, or I'm really hurting here, and your mind is not on extracting those last couple of percent of performance that could be the difference between one place and another at the end of the 24.
Yeah, of course. Fatigue is a major part in racing. You've got to understand.
Have you seen the love that David's getting in the chat?
You've got to understand about fatigue, and obviously noticing when one of your drivers maybe not so on the pace. Maybe that fatigue is getting to them. It's tenths of a second, and obviously that does come into play with it. As that's the Dab Motorsport, are they? P1 at the moment. Yeah, they're happy with that for now.
Sebastian Block will be getting in.
They feel like
experienced driver, former Honda Cadet Open champion.
I'd love to be that relaxed before getting into a car, though, wouldn't you? Just to give a dance as well. Yeah, I'd love to be that relaxed. I couldn't. It couldn't be me. Would never be me.
Well, it'll be for the Club 73 Young Guns. They're currently in 5th place. We are getting folks into another one of those sectors. You can see that 1 hour and 49 minutes is what the Club 73 Young Guns cart has done recently. So we're going to be going through for some more pit stops. for the whole field really in the next 20 minutes or so.
There's Senior Frogs once again. They've got The Only Way is Brentwood behind them now. That is not for position, but they make their way through and towards the second hairpin now, making their way on towards the S's. And again, Team Daneros just ahead for now.
Got a really cool shot coming up.
Symes, Sweep and then Pullmans, as they'll make their way down in towards Paddock Bend.
James has got a cool shot, I hear, in my ear. What have you got for us, producer James? Oh, the inner sanctum of race control.
Everyone's got to be on their best behaviour up there. No, I'm kidding. That's Clinton Bell looking over the race.
He's looking very sharp.
He's looking very sharp, yes.
He's had a trim.
Absolutely.
Probably the funniest briefing I've ever heard.
The inner workings of race control, which gives you a great view of the top half of the circuit. So it's a great place to be. And
this is normally where I'm not allowed. It's like, oh, get in now.
Yes.
Mr. Loud Voice commentator. Not allowed in race control.
No. Yeah, no, absolutely. But got a few laughs as well in the briefing. Nothing better than getting some information to stick than making people laugh, which James, the producer, also said it was one of the funniest briefings he's seen. As long as the information sticks, it's great.
Remember in the briefing down here, please, you're going to block the pit lane.
And of course, Clint making sure that the drivers move up the pit lane as they were discussed in the briefing, just to make sure that's just not to block the pit lane entrance. We've got a kart in the pits, which is Olympus Karting. So they've now come into the pits.
Sports teams.
Emily in the chat then. Thank you for your question, Emily. Do they qualify to determine the grid for the race? Yes, they did. They had 90 minutes of practice this morning, of which the last, I believe, 10 minutes of that was qualifying. So that's when you had to set your fast times. When the kart was slightly lighter, you put your fastest driver in for the last 10 minutes. And what your fastest time was determined where you started on the grid. But of course, the longer an endurance race is at this stage, especially in a 24-hour, you get to qualifying and you think, oh, great, I've qualified on pole position. But you soon start to realise that qualifying is just where you put yourself in the medlem of the first hour. Yeah. That's really all it is. From then on, you've got to make sure everything works in order. Hello. Some nice and friendly drivers in the pit lane there, ready to get themselves into the karts. And even an engineer as well. A race engineer, there you go. But no, great to see high spirits all around, which is pretty much what a 24-hour is best at doing.
Ask the chat who they want to see interviewed in here.
Well, have to ask as well. Let us know in the chat. Who would you like us to have a chat to? Who would you like us to shove a microphone under their nose and see when they want to submit to not answering questions anymore? That would be nice to know. There's the number 20. That's Team Daneros leaving the pit lane. Onwards towards turns 1 and turns 2. They were straight in and then straight back out again. So perhaps did they miss the fuel bay? Was it a miscommunication? What isn't a miscommunication is Club of 73 Young Guns are into the pits, and I believe they pulled that into the fuel bay. So fuel stop then for the Club 73 Young Guns. And so that will shift up the order just a little bit. As we see then, the Young Guns have to wait on the sidelines, on the pavement, before they're allowed to get back onto the track and into the kart. So the Bastion block will make his way into the kart, not taking many chances, but he gets back in and will get himself back on the way and onto the track. So they've lost a few positions down there, and we will see how they go. Of course, slightly out of sync is not the right way to do.
Absolutely. We've got another special guest on shortly for us here in the commentary box in the John Button Suite. You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. Andrew Mather and Kieran McGinley on the airwaves for you here today. If you're enjoying the coverage and you haven't already, do give Alpha Live a subscribe. Plenty more motorsport action this weekend. Wilton Mill Kart Club, Teesside Owner Sprint Series and Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland, all to come yet this weekend and next week as well. We've got live coverage of the 4th round of the Super 1 Karting Championships, National Championships from Rowra. Which is my other favourite circuit from this place in terms of it being picturesque. So we'll tune into that next Sunday, and we'll have on Friday as well VUKC action down at Clay Higgins. Kieran's going to run away from it. Have a chat with our special there. Meanwhile, to Halfman, the driver changes. There's Team ARD making a pit stop, and once again they're showing a good effort so far. 11th place for them. That was a quick turnaround, 1 minute 30.5 on their pit affected lap time. We'll have a rundown of the order as well coming up soon. But Kieran has got a very special guest with us here in the commentary box. Kieran, over to you.
I do indeed. I have Jimmy Broadbent here who's come up. And Jimmy, we've heard a lot of rumours around this paddock. Can you dispel them? Are you driving, yes or no?
I am now, yeah. Basically on the last stint, Matt, I think he dislocated his little finger about 10 minutes into the stint. Kept going for like 50 minutes, what a legend. And now we've got a bit of a slot to fill, and everyone went, Jimmy. I thought, no, I don't mind. I'd rather we be able to fill it. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to last the 2 hours. I'll give it a go. I'm still not feeling 100%. But, I figured I'm here. I can drive, so why not?
The last time you were here, though, Jimmy, you had a bit of an injury, though, didn't you? So hopefully that doesn't rear its ugly head again.
I've heard that if you get injured, next time it gets stronger, and you don't get hurt again. So I think I'll be fine, probably. Yeah, we'll see.
I've heard that rumour as well. Yeah. How's it going for your team anyway?
We're doing okay. I mean, like obviously with like the issues we've had and the injuries we've had, I think also Aldas has got a massive gash in his hand as well. We're a bit lower down than we want to be. We've had to do a couple of short stops. We've not had the fuel. I think it's a long race, a typical endurance racing thing when you say that. But we've got still got a strong team. I think we'll do a bit better overnight. I think, which is a bit cooler. But at the moment, not great. to answer that question.
But to use a racing trope, it's a long way to go. Where do you sort of see the team in 20 hours' time?
I think, honestly, we have the pace to be on the podium in our class. I think that's definitely possible. Just need to sort of link these stints together a bit better. I think if there's a bit of rain as well, that's going to really throw that into the mix. I think there's some schedule maybe overnight. I'm not going to be here for that. That's their problem. But I think that's going to be something that saves us, hopefully.
I'm sure we all want to know, when are you planning to jump into the kart?
Next. So I'm in about half an hour.
Well, then you heard it here first. Half an hour, we get to see Jimmy into the kart. So that's the latest news story. Thank you very much, Jimmy. I'm sure you'll want to get prepared and get yourself going. And we'll hand it back to Andrew.
Thank you very much, Kieran. Jimmy, all I'll say is avoid that curb. It's got even bumpier since you were last here. So avoid that curb. You know from last time. But yes, it's time for another rundown of the order. So we're at the bottom of the race hour, and your race leaders on lap 254 are DAB Motorsport, last year's winners of a 2.2 second lead over Adrenico Racing. They've got a 5 second lead over the third place kart, The Only Way is Brentwood. Yes, 7.5 seconds, sorry, is covering the top 3 karts at this stage of the race. Accelerates Kent Brewery Racing are 4th, still on the lead lap, 37.5 seconds off the overall lead. Great work in the last couple of hours by Dr. Vapes. They were in that big battle we saw from just outside the top 10 in the first hour. They're now 5th and 1 lap down off the overall lead. Some super work put in by Luke Battersby there. 6th place is the Club 73 Young Guns. We saw Sebastian Bloch getting ready for them to get into the number 1 kart shortly. They're 2 laps off the overall lead. 25 seconds is the gap they're trying to close down to Dr. Vapes. They've got a 7.5 second leader over their teammates in Clubman, the Club 73 Not Fast But Furious team. 8th place at the moment for the Ditch Finders. They're a further 15 seconds back and are the last of the karts that are 2 laps off the overall lead. 9th place at Team Rango, having a strong run so far. 3.5 seconds behind Ditch Finders. but they've got the leaders in between them. That's why they're marked as 3 laps down. 1.6 seconds ahead of Brighton Motorsport. They're in 10th. Team ARD have been in recently, so they're slightly off on schedule in terms of pit stops at the moment, but right now, this second, they are in 11th, 15 seconds behind Brighton Motorsport, but only 0.4 of a second of the first of our esports teams, the Williams Formula 1 Esports 1 team. This is the one that's got in real life experience before this weekend. They're in 12th place, and they're 18 seconds ahead of the Bayford Bandits there in 13th. Onto your teams that are 4 laps off the overall lead. Zesty Drink Racing are 13 seconds behind the Bayford Bandits in 14th place. Mini Boost continue their strong run so far in this year's edition of the 24. They're in 15th place, 10.6 seconds behind Zesty Drink, 5.8 ahead of a resurgent Senior Frogs. What a stint it has been from Josh Larkin. Burnt Chip has pulled them from outside the top 20. They are now pushing the top 15. 17th place, CS7 Racing, 12.5 seconds back from Senior Frogs. They are the last of the carts on 4 laps off the overall lead. Team De Neros are 5 laps off the overall lead. They have just recently pitted in the last 6 minutes or so. So that's why they've separated from Senior Frogs. The two of those two teams working together really nicely. Some very heads-up endurance racing from both of them, so they're carrying on well there in the number 20. They're 16.2 seconds ahead of South Coast Racing, the number 14, who will be pitting in the next, I'd say, half an hour or so. Club 73 Team Silent are next up, 6 laps down, 31 seconds behind South Coast. 8 seconds ahead of TRX Racing, who are having a bit of a struggle out there so far, the Prem team. They're 6 laps off the overall lead. They will need to have a pretty much problem-free run now, I think, to be getting back into the discussion for the class podium. Trophy or trees, we just heard from their team captain, Jimmy Broadbent, a few moments ago. They're 22 seconds behind TRX Racing, but closing in at the rate of about half a second a lap. So the number 24 there doing good things, 6 laps off the overall lead. They have a clear laps lead over Formula None, who have really unfortunately dropped off in the last couple of hours, were up around the top 10 and now 7 laps off the overall lead. 22 seconds up the road is what they need to find 2 trophy or trees. And then Williams Esports 2 are next up in 24th place, a lap behind Formula None, 4 laps clear of Olympus started by HSR Autos. Looks like we've got a Senior Frogs pit stop coming up, and we'll catch that in a few moments after our next little word from one of our sponsors. Time is just gone 6 o'clock. A word from our sponsors, Anderson EV.
Imagine a world where style and sustainability unite. The Anderson A2 charge point offers over 120 colourful finish combinations, so you won't choose to blend in or stand out. Crafted in the UK from high-quality materials and precision engineering, the A2 is designed to make the switch to electric driving as seamless as possible. Smart, simple, sustainable. This is luxury electric vehicle charging. This is Anderson EV.
Back with us here for live coverage of the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, now the race begins. Because Rosa Shaw, the man himself, Harry Lewis, limbering up to get into the car to take over from Burnt Chip. I was thoroughly impressed with Rosa Shaw's driving last year, Kieran. He took the second stint. And apart from the national panel having a little bit of a break to fill, which we won't talk about, we'll come back to again. It was a really faultless run from Harry.
It was.
The technical problem that we had was not his fault. I maintain that to this day. But he was the first recipient of a driver's commentary curse.
Yes.
I'm just going to note.
That was unfortunate, wasn't it?
Past 6 o'clock.
That
covered all the bases there.
You have. But yeah, we're expecting Chips in then very soon. It's been a great stint he's put in. We act like I act like I'm surprised, but the stint he put in last year overnight. Here he comes then into the pits, and it looks like then the Senior Frogs will be coming in for their fuel stop, as long as Chips turns it into the fuel bay, stops it in the right place, which he does, and so the refueling can get underway.
Very clean. Good pit stop so far. Congratulations and support there. Chip to Rosa Shaw, and Chippo's off. Chippo's off to lie down in the ice bath. It's ready to go for what will be the best part of another 2-hour stint. Go, Boggo, go. Here we go for can he carry on that form that we've seen from Chip? We know that there's pace in this kart now. There's no question of that anymore. So they pitted from just outside the top 15. Now, where have they come out in relation to Team De Neros? They've pulled 10 seconds on Team De Neros. So those two karts that were together, that is a good gap. That again, a good final part of the stint from Chip. And away goes Rota Shaw. Away goes Harry. His next target up the road is the CS7 racing kart. That is an hour and 18 into the stint.
It's number 5.
Number 5 indeed.
Dog number 5.
Are these all different dogs?
I think so.
Repeated shots at the same time.
That's definitely a different dog. Definitely. He is. That's what we watch the 24-hour for, isn't it? 5 dogs now. There you go. James, our producer, said 6, and we've got 20 hours and 20 minutes to go. Still confident on 6, James?
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, I did remind you. I had to remind you. But there you go.
So the sight there of the number 10 of the Bayford Bandits. In fact, let's keep an eye on the Bayford Bandits because they are rapidly closing in on Team ARD for 12th place. They took 1.7 seconds out of Team ARD last time around. They're only 5 seconds behind. There's also been a change of position to report. Team Rango are up to 8th place past the Ditch Finders. That's not just a place overall, that's a place in class as well. So Team Rango are now 2nd of those in the club and class. If you're just joining us, the teams that have got an asterisk at the front of them, apart from Dab Motorsport, not quite sure why that isn't the case with Dab Motorsport, those are the pro teams. Those are the ones that we expect to see at the front. Now there may be a rebalancing of the classes around halfway. Reason being, we want to give those with less experience, or Race Control want to give those with less experience something to race for, and they don't like pot hunters. So if you put yourself down as a clubman team, and you're quite clearly not a clubman team, you will get promoted.
Yes.
Now, if you've got a problem with that, take it up with Clint.
But all decisions are final.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
He's much bigger than me.
But also all decisions are final, so I don't think you get too far with that. So that would be the end of that before it's even started. But hey ho, you could don't. It's one of those where just don't even try. Don't even try because you will lose. Unfortunately, you will lose. Yes, Dab Motorsport leading the way by 3.5 seconds, which is no gap at all when we're nearly 4 hours into this. Absolutely no gap whatsoever. Which is great to see. The fact that we are quite a way into this race, we still have pretty decent gaps between teams and drivers around this. And it just goes to show you that 3.7 seconds is no gap whatsoever. I mean, we saw Senior Frogs last year lose a whole load of laps, let alone time, when they had that NASA panel, unfortunately.
They weren't the only ones.
They weren't the only ones, no, absolutely right. But it just shows you that sometimes something completely out of your control can happen and just take 4 or 5 laps away from you.
Oh, I'd argue whether it's out of their control or not.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't Harry's fault.
Okay.
Will and E's before him. He was smacking too many curbs.
Oh, perhaps.
Fatigue failed the bracket.
Okay, arguably then. Arguably. I wasn't going to place blame because I thought I'd stay in their good books, but You're clearly out for blood, which is fine.
I'm out to cause.
You are. Well, there we go.
But I wouldn't be anywhere else today. Especially now I've seen what that result is looking like.
Yes, we had yellow flags there down the hill, which I'm just trying to see. Is it someone possibly just recalibrating the plastic blocks somewhere? Yes, it is. Someone's readjusting the little bits of foam.
Furniture.
Yes, that's the one. That's the word I was looking for. Just on the inside of Pullman's there to stop teams cutting that corner, although someone had to cut that corner in the first place to nudge it. So it's a bit of an oxymoron there, but it's being pushed back in its place.
Hello to JZ Racing Zach. Yes, we'll try and get Bo Sullivan on later on. One of the very quick drivers is Bo Sullivan. I'll send our peeps out into the paddock to see if we can get a chat with Bo at some point in the race. We are doing the whole 24 hours this year. No, we did the first 6 and a bit hours last year and the last 6 hours in 2022. We are going to do this thing all the way through to 2:30 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
Not just us, though.
Not just us.
We have to put that caveat in
Yes.
there. I don't think that's
We will
possible.
have voice number 3 joining us later in the evening. In fact, about now might be when he's heading away from the Milton Keynes area. Hello to Finn as well on the DDMM chat on CommsWatchCam, and David Whitehouse, aka Motorsport Magpie, who is getting some love in the Alpha chat, I can see. I said, did you count producer James as a dog? Absolutely not. That's a horrendous thing to say, David. Take that back. He's deeply offended, I can see over to my left. He looks sad
He
now.
is. He looks disgusted. He's off.
That's it. We've got no producer anymore. We can do what we want. 20 hours and 16 minutes to go. Hello to Adam Sears as well. The ultimate gentleman racer. He's asking about double stints and DAB Motorsport. Now, per the regulations that you correctly kept me on earlier today, wouldn't be allowed to double stint now. Because if you come in for fuel, you have to change driver, don't you?
Yes, absolutely right. If you do a fuel stop, you have to change driver. That is the rule that was brought in this year. But of course, you can just come in and halfway or an hour in and change a driver.
Yep.
No problem at all. But when you do a fuel stop, you have to change your driver. So there isn't really a possibility of double stinting. To cut back on the amount of 4-hour stints that were going on last year, they sort of changed that rule so that whenever you did do a fuel stop, it's someone new in the cart.
Yes. And, my goodness me, what are we going to see here now? If we go into the green room, and your folks there analysing the data.
I was almost dreading what we might have found there.
Closely trees, enjoying things as well. A few moments ago, he's going to be getting into the cart very soon. I don't know, James, if we can find a shot of DAB Motorsport just to check who's in the cart for them at the moment.
What number?
Max O'Shaughnessy tapped it. In fact, yes, it is going to be Max O'Shaughnessy, the number 6, because we saw him getting in. That's just turned itself around in my memory soup in the brain.
Memory soup?
It's already a soup. It's gone to mush.
I was going to say.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Max O'Shaughnessy out for them at the moment. There he is. And he is right on the pace at the moment, 49.3. Driver that we've seen at Buckmore Park over a number of years, and also races in a lot of different disciplines as well. So today it's 4 strokes, it's the Sodies. Number 25 has a bit of a tap on the head there. At the moment, I think he's following the number 17 of Luke Battersby. I mean, that kind of shows you how good a job Luke's been doing. That he's holding Max O'Shaughnessy there now. And Max is quite clearly happy to just follow the number 17 at the moment. Doesn't need to put a second lap on the Dr. Vape's kart at the moment. But see Max race quite a wide range of different karts. And for those of you who are perhaps new to the sport, it's like, what do you mean different kinds of karts? There's various different disciplines. So here we would describe it as corporate arrive and drive 4-stroke, but I know I've also seen Max race very competitively in 2-stroke. Arrive and drive in the BUKC is already a champion in that series this year, and he also does a lot of pro karting as well with the dual engine setups down at places like Rye House. And wherever I see Max race, he's always very, very quick.
Yes, he is, and obviously got a wealthy array of accolades behind him as well. A Buckmore 6-hour, Buckmore 3-hour champion, obviously part of the winning teams in the Buckmore 24-hour in 2019 and 2020. As you said, the 2023 BUKC champion, 2017 and 18 National D-Max Endurance champion. So it's a case of what hasn't he won might be a shorter list in his racing career.
Scott Wallace, a.k.a. Into the Barrier, on circuit at the moment for Trophy or Trees. And how's Scott's lap times looking at the moment for Trophy or Trees? 50.8 in the 50s. Good stuff being put in here by Scott Wallace. Very entertaining YouTuber. I've watched his videos for many a year.
Yeah, obviously made a comeback, didn't he?
Yeah.
A few months ago.
Yeah.
Great to have him back on YouTube as well. We sorely needed an oh no every now and again.
Oh no. I won't do that again.
Well, I mean, you've got the accent for
we
it.
need to do that. We need to get Scott on, don't we?
I think so.
Commentary in the middle of the night, if he doesn't mind. Beautiful conditions here at Buckmore Park. Great conditions for racing, and drivers enjoying it out there at the moment. You just see Team De Neros behind, the number 20. How are they getting on? 50.299. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's Richard Neal in for them at the moment, who had a chat with during our Club 100 paddock walk last weekend, which if you've not watched that one and you're interested, go and have a watch of that on the Alpha Live YouTube channel at your leisure. And if you're enjoying the coverage so far, do make sure that you've subscribed, click that like button and shared as well. We will have today's race in 3 parts essentially, so 2 daytime streams and then a through the night one. So if you've stumbled across us here, do be aware of that if you want to follow all the way through to 2:30 tomorrow, you will at some point, and we'll direct you when we're doing that, go over to part number 2 and part number 3. I can see you've got the weather forecast up there, Kieran. How are we looking on that front?
Well, at the moment, it settles until we reach about 7 o'clock, where there's a 37% chance of rain. At 8 o'clock, that goes up to 47%. And at 9 o'clock, that goes up to 51%. So we are looking like we might actually get some rain today, around about 9 o'clock. But that is, it's 51%. It is literally... So flip a coin, and that's what it's going to be.
Alex Mitchell has got in touch on the DDMM comms box chat. I thought it had caused confusion out there because he was out there at the time for Brighton Motorsport and asks, because they don't know, they didn't see it, because he was on track at the time, what happened with the black flags at the start? I'll tell you exactly what happened, Alex.
Sit back for this one.
The top 6 were all very, very naughty and went too quick under yellow flags, so they all got called in one by one to have a little chat. And that's how you got the lead of the race, then, because you were good and you behaved yourself. More of that, please. And we'll quite happily have you on later on, Alex. Great to hear from you guys in the Brighton squad and how it's going on down there. Who's impressed you in the opening 4 hours of this race, Kieran?
I think, obviously, Senior Frogs have done a great job of getting their way up the order, starting from last. I mean, we heard from Will earlier on today that actually for them, maybe starting last wasn't such a bad thing. They can't go backwards from that point. It can only get better. So they are currently 17th place, and mega stint from Chip as well to get himself up the order. But I mean, Dr. Vapes as well, they've got themselves up the order. They started in the bottom half of the field, so they've got themselves now up into 5th place. So again, they've done well to get themselves back up there.
hello to the race for the uninitiated. Normal driver change, by the way. 14 ARD, yes, good. The race, one of the biggest motorsport channels on YouTube, do a lot of race reports and analysis and stream themselves. Even they have got involved with the Send Your Frogs Love and have got the frog emojis out. So, hello to the guys at the race. And yeah, was that a scheduled one for Team ARD to come in and change drivers at that point? It feels like they've slipped down the order a bit in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, I don't know whether it could be an unscheduled driver change, of course. That wouldn't be out of the question. But yeah, they're 14th at the moment. I think they have rejoined ahead of Mini Boost in the 22. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see how that gap changes, because of course they'll have crossed the line at a slower pace. Meanwhile, Williams Esports, the number 8 car, the lead team, have just set their personal best, 49.4. They are currently in 9th place at the moment. They've got away past Brighton Motorsport.
Just joining us. We've got multiple streams going on today. One here on YouTube, we're also on Twitch as well. And if you need more stats, you want to keep an eye on the individuals coming in on the race control app, head across to the VBMM live stream. We've also got our faces. We'll see some of our guests when we join us for commentary later in the evening. There as well as Lee Henderson has. I think this is an answer to the question of who's impressed so far. Continuing here with Club 73 Team Silence pit stop. Charlie Ratford, yeah, good shout. His first stint for The Only Way is Brentwood. That was thoroughly impressive. And yes, Charlie knows this place very well. We know how quick he is around this place, but he was up against some very experienced drivers there in Dan McGinley and Jack Goldsmith and all the teams. And he did very well. He really looked part of that group and looked like he belonged there.
Yeah, and keeping pace with Dante Dillon as well, which is not an easy feat to do. And yeah, the two of them managed to break away in the end, get themselves far up the road. And even with that black flag for all the top 6, they managed to then filter their way back through the order, take back the lead of the race, and still extend the gaps.
And it was it was a bizarre set of events that I've never seen in one of these endurance races before. That early in the race, the top 6 all put themselves in. And we talk about that first run through the traffic. In a strange way, it initiated that first run through the slightly slower traffic, but instead of it being the conventional way of leaders catch the back of the field to start putting one lap of them, right, let's see how they can navigate their way through here and still keep that pace up, which often is then what defines between a driver who's first in one of those battles or fourth. But they got put in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what was really impressive for me with Charlie's stint, that in that quite strange scenario, it was his driving and Dante's driving that really shone out in that first hour.
Absolutely. Adrenaco Racing are in the pits at the moment with a fuel stop. And there is Louis Broadbent getting ready to get back out onto track. We heard from him a few minutes ago that he's unscheduled. He wasn't meant to be driving today. Super sub. Let's see how super it is, as he'll get into the kart very, very shortly.
Sam Lovelace out for Adrenaco Racing then. And seeing Sam race for a good number of years. There is Scott Wallace into the barrier, who thankfully has not been into the barrier. There we go, I've made that joke. You can scratch that one off the bingo list. Coming through are Luke Battersby and Max O'Shaughnessy. Black flag for Club 73 Young Guns. That's sixth place, isn't it? So you can't stop a racer like Jim getting out on circuit. He is ready to go. His tiptoes. A great bit of footage from him earlier where he's demoing his Nissan Skyline around the circuit. So is Scott in this time? Yes, he is. Good stint that from Scott Wallace into the barrier. Consistently in the 50 point somethings.
Not an easy thing to get out of these carts
No,
if you've just had a long stint. I can vouch for that. I rolled over the back of a cart once to get out.
7 minutes Scott was in there for.
Yeah.
Going to get ready. Got the seat insert there. Jimmy Broadbent, who most famous for his sim racing exploits and his YouTube channel, that has recently made the transition from being full-time sim racer to pretty much now full-time in real life racer. Champion in the Praga Cup Sports Car Series in 2022, and ran in that as part of a 2-driver effort with young rising star Gordy Much, who raced in this race last year with his Team 87 outfit. And away goes Jimmer for the start of his stint.
Absolutely. Great to see him out there, though, although the last time he was here, he rather injured himself, so hopefully it doesn't happen twice. There seems to be a thing about Jimmy entering a team and teammates getting injured, but there seems to be a thing that happens.
Again, I think it's one of those experience things. Can often happen. Scott is absolutely exhausted by the looks of things there. Been hard work out there, but a good stint nonetheless. Repeat showing of the black flag for the Club 73 Young Guns, and some good carts for Broadbent to be in the mix with there. Luke Battersby and Max O'Shaughnessy, we've talked about them before. These are essentially the 2 fastest carts on the circuit right now, so this will be a good test to see how much pace is in the number 24 cart ultimately. Sam Lovelace just ahead of that as well. In fact, this is interesting. Can Adrenico Racing stay on the lead lap of the race here? Because the gap from where they are, well, it's 48 seconds, which in another way of putting it is about, what would you say, 6 or 7 cart lengths from going a lap down. About to pass into a new hour. 288 laps completed by the leaders now. 4.6 separating Dab Motorsport in the other race. But with that, it's Sebastian Block in the and away again after a black flag for the Young Guns.
Yep, rejoins the circuit then, and we'll have to get back up to speed, as I think that was Williams Esports into the pits. Yes, there they go, the number 8, but has to wait behind the 21 for a fuel stop then, the 21 being Zesty Drink Racing. And I think that's the 13 as well. Brighton Motorsport also into the pits. That's the issue there. With only the one fuel bay, you've got to time it right. There's a 3-car queue there. You do not want to be the 3rd car in that queue, let alone the 2nd.
I'm just wondering, is that a change for 4th place? I think it is. We'll have to wait to see it time through. But Adrenico Racing, who are only 1 lap down, or have I? No, I've understood this incorrectly. So Dr. Vapes are on the verge of going 2 laps down. Adrenico on the verge of going 1 lap down, which means there's a lap between 4th and 5th. So apologies there. Still Adrenico Racing in 4th and Dr. Vapes in 5th. Or I might be about to be proven wrong.
We'll find out when they cross the timing straight. That's for sure. As we see then XLR Kent Brew Racing. We haven't actually mentioned them for quite a while, but they are there in 3rd place. Just under the radar for now, setting some consistent lap times. The top 3 really in the 49.3s at the moment. There is Luke Battersby.
That is a superb stint from Luke Battersby. Thrown himself in there and put his team in a very, very strong position 4 hours into this race. You can see he is really giving some there.
Yeah, he's helped his team out there to no end. Got them right up the table there. So that's a very, very good stint from Luke Battersby. Now the team, when they came into the pits, were 5th place. So they'll rejoin onto the circuit. And
so about to do an update on the timing system.
I think that's Marcel who's got back into the car. Chmielewski, I think that would be who's jumped into the car. That would be my guess.
So we're into the 5th hour of the race then. You're watching live coverage of the Buckmore Park 24 hours for 2023. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media and Kieran McGinley in the commentary positions for you at the moment. If you're enjoying the commentary, at Double Dash MM across your social media networks and at KSM. Just KS McGinley.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought it was another good
Change has been made.
And also, big thanks to the team back at Alpha Live HQ. The eagle-eyed amongst you will notice that you've just had a little detail change on the timing tower. Your pro entries have now got a blue number board, and your club entries are a black number board.
Don't say we
Thank you
don't.
very much, Luke. Back at HQ for that one.
Don't say we don't treat you. There you go. Yeah, great job by the team then. And yes.
Adam Sears asks a very good question. Are the tanks visible to the drivers? Been a few years racing since he's been there at Buckmore Park. Very good question, which I'm going to hold for a driver interview. Let's hold that one on the Monday then. Thank you very much, Adam. I believe they're not either, because there's a lot more cowling and protection for the drivers on these RT10 machines, powered by 390cc Honda engines, 4-stroke engines. Track limit warning for the only way is Brentwood.
We've got a black flag. I think,
and that's why track limits. So the only way is Brentwood. Now I'm just going to check. No, look at the E5. I thought for a moment there that we were going to have that awkward moment of a black flag being in combination with a driver pit stop. We should mention that the track limit warnings will have been reset now as well. Because one of the worst things you can probably do, Kieran, is you're coming up to a pit stop, you're pushing the fuel long, and you then pick up a penalty which you then have to serve first. And that extra lap might be the difference between you getting a nice, clean, straightforward, well-worked strategic pit stop and running out of fuel.
Look at that shot.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's a great shot as well as the sun pokes through the trees here at Buckmore Park. But you're absolutely right. It's you've planned it to have the pit stop as and when you want it, and if you get yourself that black flag penalty, that just throws it into a race. And if you're running the car as to what you think is going to be right on the bubble of fuel, maybe even doing an extra lap might just push it over the edge. You just never know in those scenarios. So yeah, it does throw you out of shape a little bit, but I'll be hoping then that they can just keep their heads, because I don't know if anybody knows this yet, but there's still a long way to go.
Is there?
There is. I'll have you know, there's a long way to go.
Be careful in the DDMM comms box chat, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. The missus has just entered. The resident statistician, David White, has to say hello to her. David, be careful. She's on a hen do this weekend. Goodness knows how many Prosecco's she's already had. There's something else to say.
You know, they say prepare for anything when you go into a commentary box. I wasn't prepared for that.
Approach with caution. Away goes Williamson from the penalty for the only way is Brentwood. And I think, well, that was the Club 73 Young Guns. I thought was that going to be a change of position with the Club 73 Young Guns, but no, there's a few laps between them. What that will do, though, that puts Dab Motorsport in a decent position. 33 seconds in the lead now over Dab Motorsport. Dab Motorsport leading that over the only way is Brentwood.
And I'm assuming they're in for a stop soon, because I think that was Jake Taplin ready to take over. They've been out on track for about 2 hours now, so you're getting close to the fuel, if not already.
I think the good thing though is they're already in that race management phase of they're the right side of an hour's gap. You never know, they might move later in the race to just give them a little bit of a more comfortable position when it comes down to it. We have seen these races come down to the fuel stops and how much fuel you need to put in that last stint. So yeah, it's really
got an interview for you.
Not just quick, but good work being put in there.
Racing Super 1.
Dab Motorsport. Kieran, You good to hold the fort?
I do. Excellent. Well, Jake Taplin will be taking over that Dab Motorsport machine soon, I'm sure, because they've clocked up 2 hours of track time since the last excursion into the pit lane. CS7 Racing have spent an hour and 3/4 out on track as well. And there's Gary Coons then taking a break from that one. Kind of stint. They brought the car into fuel and away they go again. As the only way is Brentford now into the pits to serve their stop, their fuel stop. And of course they do have to change over driver, and this is when we will see a new driver enter the kart. Who will come along and jump in, I wonder. And away they go. So I assume we'll get back out onto track then. And the only one that hasn't been out there in the Only Way is Brentwood is Rory O'Regan. So that's going to be Rory who will be taking that one. But
when you're ready. Yep.
Andrew's got himself an interview.
I have indeed, with one of our younger members of the field this weekend, Jay Leverton from Zesty Drink Racing. Jay, how are you finding the event so far?
Yeah, really good. We've managed to get quite a few places from a little accident at the start of the race, so I think it's going really good. We just sent another driver out for a 2-hour stint, so we'll just see how we are. So we're 4th in class right now, which is quite good. We're hoping to get a little bit into the more of the podium areas, but I think we're doing good overall.
How did you originally start racing with Zesty Drink?
So I've known them for quite a while because I've been doing indoor karting, and they've really picked me and put them under my wing, and I'm doing outdoor karting in Super 1 Series, NKC, and they've just really picked me up from there and put me under their wing in their team, so it's quite good.
It's a very different style of racing. So we'll have Super 1 on next weekend when we're at Rowra to what we're seeing today. How are you finding it racing in this endurance format?
I feel I can get used to it and stuff like that, because I like the quite style of racing, because it's more of 2-hour stints, and it gives the driver time to actually get used to the track and to see where they embed in between the pack. Because we found out that we would like to be in the front of our kind of area, but we're managing to get overall into 13th right now, so we've managed to gain quite a few places.
How have you prepared for this endurance here today?
I've watched quite a few videos on YouTube about this endurance, and I've watched quite a few of the Sidemen videos, quite a big fan. And yeah, I've just really been watching these guys as well around the track and seeing how hard it is, but I think I'm ready for tomorrow when my stint is.
It's a quite physical circuit round here at Buckmore Park. It's got its own character to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I really like how big the track is and how fast you can get on the straights on it. And it's got some really good corners as well that I really like of the track.
Good stuff. You racing next weekend when we go to Rowra?
Yes, I will be racing next weekend in Rowra.
Good stuff. Well, we'll see you then, Jay. Thanks for talking to us. Kieran, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And rejoining us as the Bayford Bandits just set their personal best lap of the race, a 49.287. They're currently in 7th place. They're 8.6 seconds behind the club's 73 Young Guns, as a track limit warning comes in for the ditch finders. But great shot of Garda as well. Such a difficult corner to get right if you've never been here before. It's a very that angle of it doesn't do it justice. It's a very late apex corner as Dab Motorsport are into the pits now. Am I right in my assumption of who is going to take over in the car? I don't think I am. So I think that's Trent. Oh, no, it's David. Of course it is. It says David on his back. That would help have a look there. Sean David then will take over in the car. And fuel stop is done. David will get back underway and rejoin onto the track and see if we can spot Accelerate making its way around. It might have just passed through, in fact. But Dab Motorsport then still on our timing screens in the lead. We'll see if that changes on the timing screens. Having a look at some battles out there. There is still a battle going on between 12th and 13th, which is Zesty Drink Racing and CS7 Racing. 7/10 of a second between them. It's the closest battle we have out on track at the moment. And there's Dan Brown readying for a stint there. with the sun beaming down on him. He's got the next car rider out in that Accelerate Racing outfit. But they are yet to make a stop as well. So Dab Motorsport almost pulled the trigger then. As we watch on then, that's CS7 Racing trying to catch the car to heaven, which is the 21. And that is going to be for position there. As they make their way through in towards, down the hill towards Paddock. Still obviously trying to battle away, trying to get some moves done, as that's, I think that was a good move there, but making our way through. Ah, yes, that's the Tangerine Tornado, as he's known, which is that's the best nickname so far. If anyone can come up with a better nickname than the Tangerine Tornado, look at this, it's even on his visor strip. That's great stuff to see. That is great stuff to see from Daniel Mays in the 15 there. And meanwhile, the 21 and the 25 going through there. The 21 kart being Zesty Drink and the 25 being Team ARD. They're not racing for position, but that was an important set of moves from Zesty Drink to get themselves away, a little bit of track distance away as well. So that would be good news for them.
He just fell out of his cart, by the way.
And doesn't matter how you get out of the cart there, as long as you do get out of it. Doesn't matter if you fall out. I've fallen out of these carts once, trying to get out. It happens. You just brush yourself off and get on with it. But yeah, especially when the fatigue gets over, it gets the best of you. It can be difficult to get out of these carts if you're not used to it, or if you've been out there for a particularly long stint. There goes the Accelerate machine out of the pit lane. The Accelerate Kent Brewery racing cart. And the Tangerine Tornado here is looking to hold position at the moment against CS7 Racing. Now, that's not for position, mind, but I suppose once you're out there, you are just going to be racing whoever you come across, especially if you've got no pit-to-cart radio. You don't really know who's around you. You might just battle everyone out there. Why not? There's no inclination that you have to move aside for faster carts. There's no blue flags. Otherwise, the poor marshals out on track will be waving blue flags the entire 24 hours. And I personally don't think that's too fair. And I don't think it's too bad to say we're just not going to run blue flags.
I think it's better. I think it's more of a test of the drivers. In some ways, the canine excitement is back again.
Number 6. That's it now. Now what will happen is James will show no more dogs, so that he makes sure only 6 were shown. That's it now.
19 hours and 45 minutes of just carts. Or other animals.
Yes. Or planes.
Or planes.
Yeah, we're not quite sure what yet, but there we go.
Right. Sorry, I was just started having a further little chat there with Jay. He's telling me about how he's been getting on with his racing the last couple of weeks. We'll be at Rara next weekend for Super One, which we'll be covering here on Alpha Live and DDMM. Do give us a subscribe for that one. We've also tried something out today on the DDMM Comswatch channel. It would appreciate some feedback on whether you like it or not. We've got a rolling ticker. And the reason why there's a link there, that's we have a rolling ticker, which includes, while there's a link to Super One, the standings, current standings for any series that DDMM's involved with this year. So we've got BUKC on there, we've got Super One on there, we've got Club 100 sprints as well. Do you like it? Yes or no? We'll further develop that one over on Commons Box Cam with the data centre. Thank you to those of you who've tuned in. And I think it's time for a likes, drive and request on the Alpha live stream, because we've got 378 likes. Can we push for 400?
Go on.
Come on.
Go on. You know you want to.
20 seconds is the lead gap at the moment for Dab Motorsport and over Adrenico Racing. That is nothing in relative terms in one of these races. How's Rota Shaw getting on? We've not checked in with him for a while. There he is, going through the S's. Brilliant part of this circuit.
Yeah, it's a great part where you then head your way down the Symes sweep, and it's almost that stomach-churning downhill section where you then have to prepare yourself for Pullmans, which is a very, very tricky left-hander, high speed. And then you have to size yourself up towards paddock as well. So, yeah, it's a very tricky set of corners there to try and size yourself up. But if you've done quite a few laps already, then you're in the clear anyway. Dab Motorsport have now completed 309 laps of the circuit, and we are approaching 19 hours 42 minutes on the clock. So we are the quarter of the race is getting relatively close, which is it has flown by. We had a crazy opening hour, 6 black flags for racing under yellows, which then shuffled up the order a little bit. And then the top 6 managed to get their way back through and back up to their positions. And we've had a 21-second gap now built up by Dab Motorsport over Adrenico Racing, which is, as Andrew has already said, that's absolutely nothing in terms of endurance racing terms. There is Jimmy Broadbent then in the Trophy or Trees kart up the way. What sort of lap times is he achieving at the moment? 50.8 at the moment. He's 36.9 down on the next kart in Formula None. And there he is, making his way through the S's and on his way through Symes Sweep. Battles out on track. Let's have a look and see which the closest battles are. In relative terms, everyone seems to have spread themselves out. So your closest battles are sort of 3 seconds at the moment. You've got Senior Frogs have built a 3-second gap over Team Daneros, as Rota Shaw's just at a 49.9 in a little bit of clean air. So too of Team Daneros. 3.5 seconds is the gap. And we have 3.2 seconds between Zesty Drink and CS7 Racing. In fact, Zesty Drink have just crossed the line there, and they've lapped 0.2 quicker than CS7, so the gap is now 3.4 seconds. So those are your closest battles out on track at this moment in time. That was TRX Racing, the number 7 kart in the pits, so that might be a couple of positions for some of the teams around them. There's the 19 kart of Team Rango, currently making its way through the second hairpin, and then making our way through the S's, onwards our way through in towards Symes Sweep. There is Adrenico Racing then in the number 5, heading our way through the first hairpin. Currently, as I said, second in the race so far, 0.4 off of Dab Motorsport on that last lap. And I think, as far as I thought it was, yes, it was Sam Lovelace who's in the kart for Adrenico Racing. Fast lap of the race is still that 48.844 we saw from Dante Dillon early on in this race on lap 138. For context, we're now on lap 314. So, quite a while ago. But Dab Motorsport, Adrenico Racing, and Only Way is Brentwood leading overall and in the pro class. For your clubman classes at the moment, it's Not Fast But Furious, Team Rango and Ditch Finders. So those are your top 3 in your clubman class. There's Jimmy Broadbent in that number 24, not battling the 12-4 position. But looking at his lap times here, let's see, 50.2 last time around, and lapped about 0.6 quicker than Formula None. 20 seconds is the gap to the next kart, and considering he wasn't planning to drive today, he's into the kart, and away he goes. Oh, a little bit of a tap there. I'm glad we cut away from that. We'll never know who that was. No, not guilty, Your Honour. Not guilty. Again, 3.9 is the gap between Zesty Drink and CS7. So Zesty are opening up that gap bit by bit, lap by lap. And they're getting closer and closer to 4 seconds. Will they achieve it on this lap, I wonder? We'll await CS7 to... Yes, they will. 4.5 seconds is now the gap. So a relatively spread out field at the moment. No cars cuts close to each other to battle. So at the moment, we are just watching on, seeing the strategies play out. And it's this point of the race where you've really got to ask the most of yourself. Well, you're not racing each other. It is just you out there. You're setting some lap times on the board, and you just need to be as consistent as possible to get yourself up the order. Just drive your stint the best you can. Team Daenerys then lost a bit of time on Senor Frogs in that last lap, 15th against 16th. The gap is 2.6 seconds. As we see Jimmer make his way in towards the first hairpin, and that is the number 12 kart behind. So that's Club 73, not fast but furious. He's just following behind, not really interested in trying to pass at the moment. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. As we make our way through in towards Garda, following them through. And we'll see here 2.6 seconds is the gap, and it's now opened up to 3 seconds between Senor Frogs and Team Daenerys. As there is Jimmer making his way through the first 2 corners. And again, still being closed and followed by the leading clubman kart is the Club 73 Not Fast But Furious kart. And looking at it, I'm trying to see, it could be... Oh, we've got yellow flags down in towards Syme's sweep there. So they have to back off, no overtaking through the next section. And that's why, because you've got a little bit of a pit crew just repairing that little bit of bollard there, and as you see, karts have slowed down. It's good to see the karts have slowed down since they the top 6 all got black flags for speeding, or in fact racing under yellows was the official tagline. There's the Senor Frogs, currently out there road to shore as he makes his way through the second hairpin. How's he doing for lap times? 50.4 on his last lap. That's compared to a 51.2 from Team Daenerys behind, and they're 6.5 seconds behind Brighton Motorsport, the number 13 kart. That was a 51.5 they did last time. Now we'll have to see if that was traffic related, but it looks like Harry's got a bit of clean air this lap as he makes his way through centre and up the rise towards Cafe Curve.
Andrew is good for an interview.
And we'll see how they get on, but I hear Andrew has found someone to have a chat to.
I have indeed, Kieran. With me here on the podium is a slightly battered and bruised Matt Amos. Matt, walk us through what's happened.
Yeah, not the best start to my stint. Just had some early contacts going into a hairpin. Just had a bit of a torpedo going to the side of me whilst I was turning, and then the wheel just went straight away from me, and my little finger just got caught within the wheel. And yeah, so then I just had to walk around as if I was drinking a fancy cup of tea for the remainder of the hour, and then it just got too much where the hand just starts cramping away. So, but yeah, all bandaged up now, and yeah, Jimmy's gone in because I physically can't drive.
Yeah, it's a tough circuit this. I know you've visited here before, and is this your first injury from Buckmore?
No, not from Buckmore. I think before it's just been where faster guys have just been hitting me at the back, being like, I'm trying to get out of the way. But no, I love coming to Buckmore. It's such a great venue, especially for this 24 hour. It's my second 24 hour we've done. But every time anyone asks me if I want to do karting, where do I recommend, it's always here. So, and having the 24 hour in this sort of space, the whole setup here is incredible.
How have you found the preparation for the event? How's the preparation for the team been going?
Yeah, good. We've got a lovely little spreadsheet going on, so we can just keep it updated every time. We've got our own little whiteboard because we're too cheap to actually buy a proper pit board yet. But yeah, no, it's going all good. Everyone's in high spirits. We've got a mixture of people who've done it for a few years. We've got people who've never done it before in terms of 24 hours. Yeah, it's actually going relatively okay. We're doing a few more pit stops than we would have liked. That's just due to people just trying it for the first time or getting injuries, like we mentioned before. But yeah, everyone's having a good time, and I think that's the main thing. Not taking it too seriously.
Is there a target position out there for you?
I mean, ultimately, we'd love to be on the podium, but at the moment, because of those pit stops, it's probably not that. I think if we get into like the top 15, I think that would probably be good for us. I think we're just now really banking on the actual weather properly coming down and having some rain, because we've had a lovely weather here. It's been so sunny outside. Now we just want the complete opposite. Try and actually see now if everyone else has any struggles in the rain, where we've got a couple of drivers who are really good in the wet, and that's where we can really try and reclaim some of those laps we lost out.
I know it's not been the end that you would have wanted personally. Are you going to do it again?
Yeah, I'd love to do it again. Of course, absolutely. It's, I mean, maybe not today or even tomorrow, but unfortunately, and that's doctor's orders, unfortunately. Yeah, absolutely. Like, we'd love to come every single year, or even just even just a spectate, because you've got grandstands around here as well. And on a day like this today, it'd be perfect. Just watching all the carts go around, and yeah, absolutely every time.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us, Matt, and hard luck, but we'll see you again soon.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And always good to hear from Mr. Matt Amos, part of Trees, or Trophy or Trees, their team name. Quite a bold claim. At the moment, it's looking like Trees, nowhere near the trophy positions. At the moment, Jimmy Broadbent out there, doing a good job trying to claw back some time after some early setbacks. Matt talking to us there about many pit stops, too many pit stops, I'd say, so far in the race, as doing far too short stints. But Jimmy trying to claw back some time at the moment.
Well and truly in the shadow realm, really, aren't we? Welcome along, Steve. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Good to have good to be here on the commentary. Always good.
And yes, Chief Charlie, that is Super GT. You're absolutely right. We were having a bit of an experiment, see how long it would take someone to notice that it wasn't me. I thought it was a very mean prank on me, if anything, but there we go. Well, you're here. It's great to have you here. How you been?
I've been very well, actually. Last time I was out on track in one of these cars was probably this race last year, so it's been a while. But it's always good to be back. I thought I'd just come down and see what the guys are doing, the content creator team. Jimmy, we're looking at him right now. Thought I'd just come down. He's streaming as well on Twitch. He's live streaming this event. So I thought I'd just come down to see what everyone's doing, and always good to be back at Buckmore Park.
G Hammer says you've got to say your phrase, otherwise it's not you.
Hello, viewers.
There you go.
Super GT here.
There you go. That's it. There we go. Super GT in our presence. Absolutely. Well, what is on the top of Jimmy's helmet? Well, that's probably going to be some sort of air filter. You'll probably know better than I, Steve.
That is for his communication, I think. In car racing, you have to sort of connect the helmet into the car as you get in, so that you can get radio communication with the team. So it's something to do with that.
Super GT Rock Shock Gamer asks, who do you want sent to the Shadow Realm?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's just say anyone who's in front of Team 24 in the last closing minutes, I'd guess, just so that we can bring it home. I'm sure Jimmy's going to be in the lead by the time he comes in. I've said 10 laps in the lead, or you're not coming in.
Ah, right.
But should that not happen, then of course anyone who's in front of him.
Anyone who's in front of him sent to the Shadow Realm. There
Yes,
you go.
please.
There you go. He's even asked nicely as well.
Yeah, you've got to be polite about it.
You've got to be polite. You've got to be polite. I mean, you've done some racing here as well, Steve. You've done a bit with Club 100 as well. Buckmore Park, then. Let's sum it up. Great track for racing.
Really good track. Fast and flowing. It's got some obviously trickier corners. I'd say corners like hairpin 2, quite an awkward turn. Garda and paddock down the bottom end of the track. It's just got a real good mix. It's really got a good flow to it. And I've been racing here for more than 20 years. It's a track that I've always loved racing around. And not only the track itself, but just the whole venue, the facilities. We're in this nice clubhouse here. It's just kind of got everything you need. So it's a really good track. It's a really good venue to be at.
Yeah, I agree. And there's Garda as well, which is a very challenging corner, very late apex corner.
Yeah, you're looking at that curb.
we pretty much wanted to apex right at the end of that to really maximise your speed onto this straight that they're coming up here, up the hill. You're flat out for a good, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds, quite a long time. So you want to make sure that you get that exit dead right.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Jimmy there making his way in towards hairpin 1 on the number 18 cart. Number 18 being the Olympus karting by HSR Auto. So that's for 25th place. So that's just Jimmy putting a lap on. Currently lapping 49.9 was the last lap for Jimmy. That's one of the first laps for him into the 49s. I mean, traffic management in a race like this is going to be so critical. How do you keep your cool out there?
Yeah, traffic management is so important. You know, it works two ways. If you're one of the quicker carts and you're overtaking and you're overlapping a lot of carts, you've got to do it decisively, quickly, without getting penalties and not losing time on each overtake. But then, at the same time, when you're the slower cart and you're being lapped, you kind of want to do. You don't want to be run wide and lose a second every time you do that. So you have to really manage traffic very carefully, but you have to do it. You have to be decisive. You have to be quite on it. You know, if you start waiting around and go for a move that isn't quite there, you're going to start running people wide and getting penalties, and that is really going to hamper your progress.
We did hear some cheering out there, and you can probably tell that Senior Frogs have moved up a position, so they've got past Brighton Motorsport. They're now up into 14th place. Their next target, 25 seconds up the road, is Ditch Finders in the number 16. So Road to Short doing a good job out there, good driving as well. I mean, Steve, Senior Frogs have been doing a good job. They had to start from last place. They qualified last. They're currently now up into 14th place.
They're doing really well. You know, I was really impressed by them last year. They were here. They did a really good job. Chip was out just a moment ago. He had a really good stint. He made up a lot of time, lots of positions. Harry's out there now. Likewise, he's just really, really consistent. You'd be amazed by like how good their pace and consistency is. So you know, these guys, just watching them today and last year, I think they're doing a really good job.
Yeah, they are. I mean, we saw Chips' stint earlier today. I mean, we saw it last year as well in the nighttime stint that he managed to make up so much time and so much ground. And even with their NASA panel issue, they still managed to finish 4th in class. So it was a mighty, mighty effort. I suppose this year the target was to try and get into the top 3, but qualifying last has put a little bit of a damper on that. But as Will N.E. said earlier on today, you know, starting last might not be the worst thing, but at least they can't go backwards.
They can't go backwards. Yep, they're always going to be moving forwards from there. But I think, you know, the race is always going to settle down. It's a very long race. We've still got 19 and a half hours left to go. So they've got plenty of time to try to claw back some of that gap that they lost at the beginning. And yeah, you lose a lot of time at the start. When you start last with the field spread, after 2 laps, you're already about half a lap behind the leader. So you do lose quite a lot of time straight away from that.
Can we go to an ad in a minute, please, guys?
We'll see the Senior Frogs move up the order, of course. They're making their way through. Of course, it is the top of the hour, 4 minutes past 7 o'clock. Let's have a word from our sponsor in Anderson EV.
Imagine a world where style and sustainability unite. The Anderson A2 charge point offers over 120 colourful finish combinations, so you can choose to blend in or stand out. Crafted in the UK from high-quality materials and precision engineering, the A2 is designed to make the switch to electric driving as seamless as possible. Smart, simple, sustainable. This is luxury electric vehicle charging. This is Anderson EV.
And thank you to Anderson EV for being a sponsor of the Buckmore Park 24-hour race here in 2023. At the moment then, it is Dab Motorsport leading the way in the number 6 cart. It's Adrenico Racing in second. Only way is Brentwood round off the top 3 with XLR8 Kent Brewery Racing in 4th. Dr. Vapes round off our top 5 with the Club 73 Young Guns currently in 6th. Club 73, not fast but furious, currently 7th place. 8th place is Team Rango. 9th place, the Bayford Bandits. 10th place, the number 8 cart of the first Williams Esports team. 11th place, the 21 of Zesty Drink Racing. And in 12th place, it's the number 16, the Ditch Finders. 13th place, the number 23, Senior Frogs. And 14th place, the number 13 of Brighton Motorsport. 16th place, the 25 of Team ARD. 17th place, the number 4 of CS7 Racing. 18th place, the 22 of Mini Boost. 19th place, the number 14 of South Coast Racing. 20th, number 11 of Club 73 Team Silent. 21st, number 7 TRX Racing. 22nd place, the number 15 Formula None. 23rd, the number 24 of Trophy or Trees. 24th place, the number 9 cart, the second Williams Esports outfit. And 25th in the order, number 18, Olympus Karting by HSR Autos. That is your current running schedule as it stands. Kieran McGinley here alongside, at the moment, Steve Alvarez-Brown, otherwise known as Super GT.
I'm actually Andrew Mather. I've just changed
Oh, are you?
quite a lot, yeah.
Oh, actually, to be fair, yeah, I do see it now. Yeah, you've changed. You've changed. But I did want to ask you, Steve, is there any team or driver in particular that sort of caught your eye whilst you've been here?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, earlier on in the race, you had the likes of Dante Dillon towards the front, very quick driver, and no surprise that he was at the front. Jack Goldsmith there in 3rd place, usually someone you want to watch out for at the Buckmore 24, always going to be towards the front. Not in the lead, but was that 40 seconds off the lead at the moment, so not impossible for him to catch up.
Yeah, Jack Goldsmith's in the Dab Motorsport team
for
for this year. No, that's okay, not a problem.
Oh, he actually is in the lead then?
Yes, his team are in the lead, absolutely. So
I do apologise.
No, not at all, not at all. It's gets confusing, these races. Don't worry about it. Well, Sean Dabin was in the car the last time they were in. I think he's still in that car, and that is your race leader in Dab Motorsport. Adrenico Racing in 2nd place. There is your leaders then, Dab Motorsport, and that is Sean Dabin behind the wheel. And he's, well, I would say under pressure from the number 19. That's Team Rango, and they are, well, just sort of hanging about. They're looking at the lines of Dabin. They know if they stay behind him for a good couple of corners, they've done a good job. I know I would like to. I like to race is how many drivers per team? Well, that is pretty much absolutely up to the teams that enter. Some teams have entered with 3 drivers, others have entered with 6. There may even be more than 6 out there, so it is entirely up to the team. But I mean, Steve, in a race like this, how many drivers would you sort of recommend bringing to a race like this?
I think the ideal amount is 6, to be honest. I think some teams with 3 is very brave. You're going to have help from other people with managing pit stops and stuff like that. But more importantly, you're doing 8 hours each. That is a lot of time in the car. So I'd say 6 is a good number. But like you say, you can kind of go with whatever you feel comfortable with. But I did this race last year, and in 2020 we did it with 6, and I think that's the number you want to aim for.
Yeah, that's well, Jimmy's had to be a reserve driver. I suppose an unintended reserve driver. He was never supposed to be out there, but he is now. I suppose it's good to have a reserve driver in your ranks as well, because they've had 2 injuries have Trophy or Trees. Unfortunately, Matt Amos has got a little finger injury, but of course that sounds so minute, but actually you can't actually hold the wheel properly from then on.
No, it's really difficult, and a 24-hour race, it's a grueling experience. At the beginning, it's fine. You go out there and you're ready, you've got the energy. But as time goes on, you get more tired, you get injured. Certain parts of your body hurt that you don't want hurting. And trust me when I say that, you're out there for an hour, for 2 hours, and your hand hurts, you've got a blister, your leg isn't in a comfortable position, or you've got cramp in your lower leg, or something like that. It's really annoying to deal with that for lap after lap after lap after lap, trying to be consistent, trying to not lose any time. It's really difficult. And Aldas in our team, he did a really good job in his first stint. He had a blister on his hand, and he was dealing with that quite early. Matt likewise had a finger injury, had to deal with that for an hour and a half. So yeah, these long races definitely not easy, and even harder when you have an injury.
Yeah, and I'm sure for Matt he's a bit frustrated with that, but as he said, doctor's orders have ruled him out for the race entirely, and it sounds so minute, a finger injury, but as we've said before, this is a grueling race, as you've said, very physically demanding circuit. You really need yourself to be 100% if you're going to tackle this track.
Yeah, it's not ideal, to have an injury and to have to go around. The hard thing around this track for me is the bumps. It is quite a bumpy track, and then at the moment you might be able to see it. You see it there with Jimmy. He's hopping through turn one, through hairpin one, and that's really, it takes it out of you when you're holding onto the wheel, trying to keep the cart rotating through the corner nicely, and the cart is bouncing. It really does ache your body. It aches your upper body and your arms especially, and then your hands. So that's what the drivers will find hard at the moment, especially with this nice weather. It's dry. They're going quite quickly. The bouncing doesn't help.
No, and obviously, excuse me, there is rain expected around about 9 o'clock, but it's a 51% chance at the moment. But then again, as you probably know, Steve, the Buckmore Park has its completely own different climate to anything else we're expecting. So weather reports here aren't really that accurate.
Yeah, I've always lived quite close to Buckmore, and trying to work out what the weather is going to do is actually really hard, because the place that it's situated is kind of, it's not quite Chatham but not quite Maidstone, and it's not quite Medway. It's kind of in its own weird place that doesn't exist on Google Maps, or it doesn't exist on like BBC Weather. So it's really hard to say what the weather is actually going to do. You ask 10 people here, they'll say 10 different things.
Yes.
But from what I've seen personally, there should be some rain, and probably early in the morning, maybe from about 5 or 6 a.m. onwards, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's every forecast I've looked at it seems to be wrong. It always seems to be the way here. You can never fully trust the weather. We've got Young Guns and Only Way is Brentwood battling away, but that's not for position. They're just happily swapping positions left, right and centre. That's also Zesty Drink Racing in the 21, also out there. You find yourself in this position, obviously, Steve. You've got 3 carts out there, none of them on the same lap as each other. They're not battling each other for position. A bit of a confused look, it's fair to say, on the face of, I think that's Rory O'Regan there, looking up to race control. That's where he's looking up to.
Yeah, it looked like number 21 just kind of just bumped him out of the way slightly there on hairpin 2. He's got a contact warning for that, and I think that looked like the rightful decision. But it looks like they're quite fairly even on pace. It's just up to them to kind of just work out between themselves. They don't want to lose time. There's no need to fight, really. You just need to really work out who's the faster of the pair of us, and then we'll just go from there and just try to work together to gain time. He's trying to get back past him, though, in towards hairpin 1. He's got the undercut, and that's actually a very tidy move.
Yes, very nice indeed. And I think the raise of the hand there from, I think that's Adam Britton in the cart, to acknowledge that the contact warning and maybe an apology as well. We're getting close now to sort of dusk time into the nighttime stints. Have you ever been under the lights at Buckmore? What's the difference between day and night time here?
You know what? It actually feels quicker at night. It's quite weird. I suppose the lack of visibility actually makes you feel like you're going quicker. But one of the sort of the mental aspects of racing at night is it feels a lot more lonely, especially when you get towards 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. There's not really anyone stood on the clubhouse balcony anymore. People have just slowly retreated away to go to sleep. And so when you're out there at those hours, it feels very lonely. And I don't know, it's quite nice when you're driving and there's people watching and the team are paying attention. But it does feel a bit different at the small hours of the morning when you're really just out there on your own and you just have to keep hammering away those laps.
Yeah, absolutely. And you chuck in the rain as well, coming towards it. So that's also one to watch, as that's Jimmy now saying, let's work together, as he makes his way up the hill towards Cafe Curve.
Has he just gone past Senor Frogs, it looks like, or is Senor Frogs catching up to him?
That's the question. Yeah, that is the big question, isn't it? On those lap times, let's have a look. It looks like, I think Jimmy's got past Senor Frogs on those, based on those lap times.
Yeah.
Because Senor Frogs lapped to 51 seconds, and Trophy of Trees lapped to 50.2. So going by that alone, it looks like Jimmy's got past Road to Shore then.
So he has.
He's not.
Yeah,
that's not
he's,
for
he's
position.
unlapped himself
Yes.
once.
Yes.
And yeah, he looks like he's pulling away slightly there. So, no, Harry doing a good job there in Senior Frogs. Very good job. It's just up to him to keep the consistency up and just keep going.
Yeah, and obviously keeping that consistency as well. I mean, there's a difference between where you're in a battle. We saw it at the start then, where we had the top 4 battling away, became the top 2, but still you had someone to sort of battle with, work with. What's it like on your own out there? I mean, you're on your own bit of track. Is it tricky to keep the consistency up, keep those lap times in?
It can be, yeah, because I think in a shorter race, you know who you're battling with. You can see them normally in front of you. You know, you've got a car 3 seconds in front. You know who they are. You know what position you're in and what position they're in. But when it's like this, all the carts around you, you have no idea. Like, Jimmy's just gone past Senor Frogs. He doesn't know if he's on the same lap. He doesn't know if that's for position or is he unlapping himself. He doesn't really know. So when you're out there, you kind of just go as quick as you can, overtake whatever comes up to you. If someone goes past you, try to hang with them, and you kind of forget about the positions. You don't really think about it too much. You kind of just got to maximise your lap time, your consistency, and that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Road to Shore then making his way through turns 1 and 2. They're currently 13th place in this race, as they're 6.8 behind Ditchfinder. So they are closing that gap and closing by some margin per lap as well, through and towards Hairpin 2. So yeah, you're right. Harry's doing a really good job out there. The cart in front of them is the Club 73 Team Silent cart. That's 20th place at the moment. So they're not battling each other for position. But you try telling these drivers that they're not battling for position, they'll find an excuse to battle. I think that could be Freddie Funnel in the cart there. I could be wrong on that one, but I believe that's Freddie out there, making his way up the hill and onwards to start another lap. We're quickly approaching the next hour in this race. 19 hours, 11 minutes on the board. And looking at it, I mean, someone's brought in some fantastic smelling food. I can see it down there. I see Andrew's having a tuck it into a burger. That's what the smell is. Oh, I'm jealous now. I'm very jealous.
Someone asking in chat what the different colours on the timing board mean.
Yes, so your blue squares are your pro class, and your any with a black square is your clubman class. So that's a nice, easy question. Hope that helps you in your viewing experience. So you can see there the leader of the clubman class is Not Fast but Furious in 7th place overall. So they're doing a good job out there. Team Rango are 2nd in class. They're in 9th overall, and it's Zesty Drink Racing in 3rd in class in clubman. They are 11th overall.
And from a driver's perspective, when you're out there, you know, there's not black and blue number plates on the carts, so you don't know, unless you've memorised which team is in which class, you don't know if the person in front of you is in the same class as you. Not always, anyway. A lot of the lower numbers, I think, are, you know, like most of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, apart from number...
apart from 17, it is 1 to 10.
17 is in there, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that can be changed at a point in the race when the race director feels that maybe you're sandbagging and you should be in the pro class, or maybe you've entered the pro class and they think, well, not quite, but have a go in clubman. It can change. I believe it's 6 hours into the race. The race director can make a choice as to whether to move you up or down. But we see Jimmy then making his way on towards turns 1 and 2, and there is the number 1 cart. That's the Young Guns. Followed them is The Only Way is Brentwood. Again, not on the same lap, but that's not going to stop people battling, is it? You try and tell someone you're not on the same lap, and I think drivers like you just sort of not listen to that part. You might battle anyway.
Well, I mean, the ideal scenario is you know who you're coming up to. You can see carts that you're quicker than. Ideally, you just want to go past them and move on. You know, if that cart comes back past you again, and it gets quite frustrating. You can get dragged into a battle that you don't want to be in quite quickly. But I think most people out there realise, you know, this cart's gone past me. They're quicker. I'm not going to fight them back. Let's just go. Let's minimise time loss. It's really about minimising the time loss. And so constant fighting, defending, going defensive, that kind of thing is mostly unnecessary until the very end of the race.
I mean, you see the sort of headset on the side of the Senior Frogs there, of Road to Shore's helmet. Obviously, that's the sort of pit-to-cart radio. Does the 24 have
pit to car radio in this one, or? I think we had it last year in our team. We were communicating. It's very useful information, just to give you updates on your pace, but roughly what position you're in and stuff like that, and if there's anyone to aim for on the track. Some of the teams, not all the teams, but some of the teams would have communication with the driver, and you see it there. And often most of the time it's one way, so the driver will just listen to people off the track telling them what's going on, but it won't go the other way, usually.
We've got what's that? Chief Charlie in the chat's asking, how do the classes work? Do others that aren't blue get an advantage? No, it's literally we let them out on the track at the same time. Top 3 of each class will get a lovely trophy to take home with them. So it's just purely to decide who gets trophies in separate classes. There's no difference in kart. There's no difference in racing. Whether you have to let through a pro, you don't have to. It is just a case of 2 separate classes, like you would find in. It's pretty much your LMP2 versus your LMP3. That's the equivalent, I would say. You'd both get trophies at the end for the top 3 teams, which is always good. Obviously, you'd like to finish top 3 in any endurance, but I suppose getting to the end of one is an achievement in itself.
Yeah, especially for those teams, those drivers out there who've never done a 24 before and are going into this not really sure what to expect. They'll be happy to make it to the end. Trust me. When I did my first 24 back in 2020, it's just a good feeling to finish it and know that you've finished, knowing that you've gone through 24 hours of pain, minimal sleep, lots of aching, in whatever position that is. Just to bring the kart home, it's a good feeling.
You can see we were watching Sean Dabin out in the lead in the number 6 Dab Motorsport. There was Adrenico Racing in the number 5. Sam Lovelace behind the wheel of the kart then. To complete the bingo card, we need the number 2 of The Only Way is Brentwood, who are lapping out there. They are currently 3rd place overall. I believe Rory O'Regan is behind the wheel, but there is Adrenico Racing heading in towards hairpin 1 and then onwards towards hairpin 2. That's the number 9 kart of the 2nd Williams Esports team outfit. All the the ones that couldn't make it into the Williams Esports, but that's all the management. And we had Brett Kosh up here earlier on explaining that one. They're the mean team one, the number 9, whereas the Esports outfit is the number 8. But they're keeping an eye on both teams, and Brett reckons he can still beat the number 1 team.
It's really good to see some esports teams coming out here and giving it a go. It's good to see the transition from sim to real. It's good to see people giving it a go and trying out kart racing. And I'm sure they'll enjoy it.
What was the biggest difference for you going from esports to motorsports?
I think the main thing is just the feeling of driving a car quickly just is not the same in a sim. There's a lot you can learn in a sim. There's so much you can learn, but just the feeling of speed, the uneasiness of the car, the flexing of the tyres, the wind, if you're in an open top car. So all these different things, the G-force of course, and the physicality and the smell. It's just the gritty reality of being in a real car on a real track. It's very different.
Now 24 hours of Buckmore or 200 laps of North Or what are you thinking?
If I had to do all of it myself, I'll probably pick the sim. I think 24 hours.
We're here to win this. Come on.
They're here to win. Sebastian Bloch. Yes, Sebastian Bloch here to win this. Currently, they are 6th in class at the moment, 6th overall as well. Not too far behind. They're only about I think they were 3 laps behind, which, in the grand schemes of a 24-hour endurance, is no gap at all.
It's not a big gap, especially when you consider you probably lose more than a lap from a pit stop, and later on in the race there's going to be issues. Some people are going to have black flags, they're going to have penalties, they're going to get into collisions. There's so many possibilities of things that can go wrong, and so if you're just keeping in there, you're just a few laps behind the lead, you're definitely always in with a chance of winning.
Club 73 Young Guns, it's now Toby McAllister Brown who's jumped into the kart, so they are 6th fastest on the road, heading away in towards the first 2 corners as we make our way in towards the first hairpin, and we just have just over 19 hours of the race to go. Of course, still, you'll never believe this,
a long, long way to go. I don't, at the risk of commentator cursing, because I'm very good at doing that, so too is Andrew. It's been nearly an hour since we had our last black flag. So I'm expecting in the next sort of 5 minutes a black flag to appear for some reason. It's always the way. Now that I've pointed it out, it's imminent. Two drivers getting ready in the pits then. A little wave, nice to see. It's good spirits as well. I think that's one of an important thing to take from 24-hour racing. You've got to be in good spirits for a lot of the time.
Yeah, no, definitely. You've got to be positive. You've got to have that morale, nice and good. But like I was saying earlier, it's really difficult when it's early in the morning, it's cold, you're aching, you don't want to be there. Maybe it'll start raining. That's when you've got to really stay focused. I think this is the Williams Esports second outfit. I couldn't quite hear that. I heard the word change, and I couldn't decipher whether it was kart or driver. Now, by the way, we've got someone unsuiting here. It seems to be an unscheduled driver change because no one to take over that car. So we shall see how that goes. Always a fun one when it comes to endurance racing. You'll probably see someone in the background running over to the car. It's happened to me before. It's just that miscommunication where you've probably had something over the pit board to say pit in, and the driver's gone, I'll pit in this lap and not go around for the next one.
Yeah, that was the second Williams Esports team there, down in 24th. And so, this unscheduled pit stop is just going to lose them so much time.
Yeah.
All the time that the car is stationary is not good. No. They're probably going to lose a lap or two just in that alone.
Yeah, absolutely. Another kart into pit is Brighton Motorsport, the number 13 kart. Sorry, no, that's not them. That's Team Daneros who is into the pits then. There's the number 20 kart. So away they will go to rejoin the race. Of course, it's a bit of a rule change this year from last time you see that you have to make a driver change at your fuel stop. How does the strategy affect, if it did, the team coming into this with that rule change?
It's hard to say, but I think, especially towards the end of the race, when you realise, okay, we've got a chance of a podium, for example, you might want to keep your strongest driver out there in favourable conditions. Let's say it's raining and you've got someone who's quick in the rain. You might just want to keep them out there for 4 hours. And so you might not be able to do that now. I think that rule, it changes a lot, especially towards the end of the race where people want to do longer than 2 hours. At the beginning, I think people just spread it out. They'll do 2 hours, but towards the end, when you want to catch up to that podium or consolidate a lead or whatever it is, then it's definitely going to change that.
Yeah, especially it will, for karters out there who know of the splash and dash, that will really change up what happens towards the end of the race. If you feel you haven't got enough fuel to make it to the end, you can't just come in, splash and dash, same driver goes out. Got to be a different one. So teams have to keep that in mind in the closing stages of this race, which is always good to keep people on their toes. Always good. Battle out there, we've got for 13th place, Ditchfinders in the number 16 are battling away with the number 4 of CS7 Racing. That is for position. They are on the same lap. So it's just trying to locate them out on circuit. I'm sure our camera crews will be able to pick up that battle, I'm sure. How long can you stay out on 1 tank of fuel is a question in the chat. Well, standing in with a briefing, race director said you could possibly do 2 hours, or possibly not. You could do shorter or longer. The point is that it's up to the drivers. They're advised 2 hours, but they are free to ignore that advice, and it's on them if they run out of fuel.
Yeah, 2 hours is the kind of recommended amount. You can do more. It depends on a lot of factors, how you're driving and the conditions as well. If it rains, you can definitely do a bit longer than that. You probably do 2 hours 20, maybe a bit more. But 2 hours is the typical stint length, I would say. You can kind of split up the 24 hours quite nicely into 2 hour blocks if you do it like that.
Yeah, we are now into the next hour, 18 hours and 59 minutes left of the race then, and it is Dab Motorsport leading the way. We'll give you a little bit of a rundown, if we can, of the full running order, but in the meantime we've got the 17 and the 16 battling away. There was the 16, that's Ditchfinders, so the number 4 kart is the other one involved in that battle, although the 16 kart's been rather left on its own, unfortunately. So CS7 Racing move up a position. They now go into 13th place, and they are quite a way up the hill from Ditch Finders now. 2.4 seconds is that gap, so that battle's over and done with. 8th place battle, number 12, Not Fast But Furious, and Team Rango. That's a battle for class lead between the number 12 and the number 19. They're separated by 0.7 of a second out on track. Always good to get these battles in early. We've had pretty much a good racing all throughout. We've had a top 4 battle for the first hour. Then we had a load of black flags. Then they all managed to catch up and overtake. Then we had a battle for top 2, and the top 4 seem to have just spread themselves out onto the circuit. There is the class lead battle. The number 12 is the Club 73 Not Fast But Furious. Class leader, Team 19, is Team Rango as they make their way across the line. And there's your overall leader in Dab Motorsport, Sean Dabin, behind the wheel. And Steve, they make their way down towards hairpin 1.
That was a good move there, up the inside. Didn't really fight it, number 12. Could have done, but in the interest of minimising time loss, I think it just thought, okay, we'll just let it go, don't really fight it. Let's see if they can kind of hang on with the back of the race leader. It looks like he is. It looks like, if anything, he might be quicker. He might go for the move, which could be interesting.
Could be interesting indeed. Oh, there was a clout of the plastic blocks there. They're going to have to be reorganised, and that's going to be a little bit of a warning there for whoever team that was. I'm trying to figure out who it was. We might be able to see a number coming up the hill. It's this car here that we heard that almighty whack there. It's probably going to be the number 18, the track limit warning going out to Olympus Karting by HSR Autos. And yeah, as you say, Team Rango holding on to the back of the overall leader. So there's your 2 class leaders, line of stern, heading towards hairpin 2.
Yeah, and I suppose it's now a case of number 19. If he feels like he's quicker, will he go for it? It's hard to decide. Sometimes it's better just to sit behind. We're going quickly, we're moving along quite nicely, setting good lap times. And sometimes you can just sit in the tow behind a quick cart. You don't have to put as much work in if you do that. And sometimes it can be a sensible decision just to kind of remain just behind there. Goes zesty drink. That's the communication. Looking at the telemetry with some cupcakes, some energy drinks, keep the spirits up, and telemetry, radio comms. That's pretty much what you're going to see in endurance racing. Some drivers taking a bit of a break as well. It's all important in 24 hours that you keep not only the spirits up but your energy up as well. Absolutely. You've got to have that tip-top racing driver diet, as we're seeing right here. This is what all the pros do. I'm pretty sure I saw Lewis Hamilton having that exact same food for his F1.
Absolutely. Good diet, of course. Of course, the yellow flags then come out at the entrance in towards Symes Sweep so that the crew there can put the plastic blocks back together. I'm actually going to swap out with Andrew now that he's made me jealous of having a burger. I might give him the mic now, and Steve, you can take us through the next one.
Okay, let's do it. Okay, so who are we looking at now? Coming down the hill. Got the bollard back in place. Drivers obviously have to be aware that track limits are going to be enforced, especially those bollards. Quite an easy one to spot for the stewards. Hit enough of those wide, and you are going to get yourself a penalty.
I've been in and out. The last 2 times I've looked up at that curb, it's had someone replacing the bollards. Steve, is it getting a bit spicy out there?
A little bit. At the moment, I say the main thing we just saw was the 2 class leaders line of stern right with each other, which was fairly interesting. They didn't seem to be fighting too much, which was the sensible thing. Just working together, maximising their lap time.
Apologies if you're watching the DDMM comms box cam. A couple of technical difficulties. We'll fix those in due course. But it's good to be back here at Buckmore Park, Steve.
Of course, it's always good to be back. I do love this place. It's always nice to be back here, and you know the 24 hours is a really good event. Buckmore do a really good job running this thing, and you know teams keep coming back every year. We all enjoy it. It's all good fun, and of course it's great to be here with my best buddies at Alpha Live.
Yes. What racing plans have you got lined up? Because I know you're still very busy with that.
Yeah, this is something that I'm not sure I can just say exactly just what it is.
Yeah.
But if it happens, it's pretty big. We're hoping for something to be announced within a month.
Cool.
But I don't want to put a timeline on it, but I just did.
Yeah. How do you think things have been going on for Jimmy? Obviously, he's been drafted in, almost a bit of a super sub in the middle of the race. The pace has been looking strong for him.
He's had solid pace, very good consistency, and that's what that's all you can ask for really in an endurance race. He didn't really do much practice, and I think we were telling me earlier that the last time he was in a kart, one of these was a year ago.
Yeah.
He's not really done any laps in a while.
And for those of the Club 100 disposition, is there a potential that we could see yourself and Jimmy back together as a team in any future events there? Is that something you think you'd want to come back and do as a one-off?
It's not in the plans at the moment, but it's definitely not something that it's definitely something that we would consider.
Yeah.
I think it would be good to race together. We started the 2020 season here at Buckmore.
Yeah.
We got a third place, and then COVID struck, and that was the end of our plans. So maybe continuing what we left off there a couple of years ago would be great.
And in the terms of sim racing going forward, I remember talking with Jimmy about it in this race last year. So there was the team with yourself there. This year we've got 3 teams that would very much say we are esports teams first racing in real life. How do you see that crescendo building?
Yeah, I like that. I like that these guys, they're trying out the real racing as well, seeing how they're going. And I've just seen so many I've seen so many sim racing drivers do really well in real life.
Yeah.
Most sim racers, they love racing, and they would be doing real racing if they could afford it.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. So they clearly have a passion for it. You only have to look at the likes of someone like James Baldwin, done a lot of karting, but he's also really good at sim racing, and he's jumped into GT3 cars as well and has done amazing with So there is definitely a crossover between the two. Really good to see sim racers giving this race a go, and just in general seeing the journey of sim racers into real racing.
And having done that journey yourself in a way, I know you always did the owner karting when you were younger as well, but having that phase of being probably YouTube sim racer first, and then stepping into, I remember when you stepped into the Fun Cup, for example, a couple of years ago. What would be the biggest piece of advice that you give for any sim racers looking to do similar?
Have a load of money, get some sponsors on board, which can help you. But no, it's just. I think one of the biggest things in sim racing is you're trying to learn as much as you possibly can.
Yeah.
You're always paying attention to what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong, correcting the things you're doing wrong and improving the things you're doing right. The same applies in real life motorsport. You just always got to be improving everything you're doing. In real life motorsport, it's harder in the sense that you have much less track time.
Yeah.
In sim racing, you do 5 billion laps if you wanted, but in a real car, it's costly to do that. It's costly to do test sessions, to do test days, and therefore you really got to be very quick to learn. You've got to pay attention to really what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong.
And last question before I let you go, Quadrant, how fun has that been to be a part of over the last couple of years?
Oh, it's been really good. When they first messaged me, hey, do you want to be part of this thing with Lando Norris, Formula 1 driver? It was really hard to turn that down, and I'm glad I did not turn that down. We've had some really cool opportunities with that. Racing Lando around Wilton Mill, for example, a couple of years ago. I mean, that was just a crazy opportunity. It's like a video that I've never seen on YouTube before, like a one-to-one with an F1 driver. It was something like that. It's just absolutely crazy. We're actually going to be back here with Quadrant on Monday, recording a couple of videos. So we've actually recorded quite a few videos here at Buckmore Park.
Yeah.
We did the Mario Kart.
Yeah, I saw that one. That was good fun.
That was really fun. So things like that. You got likes of like Will and E came down for that video, for example. So we're meeting really cool people, doing really fun videos. It's just a really good laugh. I really do enjoy it.
Good stuff. I'm going to let you go, Steve, because we've got another commentator lined up. Thank you for stepping into the breach, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you very much.
Steve Brown there, heading off back to the Trophy or Trees HQ. I'm just going to do a bit of a do-si-do here and introduce our next co-commentator, a familiar voice to those at Buckmore Park, and has already stepped into the breach before, stepped in last year. Just going to let him get the headset on for a second. Luke Battersby joins us here in the DDMM comms box suite, which I feel like I've unjustly just taken from John Button there. I can't believe I've just done that. Luke, what a stint that was in the Dr. Vapes car. You have got a very big smile on your face right now.
I am beaming from me, so I can't really stop smiling, to be honest. I'm absolutely chuffed with that. As some of you may know, I've worked here now for the last 6 years, mastered all the 24 hours up until now. To finally get out there and drive, it's just been an absolutely surreal, brilliant experience.
I think the thing that, if you don't mind me saying, impressed me the most is that you had a driver of the calibre of Max O'Shaughnessy, who, for regular viewers on Alpha Live, we know how good Max is, and we know how good Max is at overtaking as well. He's clean, but he doesn't take any prisoners. You kept him behind for pretty much an hour, I think.
I'm not happy with that. I mean, he caught me up at the start. I was kind of struggling with new tyres in the car, struggling to get used to them. And getting up to speed with the tyres, he caught me up, overtook me, and I just started getting then up to speed, and reeled him in, caught him up, overtook him, had a bit of a battle, got ahead of him, kept him behind. I was so happy with it.
Yeah.
I was going around, I was looking over my shoulder, I was going, how good is this? I'm ahead of Max O'Shaughnessy. Like, how am I doing this? So, and I did a 48.9, first time I've ever done 48.
Super Mo as well. I think we've got to talk about Mo Hassan. He was probably the most entertaining bit of the first hour.
I heard he got a little bit of contact.
Yeah, a couple of contact warnings. I think Clint's had a word with him.
Yeah, I mean, he's 85 kilos.
Yeah.
He did 49.3. This is his only second or third time driving these karts.
Yep.
He was really good. We were all patting him on the back afterwards. He did make a bit of a mistake at the end. Came into the pits, don't know if you saw, missed the fuel bay.
Oops.
Yeah, and then stopped and got rather confused. We lost a good 10 seconds from that, but we'll gloss over that.
Okay.
Aside from that, he did do a fantastic job.
He did indeed. Just tuning back in, because there is a race going on. 18 hours and 46 minutes to go. Dab Motorsport leading by 25 seconds, which, as we said before, that's nothing in a 24-hour race. That as good as them equal. The only way is Brentwood, third, fourth for Accelerate, Kent Brewery Racing in fourth and fifth. Alongside me here, team member Luke Battersby, Dr. Vapes, there in fifth place. You've been promoted to pro, though, the Dr. Vapes.
It's a contentious matter. We got into rookie class. However, when the race director found out about that, he wasn't too impressed. I mean, in our defence, I am the only one who's got much experience of this track in these karts. The rest, the guys, three of them are Club 100 regulars, another one's a Brentwood regular, and the other one kind of does all sorts. He does indoor, he drives all sorts. So in our defence, we are quite inexperienced at this combo.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I can see why we were promoted. It is understandable.
So they are in the top five. We had a brief sight there of, I think, is it more? No, it's not Mortazarin, because that's not the right suit, is it?
That's Marcel.
Marcel Chmielewski.
He's doing a really good job, really good. Yeah, he came down Wednesday night, struggled a little bit, was a little bit off the pace, but he's really got his act together now, really kind of got the hang of it. Like I say, he's not too experienced around here, usually a Brentwood regular, and he's really getting the hang of it as he goes past Team 18.
Well, we saw Marcel race on Sunday up at Wilton Mill. If you missed that stream, the Club 100 lightweight sprints. Not now, obviously, because we've got a great race going on here at Buckmore Park, but if you've got some time later in the week and you've not got your full fix of 24-hour karting, or karting in general, do go and give that stream a watch back. Marcel was in the C3 class and performed very, very well indeed. I think this is a driver we'll see moving up the echelons very, very quickly. Just want to tune in with Senor Frogs, because I know a lot of people have tuned in to follow their progress. There is Road to Shore, passing through in resplendent green. I know we talked a lot about these guys last year, and we're going to talk about them a lot again, of course, this year, because there's a big following for them. But they are showing now. They had a rocky start,
But they are showing that last year wasn't a flash in the pan. Continued work. Harry's got them into the top 15 now, and is just eyes forward, isn't he?
He's doing so well, and he's not a light driver. He's not fat or anything. He's just he's very muscly. He's a very
he's not the lightest, but he's not the heaviest, and sometimes that's a difficult position to be
He's a
in.
lump of muscle.
Yeah,
he's very good, and for someone of his weight, he is genuinely rapid. Like if he was to race in our championships here at Buckmore, he'd be up at the sharp end.
Yep.
He's really, really impressed me. For someone who isn't, from a motorsport background and such, not known for motorsport, he's been doing such a good job. Him, Josh has stood out as well. Josh was here last Sunday racing in our in-house championship. He finished in 7th place.
Yeah.
Top of the leaders. He was doing superb. So yeah, these guys, I've genuinely been so impressed with them. So impressed last year and this year again.
Do you hope as well? I'm kind of going to ask you a staff member question now, that these guys coming in, to say they have the big following, but you've mentioned that they've not got motorsport backgrounds. They're not guys who have done 15 years of owner racing from cadets up through to seniors in their previous lives. They have been enthusiasts first come in, but they've shown that in this competition you can be competitive if you've got a bit of talent behind the wheel.
Absolutely. And I tell you what, they've really tried and hard for this one. They've been doing so much practice. They've been down here so many times in recent weeks doing practices, and they've genuinely done more practice than any other team. It's been superb. Down here, pretty much every day they're down doing practice, and yeah, it's showing now as they make a move.
And it's bits like that I know it was on a back marker, and that's not for position, but just the decisiveness. That is not something that even drivers who I've seen been racing for 4, 5, 6 years are able to get the hang of.
Legit skill, legit talent is actually South Coast Racing trying to get back past. They're trying to unlap themselves on Send Your Frogs.
And it's staying wide there. Yeah. I don't know, I'm waxing lyrical here, but this is all very, very good racecraft from the guys. And as I say, if you're watching this at home and thinking, I'd like to have a go at that, get booked in here at Buckmore Park. Go across to the website. I want to talk about the karts because you are my main technical man with these karts because you work with them a lot.
Yeah.
I mentioned something earlier that I think caused confusion in the comments, and it is a bit of a sody marketing term, I admit, but these karts, when they're talked about having easy steer, what do we mean by that?
Basically, I'm not a mechanic myself, but I understand that the front axles on these karts are narrower than on the old karts, and they've got some kind of technology built into them, not quite what Sodi have done.
Steering geometry.
Something like that, something very technical. And it's essentially made the karts got more front end grip, so they're more agile on the front end, and it's made the steering wheel lighter as well.
Yep.
So, I mean, previously, the longest I've ever managed to do in a Sodi kart was an hour, and I was absolutely knackered in the old fleet of karts. I've just done 2 hours out there.
And you feel relatively fresh.
Fine.
Yeah.
Could have done another hour easy. So it's just a credit to Sodi. They're such a good job with these RT10s. They were released last year, and they're just fantastic cars. Built like bricks as well. They never ever break, never go wrong, never break down. You can have the biggest shunts into these things as we do on a regular basis down there, as you can imagine, and they are absolutely fine.
And again, that's an important thing for accessibility, particularly for newbies as a way. Because I know the number of times when I used to do karting at university, start of a year, you get everybody in, you get 80 people even on an indoor course, and you see which ones have done it before or not. The ones that not, they're dead after 15 minutes.
Well, these cars, they're really quite easy to drive. They're quick, obviously, and that is, people do struggle with that, obviously, with the speed. You're doing 50 miles an hour in these, going up into the first corner rhythm as you plunge down the hill. So obviously there is a difficulty to driving them in that respect, but they are genuinely really quite easy to drive. So easy to kind of keep balance. You can really throw them around and they just behave, they don't spin. Fantastic cars and fully adjustable too. Both pedals and seat have like an infinite number of settings, so you can have people who are 4'8" and people who are 6'8" driving these cars. It happens on a regular basis.
Does indeed. So 18 minutes and 40 minutes to go. There's Jimmy Broadbent, kart number 24 for Trophy or Trees, getting his Euro lean on. How is Jimmer doing? Pace is 50.4 last time around. So they've had a few more visits to the pit lane than they perhaps would have wanted. But Jimmy's been out there for 1 hour and 22 minutes. And is looking calm and smooth. Taking that late apex through Garda, which is very important for a good lap round here. Does mean that Garda can be a good overtaking opportunity. There goes Adam Nather
ahead of him in the number 21. Very quick driver around here. Performed brilliantly earlier in the season when the BUKC visited Buckmore Park. How are Zesty Drink Racing getting on? Well, they're up to 11th place now, 4 laps off the overall lead, and looking well positioned in that clubman category. Luke, I think I've got them as running in 3rd place.
I think they are. I think it might even be P2 or P3 for sure. They did a really good job. Yeah, up in 11th place. They're going strong. As I just think that my teammate just got past to racing, I believe it is, in the back of the shot. So,
Yep.
Marco getting past Reece Kelly there.
Ben Daly on the business calls, sorting out the next massive deal for the Tiamat Marduk empire.
The legend that is Ben Daly. I do have to grass him up slightly here.
Go on.
I was on post 6 a couple of years ago for 24 hours.
Yep.
And in the opening 15 minutes, if you take out 3 just that rather alone. He was very lucky. The race director was still kind of sort stuff out from the start of that short side, so we only got 1 black flag for it. But yeah, Ben does have a history of having some quite exuberant driving out there. Yeah, he's a good driver. In years gone by, he often thinks of like drivers, and he's quick. He's regularly in the 50s. You know, he's doing a good job here again today. With Trophy.
So Adam Sanderson looks like he's getting ready for a run in this kart. And the voice of Devon Butler.
Do you know what? It was quite freaky seeing him earlier. I was like,
Yeah.
That guy's from the video game. I didn't
Yes,
know he existed
that
in real
voice
life.
is familiar.
Yeah, it was quite creepy to see, and yeah, it's great to see. You know, obviously Adam is basically known for being a model, and he kind of got recruited by Codemasters to be the face of
Oh, Jimmy's done. Jimmy is out of the kart.
Well spent.
He's getting old.
He is. Well, he's 30. I mean, yeah, he didn't get anything 30, but I see what you mean.
Happens to us all.
Yeah, Devon Butler gets into the kart and off he goes. Right there, Jimmy.
I hope Jimmy's okay there. Maybe give him a minute. He's giving his all. And that one. He's like me. He's asthmatic. That was the international sign for inhaler.
Yeah.
I know that one. He'll be fine. He'll power through.
Do you know what, that actually makes me quite happy. If he could do an hour and a half and he's a Praga driver and I could do 2 hours, I'm quite pleased with that.
Yeah,
actually,
but you're as I say, I can say this about Jimmy because we're the same age. We're both old, middle-aged men now.
Yeah. We're now looking at team number 2 with Bo Sullivan in the kart. Just managed to get his way past Adam Sanderson.
Good response there from the Trophy or Trees team. I wonder if that was a bit of a late-minute call, but Sanderson now in for them. Sam Lovelace just ahead of them. And I can
Racing still right behind the only way is Brentwood, doing a really good job here keeping up with him. It's a really close fight here. You can see as well, Accelerate Racing only 5 seconds behind. I mean, if you think we're 5.5 hours into this race and there's 3 carts split by 6 seconds, it's crazy. Accelerate Racing, for those who don't know, they are regulars here at the Buckmore 24. They've taken part in it every year. Basically made up of a team of Buckmore regulars.
Yep.
So they've got 8 of them. It's a really big team. Got basically 4 lightweight drivers and 4 heavyweights. So typically what they do is you've got the 4 lightweight drivers go out during the daytime. The heavyweights then go out during the night. And then the lightweights go out again Sunday daytime. So that's typically how they work. They're doing a really good job here. Ollie Smith started the race with them with a fantastic stint, doing 48.8. That's the first time he's ever done a 48. Did a great job there, battling with that top 4. Dab Motorsport now just pulled away slightly over the course of the last few hours. With as you can see on screen at the moment, we've got Bo Sullivan. Really the men actually. He's doing a good job here. That gap, just looking at it, it's just coming down. I think last time we looked, it was 26 seconds. Now down to 24.8. They're doing really well there. Sean Dabin in the karts for Dab Motorsport in the lead. Dab Motorsport being the reigning champions of this series, so they won the 24 last year with actually quite a lot of the drivers who were in the only way is Brentwood. So basically what happened last year was you had Dab Motorsport won the 24, and then there were so many drivers that they've ended up splitting in 2. So you've got Dab Motorsport and the only way for Brentwood, basically sister teams.
Yeah. Very good to see them running at the front of the order. Adrenico still in there as well, just 0.3 behind, 5 seconds further back. Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. there are Adrenico Racing. Sam Lovelace driving for them at the moment.
Sam Lovelace's driver I haven't seen for quite a while now. I know he used to be a regular in the Daytona D-Max Championship years gone by. I know he was a very fast driver in that. He was a front runner. Fought with the likes of Dante Dillon and Max O'Shaughnessy for the title in that for many years. Good to see him back out on circuit in Sodis. He's doing really well here. Can he get past Bo Sullivan?
Yeah, he's been at university the last few years, racing as part of De Montfort University. Spoke to him on the grid and talked about if there is some wet weather to come, that they might be well positioned for that because they're used to racing in not so nice conditions when they do the University's Championship.
We are similarly doing the Ray Dance here at Dr. Apes. We are hoping for the best. There's a few of us who are...
That's good to see. Jimmy's helmet off and looking in a bit of finer fettle. He's smiling. Good lad. Keep your messages of support coming in. I'm just going to mention on the weather, I'm having a look at our feed. Ooh, there could be some coming in. 42 minutes.
Ooh, really?
Is what my predictor is saying here. Light rain in 42 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Might need to get my kit back on and get back out.
So, change for Senor Frogs. This is from 13th place. Didn't quite see he got back in the car. I wondered now with that's svelte posture. Is that a Chris MD who's just got in there?
Quite short, didn't he?
Yes.
Unfortunately, they've all got the same gear, haven't they? Which is
They have all got the same gear, but thankfully on their helmets they've all got their name written on them. I mean, Harry's very happy with that, and so he should be, because that was a tremendous stint once again from row to shore. Apologies, I didn't quite catch how long that stint was, because the time was now reset, but they were outside the top 15 when Harry got in. They are now 14th, but bear in mind we are in the middle of a pit cycle, so Team ARD, when they pit, they'll go back to 13th. They're in this battle. I think they were a little bit down during qualifying, having to fight from the back of the grid. But they are now ranked. I think they're going to be back in their familiar position of 4th place in class from 12 months ago.
Is that
Oh, it might be Ethan.
I think it's Ethan, isn't it?
No, it's Ethan.
Like Ethan's eyes.
The steely eyes of determination that can only come from Bazinga.
Bazinga's a super quick driver.
Very quick driver.
Just like Harry, quite a heavy driver. Not fat or anything.
It is Ethan.
A very fit driver, and he's so quick. He is so quick. In fact, I'd say out of him and Harry, I'd say Ethan's even quicker.
Yeah.
When he was down there last year, he was doing crazy lap times for his weight. He was genuinely setting, class-leading lap times. He was doing 50.5s at like 94 kilos, which is super duper.
And I just wonder here, maybe reading too much into this, as Marcel Chevaleski is going to look down the inside of Ethan Payne there and go through. That's not for position as far as I'm aware. No, it wasn't. Ethan did a little bit of driving in the wet last year. I remember just as we clocked off,
yes.
a little bit later in the race than where we are now. But remember, as checking off, he was the driver who experienced that transition, very tricky transition from the dry, the rain starts, and gauging just how much the rain is coming and not overreacting.
He did so well. I mean, the last year they got so unlucky. They must have done 100 practice sessions and every single one was dry. Which was just so unlucky. They did months of practice, everyone in the dry. They were here in the winter, in the cold, but never in the wet. And yeah, they did really well last year. We had a little bit of rain, I remember. Like you say, you had just some showers late on in the night. I remember I was on post 8 when that happened, and yeah, they did a good job. Did a really good job.
So if it is to come, and that's a big if at the moment, because it's a forecast for only very light rain. It could be some rain that just burns up as it starts to approach the circuit. It's very changeable conditions around here. We're near the sea, so it's always a bit changeable with the wind where the wind's going around here. But no, at the moment our weather forecast is still predicting rain now in 34 minutes time.
I mean, good news is, if it does rain for these drivers, these tyres which we have fitted in the carts, the Dunlop tyres, are crazy good in the wet.
Are they the same ones that are on the Club 100s now as well?
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I was at Three Sisters late last year driving these carts. They've got RT10s with Dunlop side, and
Yep.
the grip was crazy. They're only 10 seconds a lap off the pace of their dry lap times. You're basically taking dry lines there,
Yeah.
so much grip. So yeah, that's the good thing for these drivers. If it does rain, it's not going to be like being on the tyres we usually use, where it's it's slipping and sliding everywhere. It should be all right. As Adam just runs wide ever so
Yep.
slightly there out of heaven too.
Callum McGinley, Calix looking on. They can be pretty happy with where they are at this stage of the race. Number 25 of Team ARD going through there.
Doing a very good job there. I think that's, what is that, second or third in class there. Doing a really good job up in P13.
There's Adam Nather. What is the gap for Zesty Drink Racing? Well, it's 8 seconds, and they were half a second quicker than the next cart up the road, which is the Williams Esport number 1 team. That is the team that's got drivers with in real life racing experience in it, as opposed to the 2 team where they are all pure brand new sim racers, straight out of the sim rig.
Yeah, I was speaking
into
to
the
them
real
earlier.
stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting what they're doing today. It's
Yeah.
brave, very brave, jumping straight at the deep end. Never done karting before, a lot of them, and straight into a 24-hour race. I mean, no better way to start karting, I guess.
As in comes Zesty Drink Racing, 1 hour and 31. Although, what's happened there? Now they elected to go round again. Yeah, they have. They've elected to go round again because there was some other carts in the fuel barrels. From your position, Luke, what's the best way, if you don't mind sharing, of avoiding what's just happened to Adam there and coming in a little bit too early, or when the barrels is occupied?
Good communication. It's as simple as that. You just want intercoms, basically. You want intercoms, and you want someone who's watching, eagle-eyed, watching that pit entrance. If a cart comes in whilst you're coming up the hill, do not come
Abort.
in.
Yeah.
Stay out. Unfortunately for my stint, I didn't have an intercom, which was rather frustrating. So I basically just kind of guessed well, which is good. But yeah, it is really tricky. You see it, especially at the 2-hour marks. Every 2 hours, you see a traffic jam in the pits. So yeah, it's definitely something you want to try and avoid. You want to really try and pit kind of a few minutes before that mark, or a few minutes after.
It's one of the things we noted about Dab Motorsport earlier, that they were able to eke out a 2-hour 5 on their very first stint, and it's the way I'm reading this race at the moment. It's not going to be the decisive factor. Sorry, here comes the cliche again. Another one in the swear jar. 18.5 hours to go, but they've put themselves off cycle just enough that if they're a bit short on fuel, they've got some time to play with in their strategy now.
It gets them away from that chaos of the pit lane, that chocolate block that you get every 2 hours. It's definitely a good move. Theoretically, you can do about 2 hours and 15 on these carts.
Shortly, please, advert.
But yeah, it's a very risky thing to do. You've basically got to bet on the marshals essentially bringing your cart to the absolute top. If they don't, then yeah, 2 hours and 15 is not possible. You end up running out of fuel, which is never good.
Indeed. We'll be back shortly. We'll have a rundown of the order as the time has just gone 8 o'clock. I'm going to have a quick word from one of our sponsors. Big thanks to Dream Duffel for their support of the 2023 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. Here's your rundown. We were a little bit late, apologies, on this one for the order with 5.5 hours completed of the race. 402 laps have been completed by Dab Motorsport. They lead the race by just under 20 seconds ahead of the number 2 of The Only Way is Brentwood. They're in a great scrap at the moment, with Adrenico Racing in 3rd place in the number 5 cart, and not too far behind them as well by about 6 seconds. It's the number 3 of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. All of those carts are on the lead lap. Dr. Vapes are in 5th place, 1 lap down off the overall lead. The number 17 cart there. Club 73 Young Guns, the number 1, are a further 2 laps back, or almost 2 laps. The first of our teams in the
Clubman category. Those are the karts without an asterisk at the front on your screen at the moment. Team Rango, brilliant performance from Team Rango so far. The number 19 kart is 4 laps off the overall lead. They're only actually 27 seconds behind the next kart ahead. Crucially, though, they have an 18-second lead over Club 73, Not Fast But Furious. That is your kart in second place in the Clubman category. They are 10 seconds ahead of the Bayford Bandits, who currently run in 9th place, and at the last check they were 0.072 seconds ahead of the Williams Esports 1 team. That is your top 10, and you can see that's just changed. So Williams Esports 1 now ahead of the Bayford Bandits at this stage of the race. Really impressive performance, I've got to say, from CS7 Racing. Clenaghan's Strike 7 were, in the very early stages of this race, stone dead last. They'd had black flags, it was not going well. They've now worked their way up to the edge of the top 10. They're in 11th place. They've got another best part of a lap. It's not quite a full lap, but a best part of a full lap to catch up to Bayford Bandits. But they are catching, and they could come into the story as we head towards the night time. Zesty Drink Racing, we've just, we had quite a few interactions with them so far today. They're running strongly. They're third place in club at the moment, in 12th place, 5.9 seconds behind CS7. They are 42 seconds ahead of Team De Neros in 13th place. We're now into karts that are 6 laps off the overall lead. Brighton Motorsports still circulating well, 3.7 seconds behind Team De Neros in 14th place. 4 seconds ahead of the Senior Frogs, who have held in the top 15 there after that great stint from Row to Shore. Bazinga, Ethan Payne in for them now. 16th place, the Ditch Finders, who are 12 seconds back from the Senior Frogs and are being dropped at the moment. 50.9 last time around, but they are pulling out a lap, a lead, I should say, over Team ARD in 17th place. The gap between those two karts is now 13.3 seconds. TRX Racing, it's taken them a while, but they have just joined the party. They are now back in the 49s. They are closing what is currently a 20.4 second gap on Team ARD. They're 7 laps off the overall lead and sitting in 18th place. They're extending that lead bit by bit over Club 73 Team Silent. 6.3 seconds the gap between TRX and Club 73 Team Silent. 15.6 seconds back from them are the South Coast Racing squad, who are about to complete their 400th lap of the race. They're 8 laps off the overall lead in 20th. Mini Boost having a much stronger run of it so far in 2023 than they did last year. They are 9 seconds further back in 21st. They've got a clear laps advantage over Formula None in 22nd. 14.3 seconds is the gap back to Trophy or Trees in 23rd place. And then a bit of a gap further back to the Williams Esports 2 team. They are 16 laps off the overall lead, but having good fun nonetheless in the low 51s at the moment. And then last but not least, Olympus Karting by HSR Autos, the Olympus Esports team there in 25th and last place, 20 laps off the overall lead. That is still a very competitive field. I know it may not feel good at the moment, Kieran McGinley, for the Olympus Karting team and the Williams Esports team, that they are distant number of laps off the next kart ahead. But we're getting into that phase of the race now where drivers are getting tired, getting fatigued. The karts are getting tired and fatigued. We promise, folks, we're not trying to initiate the commentator's curse, but this was the point of the race 12 months ago where things really started getting interesting.
You definitely are trying to
I'm
will
not.
this. You are.
I'm not trying to trigger it.
No, to be honest, 20 laps covering the entire field when we're sort of just over 5.5 hours into the race. That is no lead at all. Considering how quick a lap is around here, you're looking at about 50-51 seconds. Multiply that by 20 is a load of maths. About 1,000 seconds, isn't it, roughly?
It's 15 minutes.
Yeah,
it's about it's 15-20 minutes at worst. And if any of these teams, any of these drivers have problems, mechanical problems, that
kind of gap can disappear very quickly. I just want to come back to Jimmy Broadbent because there were some concerns about him. Obviously, he did have an asthma attack. He is now okay. Yeah, sympathise with him there. Asthma sufferer myself. I know what that's like. It's not particularly nice, but he is okay.
That's great to hear. That is great to hear. So, what happened whilst I was away? Did I miss any key battles?
It's been relatively calm. Relatively calm. We've had a couple of driver changes. We've gone through another. Well, I should say we've gone through another. We still are in the middle of a pit cycle. But some good progress recently, I've got to say, for the only way is Brentwood, because they've pulled that gap down now to 17.2 seconds. It was up around 25. So yeah, it's still very much looking like I don't. For the lead, I don't think this race has actually quite got going yet. It feels like the opening exchanges of a heavyweight boxing match. They're not coming out and swinging for the fences in the first or second round. They're waiting for later in the race. They're waiting for when we get into night time. They're covered by 25 seconds at the moment. That can disappear in a heartbeat, in a black flag, in whatever it may be. It's still very open out there.
It is, and I mean, I'm sure you've covered this already, but rain could be with us within the next
the next half hour,
which should be very interesting, especially if it's a light rain shower. What we're being shown is roughly half an hour worth of rain.
Yes,
incoming within the next 20 minutes. So that's going to grease up the track a bit, and we've had all that lovely sunshine. The track was a lot warmer at that point. Now it's coming to a point now, the track's cooling down. You've got there's possibly going to be water on the surface, and that will take a bit longer now for that water to be evaporated and cleared away from the circuit.
It does drive pretty quickly round here. Adam Sanderson out there at the moment for Drive Your Trees. Here's the only way is Brentwood, and it's ebbing and flowing with the traffic at the moment, this lead battle.
Yeah, isn't it just? Battle for the lead, 17.2 at the moment at the top of the order, but yeah, one to keep your eye on was Team Rango as well in the number 19, and they were going up there. In my little bit of a break, I was having a chat to William Dowling of Team Rango and Tim Herberts of Not Fast But Furious.
Yep.
They're both not expected out until a bit later on in the race, and Tim Herberts was actually telling me he'd actually like a bit of rain. That would just suit him right up to the core, shake the race up a bit. But William was not in the car until about 1:30. But here he is now, fully awake, 5 hours till his stint. I respect it.
Pace of the whole field at the moment, looking pretty good out there. Lots of drivers in the 49s and 50s. What battles have we got that are closing in? To mention them again, Senior Frogs are closing in on Brighton Motorsports, 2.8 seconds back. They've been quicker over the last few tours of the circuit.
There's Bedford Bandits and Williams Esports, 0.3 of a second. That's a battle for 9th overall.
So the Bedford Bandits have got that back then, because they had lost 9th place during the last rundown. Looking at Accelerate as well. They've just lost 0.6 of a second. I reckon that might have just been traffic. 1.4 seconds between them and Adrenico now. We're keeping an eye on this rain. We're just looking at weather forecasts for Chatham.
Yes.
Rain potentially starting in 5 minutes.
Okay. Well,
just having a look at the radar. Where is this coming from? If it is going to hit, it's going to be a fairly short shower. It's coming in from the west. So from Guildford, that kind of area, if you know this part of the world.
Oh yeah, whenever this rain hits, which it seems like it's going to be a light rain.
Guys, have you got some people to speak to just behind you, maybe? I'm not sure if they came in for you.
we'll see who is able to stick it out in those slippery conditions. Always a bit of fun with a bit of water out on the track and slick tyres. Always good for someone to come in to ask, can you put the wet tyres on the kart? No, will be the answer. There's slicks all the way through, no matter the weather. And you've just got to find, well, where the grip isn't probably is the good start, and then finding where the grip is your second best. But there we can see the Senior Frogs. They've got the number 9 ahead of them at the moment. That's the second Williams Esports outfit. Having a chat as well to Brett Koch earlier, the manager of the Williams Esports F1 outfit. And yeah, we spoke to him earlier on. He was in the commentary box as well, so great to have a chat to him. And I was saying, Andrew, it's been a while, like, because I said this when Steve was here, we haven't had a black flag since roughly 25 to 7, and now it's 8:15. So that's not bad going, all things considered. Although, now that I've said that...
there's going to be a flurry of them now.
There's going to be a flurry.
Would you like some new commentators?
New commentators?
You stay where you are.
Oh, all right, okay.
We're going to get a couple of the guys, Anthony Amato and Sebastian Bloch, on from Club 73. So I'll deal with that, and I'll not switch your mute button on this time.
The thing is, we've in the melee of having different commentators, we've actually swapped headsets. So we've got a little mixer here that mutes us, and it was Andrew's mic on the left and my mic on the right. Now it's been switched over, so I'm on the right-hand side, and Andrew's mute button is on the right. So we're just trying. We're trying our best. Right. I believe we do have a couple of new additions to the commentary box. If you're watching on the Double Dash Motorsport Media stream, you'll be able to see us waving at you. Hello. But if you're watching Alpha Live, of course, stay with the programme. Gentlemen, Club 73, how are we doing?
It's all right. We could be better. We qualified 20th. We've worked our way through a bit. Now we're sort of just stuck in a slump at about 6th, which is not really gaining, not really losing time. It's a bit unfortunate, but we'll try to get to that top 3 in the end.
Yeah, was it finishing first? Was that
that is the goal. That is the goal. It's looking more and more less likely, but it's still on the card. You never know what can happen.
I've got on my computer screen here, I don't know if you can see, if I give this a little refresh, this is an unspecified weather app.
Oh, AccuWeather, love it.
You're not supposed to say it. Rain starting in 13 minutes.
You know, that's what we're hoping for.
That is what we're hoping for.
Yeah. Okay, how come?
Driving in the rain, just love it. It's my favourite.
We were really struggling with the holding on in the last 10 minutes because it's so hard on your arms.
Yeah.
So we were really hoping for more wet weather. Really, it's a lot easier on the arms, isn't it? There's us going around now. Number one. You know, we just look so stunning, don't we? Really.
Yeah.
And the night lights as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Toby, you know,
Honest,
he's got a good looking suit there, isn't it? You know.
Any more compliments for your teammate, or is that where it ends?
I just really hope he sends it in on this number 3 here.
Yeah,
really,
he's got to make the move.
Who is that number 3? Oh, Drino Racing.
Number 3.
Oh no,
they are 4th.
You know, how? You know, I'm not going to ask how we're in this position, but you know, I really hope he sends it in there. Come on, lad. We're in a good little position. He's following him through, so he is getting the toe. So we are keeping up to a good little speed here.
Yeah. So this will be to get a lap away from. That was number 3, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. So looking at that. But here we go then across the line. So we've got Sebastian Bloch here, and we've got
Anthony Amato here.
Anthony Amato.
So didn't you not fill it out?
No, I did. It was a bit late.
That's why. Yeah.
No, I did fill it out. I swear.
There's always one, isn't there?
I can fill it out now.
You're
if
not
you want.
here, are you?
For those of you that don't know, I haven't filled out my personal information sheet.
Terrible.
Always one.
So I'll make up for it, guys. I swear.
All right, go on. You do that, and I'll have a chat to Sebastian. There you go. Oh, no,
how have they got that picture of you, sir? Bloody hell.
Well, this is Andrew's hard work. He delves through the...
Just skipped you out.
Yeah, absolutely. It helps us, though, identify who's who.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
I'll fill that out now.
You won't be able to type it in, I'm afraid, because it's all in a PDF, so we can't edit it. But oh well. I'll write it down. How about that? Write it down.
I like this improvisation we've got going on here.
Write it down.
I do apologise.
No, you're okay. Sebastian, I'll come to you then. Obviously, you were doing well in your stint.
Yeah.
You're hoping for a bit of rain.
Hoping, yeah.
How was it out there for you?
It's quite tough, I got a bit tired towards the end, but otherwise I think the pace was good. I obviously 48.9, so it's quite good considering it's quite later into the race I put out there. But hopefully we can just work our way through, I really want to catch up to 17. Just hoping. I worked a bit with 2 as well. The track's looking good. It's just very grippy as well. But obviously, as the drivers get more tired, they'll come offline, and you can use that to your advantage and drive through.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and you were Honda Cadet British
Open
Open champion in
yeah.
2018. You almost knew that was coming, didn't you?
Yeah. Only thing I wrote.
How does that experience help in this scenario? Because obviously in the Open Championship, it's very much short, sharp races.
Yeah.
You come here, you race with Club 73, again, pretty much short, sharp races. How can you take that into
Well, it's pretty much just, if I'm by myself, it's quite hard. But when I'm in a pack of people, that's just where I'm strongest, really. That's where I can drive through and make it work. Like, I'll be off pace if I'm by myself, but when I find people in and around me, I can drive through them and get past them. So as long as I'm in a group of people, I'll be fine. But if I'm by myself, it won't be as good, but it will still be quick.
We were talking to Super GT about driving on your own out there.
Yeah.
Is it as challenging as it sounds?
It's challenging, but not. As long as you can see someone in front of you, as long as you've got like that little carrot in front of you to chase down, you should be fine. But if you can't see anyone in front of you, that's where it does start to struggle a bit for me, at least. I don't know about other people, but that's where it really gets into my head a bit, where I've just got no one, just got people behind. But that's what I used to, I guess, when I used to race. No one behind, no one in front, everyone behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Anthony, I'll come to you. Club 100 Young Driver Championship, a junior champion. Is that right?
So that was.
And I like you've got then a Club 100 endurance pole sitter. I
Yeah.
quite like that stat.
Just thought I'd let everyone know.
Why just the pole though? That's the concerning part.
Well, unfortunately, championship hasn't finished yet, and we're currently sitting in pole. Just thought I'd let everyone know that we are still leading the championship.
Bit of mind games then.
Yeah, I do love a bit of mind games. Like when I was on the start of this race, actually, I was throwing a couple dance moves out on the grid, distracting a couple people. I think the sidemen walked past me. I was like, "What on earth are you doing here, mate? Time for you to go."
I like it. I like this. So obviously, as we heard from Sebastian, you're pushing for P1.
Yeah.
As we get deeper and deeper,
Started raining out there.
It has. Has it started raining out there? I'll double check that. We'll get someone. Oh, it has. Yeah, producer says it has started raining out there.
Can confirm.
That is perfect.
It's what we want.
Love
Really.
to. I don't know how good Toby is on the rain, but me and Ant do love the rain.
We're going to find out how good it is on the rain.
Exactly.
Hopefully it all goes well, and that P1's coming to us.
P1's coming already. We've got number 3 there, running a little bit deep in towards Science. I mean, it doesn't take much, Anthony. It doesn't take a lot of water out on track for the grit to just completely disappear.
Yeah, and around here at Buckmore, there's rubber all over the track, and when it's raining, you really don't want to be on the rubber.
It's like you're on ice, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
Like as you'll see here, coming down the hill, it's going to be all out of shape for everyone. You'll see people running well off at some point. Yeah, as you can see, they're starting to run really wide through the second part.
We'll see a few crashes lighting up, get it all a bit excited for everyone.
Exactly.
This will cause a little bit of a scuffle.
Well, I hope there's some experience out there to know, maybe take the outside line or take it easy. But it caught me out quite a few years ago when it started raining.
Yeah.
I was in a junior car at the time, but it's amazing how quickly the grip just disappears. One lap it's there, and the next minute, no.
Exactly.
Absolutely not.
Like you might be coming out of guard and it's completely dry, and then you'll get up to the first corner and you're in the tyre wall.
Yeah.
So not us though, because we're professionals.
I was in the tyre wall. So
oh dear, oh dear.
I know. I'm not afraid to out myself. I'm up here in the commentary box for a reason.
Yeah.
So
and you're doing a very good job.
Yeah. Well, at the commentary, yeah.
Yeah.
Jury's still out on that one, Anthony, but I thank you anyway. There's the £10 for saying that. Yeah. So obviously you know who your sort of rivals are in this one. Sebastian, who's sort of your main rivals looking at the order here?
I don't like number 2. I don't know their team name, but I don't like them.
The only way is Brentwood?
Yep, them.
I
was racing against them. I gapped him, caught up to him, cleared him. Just then, so the first driver, I had 2 drivers when I was in my stint. The first driver, easy pickings, did him nicely. He kept on coming back at me, kept on straight, put him back at me. Just had to let him know I'm still here, still hacking about his 6th place. Then I had the number 2 second driver come in later on in my stint. Of course, I was about 3 seconds behind him when I saw him, caught right up to him, overtook him, and he just was happy to sit behind me. So he just sort of knew how it was.
Yeah.
So I say they're my main opposition, even though I don't know anyone on the team. So all love to number 2.
All the love, yeah. I mean, I mean, here at Buckmore as well, the rain's starting to come down. It's almost like, Anthony, this place has its own climate, completely separate to everything else. You can never quite predict what's going to happen here.
Exactly. The magical weather system of Buckmore Park, really unpredictable, just comes down, starts pouring out of nowhere. No reason for it, but it will happen. And, we adapt to it. So, again, as we said, the more rain, the better for us. We really think we can shine through in that weather.
Just Adrenico racing into the pit lane then. They're currently in 4th place, and I wonder if that's going to be... Yeah, they're nearing 2 hours, so that's probably going to be a fuel stop as well, as we see the only way is Brentwood then making their way through in towards Garda and back onto the power, and this is where it just gets a little bit... the grip looks okay actually through the centre chicane. It's the top half of the circuit, and going through in towards Pullman's there, that seems to be where the grip isn't at the moment. Which is always an interesting one.
A little bit loosey-goosey.
I like that. Yeah. and the entrance of Hairpin 2, I always find, is a little bit of an ice rink, even if there's the slightest bit of water down.
Yeah, dear. We don't talk about Hairpin 2.
We don't talk about it. Well, it's coming up for the Senior Frogs.
Here we go.
Who's in the car for Senior Frogs right now? Do we know? Let's give the chat what they want.
Let's give the chat what they want. Let me have a look. It's always difficult to tell. We've had...
Oh my God!
Slipping and sliding.
Slippy slidey down there.
I think it's Bazinga out of the car. Ethan Payne, I believe.
It looks like him. It's got his eyes. Yeah.
So he's out there at the moment, and obviously, I don't know. Would you prefer to jump in the cart when the track is wet, or would you prefer this transition period of dry to wet? When it's wet.
When it's wet, straight up. Because then that's where you can gain the most time. You see everyone else go by and you're just there, just pushing through, pushing the cart to its limits, obviously, gaining all that time, gaining all the places, and eventually, obviously, for us, our goal, winning the race.
Winning the race.
It's a fresh start, really, isn't it? When you haven't been in the cart and you get in and it's just new conditions, you start fresh. But when you've been out when it's nice and dry, you've got to do a lot of adapting to the circuit. So it really gives us a bit of an advantage there.
I don't suppose you can give us a little bit of strategy away by saying who's in the cart next.
Who's in the cart next for us?
Carl.
Do you know?
It'll be Carl, I reckon.
Carl.
I think
I like that. Not even drivers now. Who's in the cart next?
We're kind of ready for bed, to be fair.
Yeah, we're about to go. After this, we might just head to bed.
Yeah, it's not a bad way to go.
Yeah.
Not a bad way. Are any of you in the night shift at all?
We are the night shift. We are. So we're
going to wake up and we'll be winning.
What are you doing talking to me for? You should be sleeping. Trying to at least catch some...
We work very well on low sleep.
I highly doubt that.
Wait till you see us.
We've got some wetsuits out now.
Already.
Peter Salmon. He's getting ready to get into the car. He's got the little wetsuit on.
I have a theory. You don't wear the wetsuit, it weighs you down. Slows you down in the straight.
Okay.
So you won't be seeing me number one in the wetsuit.
So you'd rather get drenched than... I suppose, isn't the other argument then, if you don't wear a wetsuit, then your suit absorbs the water anyway.
Oh yeah.
So you actually weigh more.
Fair enough.
A skinny lad like Seb, it doesn't matter if he gains a kilo or two,
You're talking about motorsport and you're not worried about gaining a kilo or two?
I'm just on it. I'm 71. Kilo or two. Guarantee you most of the guys out there, especially Bazinga, probably a bit more than me.
Well, Bazinga, I mean, for the heavyweight drivers, as we've normally seen, I've benefited from this. Normally the heavyweight drivers can benefit from the slippery conditions because there's more traction underneath the rear wheels. So that might put you guys at a slight disadvantage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trade-off, really, isn't it? You lose a lot in the braking, but you gain a lot of stability in the mid-corner and on the exits.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're approaching 18 hours to go in this, we're almost a quarter of the way through the race. Can you believe it? Almost a quarter of the way through.
It just flies by, doesn't
it? Does.
Time flies.
It does. It flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
There you go. Amen.
That's it. Wrap that up in a nice little bow. Dab Motorsport leading the way. Only way is Brentford second, with Accelerate Kenbury Racing in third. That is your top three in the pro classes, and then in the clubman classes, top three. Club 73, Not Fast But Furious, are 8th place, first overall. Team Rango, 10th overall. They are second in class, and in 12th place, Zesty Drink Racing, currently third in class. I do want to say as well, who have been some teams or some drivers that have impressed you, either whilst you've been out there or watching on?
Impressed me? That's a
Because we've been asking a couple of drivers this, sort of gauging how you rate each other.
I mean, a lot of people in our own team have really impressed us. Like, the confidence wasn't, we weren't really expecting to be in the position we were at the start of the day. Some drivers were a bit unsure, but they got out there, got their head down, and Louis Clark especially, he was doing an impressive drive for us. Sat in the 49s most of the time.
Going to throw to the Jimmy lap and then to Jimmy.
We'll see how they get on. But that's the top three in the pro and the clubman. As hoods are up, that's how you can normally tell there is a little bit of sprinkling of rain in the air, and we'll see how that goes.
Jimmy VT lap.
Yeah, and we'll take a short break here, and we'll see have a lap of Buckmore in slightly better conditions in a very different place.
Second car to stand past Trackhouse now.
back here at the podium. Jimmy, before we get on to what we've just seen there, you're okay, aren't you?
Yeah, all good now. There was never the plan for me to race today. I'm kind of recovering from some sort of chest thing, I know what it is, and it caught up me when I was out there. So all good now, all alive. Just needed to have a bit of a breather. So it's the second year in a row this race has killed me.
Those Wheezy boys got to stick together. Going back to that lap though, how special was that? A car that I know that you absolutely love. It's been one of your idols since you were a young boy. To drive it around this circuit, what was that like?
It was so surreal to be chasing an F1 car that I've also driven. You know what I mean? It's a very crazy experience, and I've never actually driven that car on circuit before ever, or actually driven it hard ever like that. So I was like, oh, I'll see what it does. But definitely unique, and I'd say that it's maybe a little bit too small for the Skyline, but amazing to see people's reaction to it as well. People loved it. So.
For those not aware, the history of the car, it's had some special owners in the past. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so it used to belong to Jan Mardenborough, who was, of course, the first person, or the first, I guess, famous person to come through GT Academy and become a real-life racing driver. So I bought it off him, hoping that I maybe get some of the talent. Didn't work, but the car's a bit different now. It's running about 500 horsepower there, so it's, yeah, maybe, again, I think I've got about 500 horsepower on these karts. So I reckon I've got a chance in a race.
Just to go, I wanted to, before you headed off, Team 87, we talked about it a lot last year. What's been going on in the last 12 months? It's really been flourishing, hasn't it?
Yeah, so we've been running an online competition on Sim Racing GP, which is an online platform to allow people to sort of matchmake and race together. And that's been going really well. We're coming up to our final now, which is next week. And of course the shootout then will be right here at Buckmore, with 3 drivers getting a running Club 100 for the rest of the year, and maybe more from there. We also had our first sim influencer driver who had never driven before, a guy called Ollie Fennell, drive the little red Mazda at Buckmore Park for the first time. He did super well. It's really rewarding seeing people kind of flourish in that element, you know.
And I watched that video and I follow up Ollie myself for a good couple of years. Just the joy on his face, experiencing it under his own backside for the first time. It was really cool.
My face wasn't quite the same. It was more like, but he did really well. I mean, I think people sometimes forget that actually being out in a car is a scary experience, especially when it's onto a car as well. And he went from being nowhere to being, I think, only a couple of seconds off me by the end of the day. So he did really well.
What are the plans for you for the rest of the year? What racing are you up to? If you can tell us.
Well, hopefully some racing abroad at some point, but that's still not finalised. Which should be fun. Also doing time attack here in the UK with my own crazy mint MX-5, which isn't never ready for the first round. So we're taking a Praga to Cabwell. Hopefully we'll make it. Otherwise, really, I'm quite happy doing that. You know, I'm quite happy doing things at my own pace. I'm not really looking forward to getting something super crazy competitive right now. I'm enjoying just doing things and sort of doing the Team 87 stuff. So hopefully some more racing to come, of course. I always like an excuse to go drive a car anywhere, but it's not life or death if I get a drive somewhere or not, you know.
For those who are new to it, where can they follow Team 87 and yourself?
I mean, myself, it was just Jimmy Broadbent on YouTube. For Team 87, we have a Twitter, which is sort of where a lot of the news is. Also, we have our own community over on Sim Racing GP, so if you're interested in becoming a real-life racing driver, then go get signed up for that. And yeah, I think they're the best places, really. So yeah, like, comment, subscribe, follow, all the other things.
All that YouTubey stuff. Cheers, Jimmy. Good to see you again, and we'll see you again next year, perhaps. Hopefully.
Maybe
non-driving capacity.
Yeah, I think I'll just be on the sidelines next year. I think.
Cheers, Jimmy. Kieran, back over to you.
Thank you very much. Good to hear from Jimmy. Good to hear he's all okay. And talking away to Andrew there. I'm still joined in the commentary box by 2 members of the Club 73 Young Guns, which is a great pleasure
hello.
to be joined by you. Not sure if it's a pleasure for you both, but I'm here with Sebastian Block and Anthony Amato. So yeah, we had the short, sharp shower. It really was a short, sharp shower.
It's already stopped.
Yeah, because we're already back into the 49.3s from Ardenco Racing. It's easy for me to say. Adrenaco Racing. It's easy for me to say. We're only 6 hours in. They're back into the 49.3s, so it seems like the track is pretty much dried up as quickly as it got damp out there. Anthony, like, in the grand scheme of things, it gets greasy out there. Does it normally dry that quickly here?
It can do, and you know, we're all lapping pretty quickly at the moment, so the racing line does really dry off. Coming off the line though, it might still be a bit slippy, which does make it quite interesting, especially when people are sending out the inside into like hairpin 1 or something. You might see a little bit of sliding left and right, but it can dry up quite quickly.
Yeah, anything to add there, Sebastian?
It depends on the amount of rainfall, really. If it's just a bit of splash with the carts going over, obviously they're going to be treading that rainfall away and just pushing it off the track. But if it's constantly, obviously it's going to stay on and be slippery. So it's just got to stay raining for about half an hour, 45 minutes, I reckon, will be enough for it to properly affect the track.
Yeah.
And this is something you might have had to avoid all day long.
Here we go.
Because you've got DAB Motorsport race leaders into the pit, but right behind them and having to wait is TRX Racing. So that's really, really unfortunate. I mean, you must be communicating with your teammates the whole time, working out when the fuel bay is actually free.
I'm not going to say that makes me happy. I'm not going to say it makes me sad. But, you know, it might be good for us.
You're very neutral about it.
Very, very neutral.
We're at number 7.
Number 7 are 17 at the moment.
So a bit out the way anyway, so that's going to push them down a bit more.
Not looking good for them, is it, dear idea? You see them having a little conversation there, discussing tactics maybe. Who's that next to them? He looks very comfortable.
Well, this was something Andrew and I were sort of talking about in the build-up, is that this is your greatest chance to talk to each other about how the track is, how the kart is. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yeah.
Most of the time, you don't really get that much of a chat with the other driver. You're in that much of a hurry, so you get a few words. If the kart's good, track's good, then you're just straight back into the race, just on their own from there.
So what's the most important thing to get across in that driver change there, Anthony? What do you prioritise telling the next driver?
You might tell them, you know, corner's a bit free, or like say second hairpin's a bit all over the place, or say go a little bit deeper into the second hairpin, or you'll just say take loads of curb coming down the hill. Might help you around there a little bit, and usually that's the most you'll get. Just then you give them a little bit of motivation, head down, full send, you know, don't look behind.
Yeah, great stuff. It's always great to hear from two quick drivers out here in the Club 73 Young Guns. Yeah, well, I had to say it. I mean, you are 6th in class, so pretty good going. And let's face it, 3 laps down on the leader is pretty much no gap at all in 6 hours. It's not bad going.
We've got to hope to drop the laps down if we want to stand a chance at winning. We've just got to hope when me and Ant can get back in the kart, we just can drop those laps down, and as soon as we do it, just improve. And we've got to hope Carl and Joe can really sort it out and catch up on the leader.
At the moment, I'll just say watch this space. When everyone goes to sleep, me and Seb are going to be hacking around in the night. Maybe when you wake up, we might see a new pole sitter.
You do know people will be staying up watching specifically you, now that you've said that.
I hope they do.
I hope everyone does. Yeah.
There you go.
They better. Oh. Didn't mean to do that.
Just blinded me.
Oh.
That's not very nice.
Oh my God, not making us look good.
Just as I was dishing out the compliments and whatnot, he's decided to blind me. That's great. Thank you for that. But currently 6th place then, obviously it's actually 2 laps down, so it's not as bad as we thought. But you've been out there for an hour and 17 now on that set. There is Toby McAllister Brown making his way in towards turns 1 and 2. Track's dried up significantly after that little shower. Last lap time, let's see, 49.695 from Toby. So pretty consistent. I mean, that is still the remnants of a track that's not quite at 100%. You can tell there's been a little bit of rainfall recently.
Yeah, you definitely can, especially down the hill. I mean, it's important to mention that we are on slicks on these karts, so it does. No change into wets in this series. So level playing field, you know, and when it does get wet, it happens very suddenly and it lingers.
Yeah. Is it fun though? Slicks on a wet track? Would you say it's fun?
So fun. Yeah? It's so fun, honestly. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Especially when, there was nothing better back in the owner kart days when you'd have half the grid on slicks, half the grid on wets, and you'd be waiting to see whether it would rain or whether it would be dry, and you'd have some people just hacking about at the back on wets in dry conditions, or other people slipping all over.
Oh, I've just had producer brandish the phone with a weather app saying rain in 39 minutes. So
heavy rain?
Didn't see whether it was heavy or light rain.
Rain.
It just says rain.
Rain.
You know, that's what we like to see.
Light rain.
Light rain in the next 39 minutes.
It's meant to keep on going for a while as well, so maybe that will start to settle on the track.
Hey, Thomas Langford hanging out in the seat himself.
He's been ready for a while, hasn't he?
I hope that's his own one.
Yeah.
That is sitting in like that. You're not supposed to do that with the one at Buckmore Park one. I think that is the right one. It should be that one.
Hopefully it is. If not,
hopefully it is.
Gotta give him a turn off.
Otherwise, we've just outed him.
We just,
We did have a bit of a funny moment with the
seat inserts
in the practice session. Actually, I don't know if you saw that.
We didn't see. No.
Louis Clark came into the pit lane, walking speed, I must mention, nice and following the rules there. Parked the car up. He was dawdling a little bit, so I grabbed his arm, threw that man out of the car. I grabbed that seat insert and threw it up that bank. and I was looking around to make sure we weren't going to get in trouble, and I think they enjoyed it just enough to where I got away with it. But we were told, let's not do that again, Anthony. Is that the safety car?
It's not the safety car. What that is possibly recovery or
Barrier
someone out
changes
there,
or,
yeah.
yeah.
on the- So what we're doing is just checking those barriers at hairpin 2, making sure there's not a break in that black conveyor belt that keeps all of those blocks of foam together. So that's the check there. Now they're just waiting for a little bit of space out on track. The only problem is, now that we're 6 hours and a bit into the race,
There's not
a lot of chance of getting a gap out there. But there you can see, oh, there we go, in race control, as it is.
They haven't been very nice to us today, have they, Anthony?
It's not been looking good. Not looking good, Rev. Not looking
No,
good.
no need to slander them, but we've had 2 black flags already.
Had 3.
3?
3 because of me.
But
You had 2?
I got 1.
Oh, I had 2. Right.
But in fairness, wasn't one of them for racing under yellows? Which
That was
you
him,
were
yeah.
specifically told in the briefing not to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a bit of a naughty boy there. And you know what? Hats off to them, because I was worried that I was the only one that called in, and they did call in everyone
yeah.
who was
All
doing
six,
it.
all the
So
top 6.
they are watching and they are alert.
Now there's yellow flags there in.
He doesn't look like he's slowed down. They don't look like they've slowed down.
Who's that? Oh, what on earth is 21? Who's 21? What
Need
on
to
earth is
find
going
them.
on here?
Well, that's why they're out there, to bring that little bit of barrier back towards the curb there. That's seen a couple of karts hit it recently, and they get a track limit warning for it. So that's the reason for the yellow flags there.
Too much of a
The
full
thing is
send.
with that curb, it punishes you if you hit it. You've got to stay on the white line, in my opinion, because as soon as you hit that curb, you'll be thrown out wide to the right, and you don't have enough time to loop around that second part of the corner, really.
I was going to say, you've got to be careful about what you say about that first black flag, because the race director's right behind you, which is quite funny. Or
Yeah.
Oh, it's fine. We know him.
He said, as soon as we told him we're going up in the commentary box, he was like, boys, keep it on the keep it related to racing. Let's not get all political now.
No
So yeah, we'll just be a little bit quiet for a
But
moment.
did he or did he not say perfectly? Because I was in that briefing as well. Did he or did he not say perfectly? Don't race under yellow. You got to slow down. Monitoring the sector times.
Yeah, but he might.
He
said
did
that,
slightly
yeah.
say that. Yeah. I'm sorry to out you like that, but that is what happened.
Yeah, but you know, because we're so rapid, we actually
yeah.
made up all that time again. So we
It's
might.
perfect.
Yeah, you know, we're testing ourselves if anything. Oh, here we have a team strategist.
With the notepad,
yeah.
it's a bit soaked in the top left corner. That shows the rain.
That is well spotted. That is good analysis.
Scientist here.
Absolutely. Have you thought about doing this for a living?
Maybe, you know. Maybe it's found my calling finally.
Hey, look, as a pundit, you know, you're a
Yeah.
Honda Cadet champion. That's good enough for punditry, isn't it?
Just right on my CV.
That's
That's all I need.
There you go.
All I need.
Absolutely. Race leaders then. Accelerate Kent Brew Racing are into the pits. There they are with their fuel stop. On lap 454 we are on to now. As Dab Motorsport retake the lead. They pitted roughly 7 minutes ago. But a driver change, of course, as per the rules and regs. But they have to do a driver change once they have refueled. I suppose as well, that is a rule change that came in for this season. I suppose you only really notice that if you need to do a splash and dash towards the end of the race. So how does that affect the strategy towards the end, Anthony?
For us, it's actually all right because we've really leveled our strategy. So we're not really going to be doing any, splash and dashes. We're going to be doing equal stints throughout the whole 24 hours. So we shouldn't really need to worry about fuel at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of our driver swaps are always with the fuel swaps. We have the stints that last pretty much the same length as the fuel, and we just swap then. Saves time as well, minimises the amount of time you spend in the pits.
Yeah.
It is a smooth operation in the pit lane, I must say. The
We've
whole
had
driver change is alright.
We've had no mess ups just yet.
No,
Don't want to jinx it,
not
but
going to jinx it. Touch wood.
hopefully this table's wood.
I don't think it is.
Right.
Black flag for number 9, Williams Esports. That's the second division, if you like, of the Williams Esports team. So they will have to serve a penalty of sorts. They'll have to come in. I have to ask as well, Anthony, because you did serve the first black flag for the team.
Yes.
Is that or is that not a long amount of time you're waiting there, hearing all those engines go past?
It is, and it really does take it out of you. But you've got to just keep your head down, keep your head screwed on, and just get going again. And it was really disheartening. You came out the pits, the team gave P22? They gave the signal for P22,
yes.
and I was like, oh my god, all that
Not good.
started P20. We made it up to about top 5, I think, and then back all the way down to where we started. So
There's
Yeah.
nothing worse than getting that black flag and watching all the cars come past, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because I went in, I got one, came into the pits, apparently I was too quick, so they made me go around again. Came
Speeding
back
in
in.
the pit lane.
That was also made perfectly clear
Yep.
in that one. Just a quick announcement, if you're watching along on the Double Dash Media stream, we're going to go into part 2, so bear with us on that one. If you're watching on the live, you don't need to worry about a thing. Stay with us at the moment. We will be here with you as always, but just on the Double Dash Media side, if you are watching along there, we are about to hit part 2, so keep in mind and be aware. There you can see the Williams Esports 2 team.